Testing your playback sound system.
Politics on as climate rages. How far gone the days of grace? Men enslaved to their ambitions, shun the tears of poverty's face. I tune my ears to what they whisper, spreading lies and way of truth. Approaching close the day of judgment. The change we need, it starts with you. How far have we gone asunder? Earthquakes, floods, and rolling thunder. Children dying without mothers, when no one show concern. We must unite and stand together, because the common enemy we face does not care for your religion, your social status, or your race. To those impacted, the crisis real. The sorrow, grief, and pain they feel. We do not have the time to fight. We must unite. We must rebuild.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is right now being simultaneously interpreted into 150 languages. Today, you will learn why our days, the days of all humankind, are truly numbered. You've seen the countdown we showed you. This is the maximum time left for humankind. But we have even less time to do something about it and change the situation. At this forum, you will learn about all of this in detail. Today, we as humanity are balancing on the edge of life and death. And this is the fact. Climate. This monstrous Cerberus is devouring entire regions, and it can't get enough. Our planet is engulfed in terrible disasters, and their number is growing. Our houses are being destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Entire cities are going underwater or are being burned down by fires. Natural disasters are gaining momentum and destroying everything in their path. Dozens of millions of people are losing everything and running away from the disaster in order to save their lives. If we don't stop the Cerberus today, tomorrow it will devour us all. But what is humankind busy with in the meantime? We all live in the same building called the consumerist format. We are divided by floors, by separate rooms. We are divided by corridors and stairwells. We are forbidden to communicate with each other. We've been made to be afraid of our neighbors. We are taught not to respect each other. We live in a surreal world. In this world, we've been taught not to see reality. Those who call white color black live higher. Those who call white color white live below. Here, we must believe only the television, but not our own eyes. Now, our building, our house is on fire. The first floors are on fire. The walls are burning, but no one is doing anything inside. We've been taught that someone decides something for us. But now, nobody decides anything for us. Our house is on fire, and we are in the middle of it. And the saddest thing is that many of us don't even know about it. And those who do refuse to believe it because there is no fire in their rooms yet. The fire is outside. Although those on the lower floors are already screaming. Those whom we've delegated control over this house are sitting on the rooftops and looking up at the sky. they don't care about all of us living in this house because they are above all of us. They're having their heads in the clouds. They think they're on top of the world. But this world is crumbling. Our house is really on fire. Today, we are going to tell you what is going on. Please be patient. We will try to explain in detail what is really happening to the climate, what the current state of our society is, and what way out of this situation we see. The information you will hear today is the result of many years of work of thousands and thousands of people. So I would like to say that today's forum is not for those who are on the roof of our universe, who are having their heads in the clouds and who are fully off the ground. This forum is for us, residents of this house, for us, my dear earthlings. Wisdom and patience to all of you.
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of humanity. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum, the huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our momentous meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people to humanity, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what you will hear today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for a non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information and while preserving the links to the source is permitted. Thank you very much.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media partners of this forum. They are doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the Creative Society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, talk shows about the Creative Society. And some of them, right now, broadcasting this forum on their radio and TV stations and on their social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the Creative Society.
Dear viewers, and right now we would like to invite our scientist from the Climate Department of Creative Society. It is my honor to introduce you to Елизавета Kromova, geologist and geophysicist. Елизавета, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of this forum. Today it's a great honor for us to present the work of hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers of the Creative Society Project. It is dedicated to the study of the true causes of climate change occurring on Earth today, which are not related to human activity. What we're going to narrate today in such a scale and exposition has never been presented anywhere before. This comprehensive scientific work has been carried out by our international team since 1996. It's been several decades already that scientists, experts, and volunteers from different countries have been involved in this interdisciplinary research. These are experts in geology, geophysics, volcanology, climatology, oceanology, astrophysics, and dozens of other fields. Those who study the planet's core, volcanoes, earthquakes, cosmic rays, and geological cycles. We've made accurate calculations, mathematical models, and analytical forecasts of the progression of climatic cataclysms that humanity will experience in the coming years. Excerpts from the current report were published in 2014, but the full information and our calculations were not revealed to the public, and later you will understand why. Further, we are going to present to you the results of the 26 years of research. I want to draw your attention to the fact that we will present only the information and facts that you can double-check. For this purpose, we have deliberately used data from publicly available sources. We do not use the results of our sensors and measurements in today's report, so as not to frighten or spread panic. Today, we will rely only on the facts which are easily verifiable and publicly available. In today's report, we will raise three key questions. First, what is the true cause of the escalating climate disasters? Second, what will happen next? Third, what is the solution? Today, we're going to tell you what is out of the public eye. You will not hear this comprehensive information from official media sources or political reports. These facts are not just being withheld, they're being ignored as not to cause panic in society. We understand that, but at the same time, such silencing is dangerous because it creates the risk of inaction in solving vital issues. First, let's look at the current state of affairs regarding the climate situation in the world as of November 2022. I would like to give the floor to PhD Associate Professor Konstantin Rybachuk, an active participant of the Creative Society Project. He has been a reporter and presenter of the weekly climate breaking news for several years now, as well as a speaker of various conferences on climate monitoring and more. So now, he's going to speak about the progression of cataclysms around the world. Konstantin, the floor is yours.
Hello, dear friends. The information we're about to present is truly shocking to any sensible person. We live in a time when scientists do not know about the inexorably growing climate crisis. Even more so, politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change, but is silent about the actual cause of climate change. Many people doubt this, doubt climate change, but facts are stubborn things. A year ago, the number of cataclysms in the world did not exceed a few dozen per month. But this year, we're already registering an average of 200 natural disasters per week. According to our monitoring data, more than 6,000 climate disasters occurred during the first 10 months of 2022. These include floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, mudslides and landslides, abnormal snowfalls and hail. Imagine, it's like 6,000 war zones where a climate, the only enemy of humanity, is waging its attack. And that's only what's reflected in open sources of information. In fact, there are many more natural disasters on the planet. And worst of all, these cataclysms have taken many lives that can never be returned. Their families and loved ones can never recover that loss. The monitoring report you will see is the result of work of thousands of volunteers around the world. All facts are cross-checked many times before we use them. All this information is taken solely from public sources so everyone can cross-check it and see for themselves the extent of the horror we have encountered. I want to emphasize that thousands of people are working on collecting and analyzing data. It is difficult for one person to collect and analyze so much information. In our research activities, we have encountered the fact that a lot of data that is available in open sources is being deleted. Information about climatic cataclysms, their power and frequency is simply disappearing. They try to give us the appearance of a more or less favorable climate situation. At the same time, the statistics are more horrifying than ever before in the history of modern civilization. That is especially evident this year. But to soften the situation, they try to tell us that nothing horrible is happening and our climatic condition is within the normal limits. In the media, the data is falsified and downplayed. Even for one institution, collecting statistics on all climatic cataclysms and anomalies is difficult. But we are volunteers, and there are a lot of us around the world. To get a reliable picture of what is happening, we work with primary sources, research groups that record that data, and directly with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms. We're going to show you a climate monitoring video. I ask you to watch this video very carefully. It shows the actual progression of climate change in the world.
USA, Taiwan, Kazakhstan.
It's a true nightmare that's happened for the first time in my whole life.
Bulgaria.
It was as if a bomb had fallen.
Italy.
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast? We lost everything.
Pakistan. Spain. China. Germany. Storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida residents in the United States. Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge, furious winds, and flooding. More than 1.5 million people had to leave their homes. According to preliminary estimates, the damage will exceed $100 billion. Passing Puerto Rico, Hurricane Fiona left several million people without electricity and drinking water. And this was at a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south from the equator. The world's megacities such as New York, Boston, Beijing, and Tokyo could soon be under their attack. Typhoon Noru was predicted to hit the Philippines as the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, but in just 6 hours there was an explosive intensification to a Category 5 super typhoon, with wind gusts reaching 196 miles per hour. People did not have time to prepare for the impact of the natural disaster of such force. More than 900,000 people were affected, while the damage to agriculture exceeded 52 million. On the island of Corsica, France, the wind reached a speed of 224 kilometers per hour. During the storm, the fierce winds tore down power lines and trees were falling down like matchsticks. In Europe alone, the average annual number of storms has increased by almost 16.5 times since 2000. In the United States, the number of convective storms, the damage of which exceeds $1 billion, is growing unprecedentedly. Between 2000 and 2010, there were 34 of them, and in the next 11 years, there were already 95. In the southern hemisphere, storm intensification over recent decades has already reached levels projected to occur in the year 2080. Abnormal precipitation and flooding. The amount of abnormal rainfall is increasing all over the world. During 9.5 months of 2022, more than 36,000 daily precipitation records were registered on the planet. The province of Ancona, Italy, was hit by half a year worth of rain overnight. Never before in their lives have the residents seen such a rapid rise of water, almost 1 meter in 10 minutes. Australia has been hit by 3 waves of historic floods in 2022. Brisbane was hit by a rain bomb when more than a month's worth of rain fell daily for 3 consecutive days. Given such frequency and intensity of flooding, it makes no sense to rebuild some cities. On the eastern coast of South Africa, almost a year's worth of rain fell within 24 hours, resulting in one of the deadliest floods of the 21st century in the country. Seoul, South Korea, was hit by record downpours in August 2022. Water rushed rapidly into all the underground and semi-basement rooms. Subways, crosswalks, parking lots, and even apartments turned into death traps. People died from flooding right in their homes. In Colombia, the number of floods increased by 87% in just 1 year. Back in 2020, there were 428 of them, and in the next year, already 802. Meanwhile, in several municipalities in the department of Sucre, the flooding has been lasting for more than a year. Just 60 years ago, there were 8 major floods per year in the world, and by 2021, this number has increased by 27 times. Besides, they began to occur simultaneously, covering several countries at once. In the summer of 2022 alone, floods occurred in at least 120 countries on all continents. The monsoon season of 2022 turned into the biggest climate disaster in modern history of Pakistan. 1/3 of the country's provinces went underwater. More than 1,600 people have been killed and 33 million people have been affected by the disaster. Half of them are children. Over 2 million houses have been destroyed. Elderly people, pregnant women, and children are forced to live outdoors in inhumane conditions. There is a lack of food, drinking water, and medical care. Contaminated water has become a source of infections. People are left without jobs, shelter, and means of livelihood. After almost 2 months, the water is still not gone. The nightmare for people continues to this day and will only get worse. Extreme heat and droughts. During the 9 months of 2022, there have been over 100,000 highest temperature records across the globe. In China, for the first time in world history, a heat wave reached 113 degrees Fahrenheit and lasted 79 days in a row. More than 900 million people were affected by the extreme temperatures. Bomb shelters were opened to people as a relief from the unbearable heat. To save their crops, farmers worked at night as the soil heated up to 60 degrees Celsius during the day. The summer, Europe experienced its hottest summer on record. In the UK, temperatures in July exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in history. In France, a prolonged heat wave caused the water in rivers to get so hot that it became unsuitable for cooling nuclear reactors in nuclear power plants. A similar thing happened in the Persian Gulf. Heat kills people. In the European Union, the deaths of 53,000 people in July are directly attributed to the unprecedented heat wave. Severe droughts have hit the major economies of the Northern Hemisphere this year, with damages of $13.2 billion in the first half of 2022 alone. In China, the USA, India, Australia, Europe, and other regions, rivers and reservoirs have sharply shallowed, and navigation has come to a virtual standstill. This has also exacerbated the energy crisis and has become another factor in the soaring of electricity prices. The drought has caused irreparable damage to agriculture, leading to an unprecedented rise in food prices. In the USA, the price of livestock feed increased by 90%. The water crisis has reached a record scale. Access to safe drinking water is under threat. No country, even an economically developed one, is immune to this problem. This year, over 2 billion people on our planet are already facing water shortages. Wildfires. In 2022, Alaska, USA, is experiencing the largest wildfire season in its history. 50 years ago, there were no such things as megafires. They cover huge areas and require enormous resources to keep them down. As of early October 2022, there have already been 16 megafires in the USA alone, and many more are approaching that scale. In South Korea, a megafire approached a nuclear power plant in March 2022. 18,000 people and dozens of helicopters were mobilized to extinguish it. In Russia, there has been a sharp increase in the area of wildfires in the last 5 years. There has even been an increase in fires that burn under the snow in winter. In 2022, natural fires in Europe exceeded 770,000 hectares for the first time since satellite measurements became available. This is more than the size of the Canary Islands and 3 times more than the average burn-up in a year. And in some countries, the increase in wildfires has been really shocking. In the Czech Republic, an average of 9 hectares of land is burnt annually. However, by the end of September this year, the fire had already destroyed almost 1,500 hectares. This is 158 times more than usual. At the beginning of September this year in Brazil, there were a record number of fires in the country on 3 consecutive days, more than 3,000 per day. Wildfires are not seasonal anymore. Now they don't stop even in winter, and hurricane winds spread the fire at breakneck speed. In the Algerian province of El Taref, winds of over 55 miles per hour caused the flames to spread in a matter of minutes, leaving no chance for people to escape. Fires are occurring in places where they have almost never been before. Central Europe, the rainforests of South America, and even the Arctic are burning. Today, single cataclysms already occur very rarely. There goes an entire cascade of disasters, one involving the other. And this interconnection intensifies the devastation and takes more and more human lives. Even economically developed countries cannot restore their climatically ravaged territories for years. More and more regions are becoming uninhabitable. What was predicted for the year 2100 is already happening right before our eyes today. In 2022, there has been an unprecedented leap in the power and the amount of natural disasters, and judging by the progression, they will continue to increase at record speed. In order for humankind to survive, urgent, extraordinary action is needed. Meanwhile, we have very little time left.
This video shows a tiny fraction of the climate disasters that have occurred this year. The year 2022 was watershed. Everyone has seen how abnormal and unpredictable the cataclysms have become. All hopes that the climate will change gradually have collapsed. The progression of disasters is increasing. Just think, over the past 9 months, 100,000 records of heat waves and 36,000 records of precipitation have been broken. That threats to cause a food crisis of planetary proportions. In the fall of 2022, almost the entire northern hemisphere received another dose of heat instead of long-awaited coolness. In northern Canada, where the average September temperature is about 8 Celsius degrees, temperatures over 30 Celsius degrees were recorded for several days. And in icy Greenland, the temperature was more than 20 degrees above normal. Floods have become so powerful that even economically stable countries cannot withstand their onslaught. While last year floods of the century were recorded, this year floods of the millennium are occurring everywhere. These are floods that occur with a probability of once in 1,000 years. Such a climate catastrophe hit northeastern Brazil in spring of 2022. And in the summer, as many as 5 of these millennium floods occurred in less than 1 month in the United States. Some 70 million people were affected. That's a huge number. It's not just a statistic, it's 70 million people who have already been affected. The scale of natural disasters is constantly increasing. Emergency services in many countries already say there are not enough people and equipment to deal with the consequences of climate disasters. In Australia, for example, people have given up hope for help. Over the past year, the country has been overwhelmed by historic waves of floods. People are simply abandoned amidst a temporary climate disaster and no help can reach them. And it's only going to get worse. There is less and less hope for international aid because countries are simultaneously faced with cataclysms and have to try to solve their own problems first. In just a few years, when the cataclysms take full force, nobody will come to help because trouble will be everywhere. Today, the consequences of disasters already affect everyone. The world is very interconnected. Flooded or scorched fields in one part of the planet mean a massive increase in food prices or famine in another. The media shows us the disaster itself, but they don't show what happens to people afterward. A cataclysm can last for hours or even minutes, but people are left to cope with aftermath for years. Do you think this is the case only in developing countries? It's been a year since the deadly flooding in Europe in July 2021, and many of those affected are still unable to return to their homes. In technologically advanced Japan, hundreds of people still live in temporary housing 3 years after Typhoon Hagibis. In the United States, after the terrible tornado that hit Kentucky in December 2021, people are still not back in their homes. And there are countless examples of this. We're all vulnerable to the elements. Millions of people lose their homes and everything they own. Everything we have accumulated throughout our lives vanishes in an instant, irrevocably. Dry clothes, a piece of bread, or a sip of water are what becomes most precious. And if you are lucky enough to survive, the most you can count on is a place in a refugee camp. Yes, losing your possessions is not the worst of evils. Many survivors lose family and friends. We can restore everything except lost human life. Cataclysms are escalating and we have no way of coping with them. Existing programs to combat climate change do not work. Over the past 20 years, the situation on the planet has worsened catastrophically and climate disasters continue to increase. And today, when we need to study the real causes of climate change, we as humanity do nothing to understand the cause of growing cataclysms. We waste time and trillions of dollars on an only false theory of anthropogenic climate change and do nothing. It's simply a suicide. We watch our world crumble. We hope that we need to be patient and wait it out and everything will return to normal. It won't. Our world will never be the same again. If we continue to do nothing, tomorrow the elements will destroy our life and it will be too late to do anything about it. Now the search for salvation from a planetary climate catastrophe must become the most critical task for mankind, and all of the society's resources must be devoted to it.
Thank you, Konstantin. Thank you to the entire monitoring team for your dedicated work in collecting and analyzing the terrifying trends of the escalating disasters. And today, we're deeply honored to present the work of our interdisciplinary team. I'm pleased to introduce you the speakers who will share with you today the results of our research, which has been conducted by hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers since 1996. Anastasia Pashigreva, New Technologies Development Scientist, PhD in Chemistry, USA. Anastasia coordinates the area of research on functional and chemical changes in the atmosphere. In the context of the Creative Society project, she interacts with the scientific community. She has conducted dozens of interviews with experts from different fields. Anastasia is also part of the research team that studies the growing seismic activity on the planet. David Kruger, Creative Society project participant, geographer, Germany. By his profession, David knows well the geosystems of our planet and the natural phenomena that occurs in it. John N., Creative Society project participant, expert in the development and commercialization of new technologies in the fields of energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences, USA. John earned an MBA, a PhD in chemical engineering at Technical University of Munich, and a master's degree at the University of California, Berkeley. As a result of our research, we have come to a very well-reasoned understanding that the cause of climate change is not the increase in the anthropogenic CO2. The problem is not only that the temperatures on the planet are currently rising, but there is also an increase in the number of anomalies deep in the planet's interior. Therefore, the reason for the increase in disasters is something else. Let's look at the facts of multiple thermal anomalies which point to the problem inside the planet. One of the signs of climate change that you are well aware of is the melting of glaciers. It is now well established that the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland are melting from below. But what is the threat behind this? Please look at the map in the middle. The red color here indicates the area where Antarctica has lost most of its ice since 2003. As you can clearly see on the map, this is only West Antarctica. Why is only West Antarctica melting from global warming? Geologists are well aware that West Antarctica is a relatively young continent with a thin crust. On the map to the left, you can see yellow and red areas showing the thin crust. The eastern part is represented by a thick, massive plate. Please pay attention to the right side of the tectonic map. You can see how West and East Antarctica differ. Volcanologists know well that Antarctica is also an active volcanic region. Today, more than 140 volcanoes have already been discovered under its ice. Take a closer look. Where are all these volcanoes? They're located exactly in West Antarctica, and most of them are located exactly where the glaciers are melting. You may have heard that there are two glaciers in Antarctica that are melting the most. They are Pine Island and Thwaites. You can see them marked with red arrows on the map to the left. Glaciologists call them doomsday glaciers. Multiple studies in recent years indicate that there is increased heat flow beneath these glaciers from the subsurface. Some scientists who advocate the CO2 theory claim that it is allegedly humans who heat the water which flows under the glacier and melts it down there. This is totally absurd. Think yourselves, what is more likely to heat the deep waters beneath a glacier? CO2 emissions that occur thousands of miles away from a glacier, or a volcano located directly beneath it? In fact, it is much scarier than that. Note when the intense melting of Antarctic glaciers began. That happened in 1995. Remember this year. Today we'll hear a lot about it. Since 1995, Antarctica's ice melt rate has increased by 65%. The question arises, why did the intensive melting of glaciers start exactly in our time? NASA seismologists have discovered a huge Mary Bird magma chamber under West Antarctica. The increased heat flow from the Earth's interior comes exactly from there and activates volcanoes. In the diagram to the left, you can see this magma chamber marked in red. Despite the fact that magma chamber has been there for millions of years, in 1995, for an inexplicable reason, it became active, which led to an increase in volcanic activity and intensive melting of the glaciers in West Antarctica. It is an undeniable fact that Antarctica is melting from below due to the rise of magma within the magma chamber, and this has been happening since 1995.
Right next to West Antarctica is another heat anomaly area. Oceanographers from Germany have found that in the Weddell Sea off the coast of West Antarctica, at a depth of more than 2,000 meters, the water has warmed up 5 times faster than at the surface, whereas the upper 700 meters of water column has hardly heated at all. This is another fact showing that the heating is coming from below, from the depth. In the graph on the bottom right, you can see how significantly the temperature has been increasing since 1995. Just imagine how much water it takes to warm up icy waters of the Antarctic Sea. The Weddell Sea is bounded on all sides by volcanic structure features that are currently showing anomalous activity. And the Bransfield Strait area is currently the most seismically active in the world. Look, it is marked on the map with a red arrow. Further in the report, you will hear more about the 85,000 earthquakes that occurred here within only 6 months in 2020. For comparison, before 1995, there were no more than 15,000 earthquakes per year around the entire Earth. This indicates that magma is reactively rising in the Bransfield Strait area, thus triggering earthquakes. It is only 5 kilometers away from breaking through. You see that the Weddell Sea, just like the entire West Antarctica, has also been heating up since 1995. And this is also due to the magma ascent, which is accompanied by an extreme increase in the number of earthquakes. Any sane person would understand that humans cannot influence seismic activity at the bottom of the ocean in any way, all the more so in Antarctica. You will be surprised, but similar processes are taking place now in the central part of Greenland. So where does the increase in heat flow under Greenland come from? Let's take a look at the video.
Equally intense ice melting is also taking place on another part of the planet, in Greenland. Research conducted in October 2020 showed that Greenland's ice is now melting faster than ever before in the past 12,000 years. In 2019 alone, Greenland's ice sheet lost the most ice in recorded history, 600 billion tons. It is also surprising that giant lakes appear under the surface of the glacier, which is actually 1.5 kilometers thick. As of today, we already know about 6 dozen subglacial lakes of Greenland. The temperature of the ice surrounding them is around minus 28 degrees Celsius. But these lakes do not freeze. Why? Several research groups of scientists joined in the effort to find an answer to this very question. They discovered the fact that under Greenland, just as under Antarctica, there is a mantle plume. Geothermal flows coming from its bowels cause formation of subglacial lakes and melting of glaciers. Using gravitational research, a team of American scientists led by Professor Ralph von Friese estimated the thickness of Greenland's crust. Active melting of glaciers has been observed in the northern part of the island, where the crust is thinner and an increased geothermal flow due due to the rising mantle plume has been detected. Using seismic tomography data, scientists from an interdisciplinary team at the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth saw that the flow of magma rises from the center of the core to the Earth's surface, right beneath the central part of Greenland. This is where the largest number of subglacial lakes are located. The scientists have calculated the theoretical heat flux corresponding to this magma chamber and found that this heat is sufficient to warm the base of the glacier up to the melting point of the ice. These same results have been confirmed by similar studies using machine learning technology.
Now, you know that the increased melting of Greenland is also due to the rise of magma in the magma chamber. The glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland have begun to melt from below since 1995. And this is happening faster than any time in the past 12,000 years. This suggests that there hasn't been such an intense rise in magma over a period of 12,000 years. But as it turns out, exactly this period of 12,000 years is of enormous importance. Next, you will learn why magma in magma chambers has begun to behave so strangely, how this threatens humankind, and when this will happen.
In addition to melting glaciers, significant thermal anomalies have also been observed in the ocean. Where does the ocean get heated the most? As you can see on the map, of the averaged model of ocean water heating, the ocean water gets heated the most in the area of the Greenland tectonic zone, that is, in the area of the ascending magma chamber. But what is another key process occurring in this part of the ocean? It is in this area that an extremely abnormal process has started in recent decades, the shutdown of the Gulf Stream. Incompetent journalists write that the shutdown of Gulf Stream is caused by Greenland's meltwater. However, according to the calculations of oceanographers, the Gulf Stream is 20 times stronger than the oncoming cold stream of meltwater. This flow of cold water can be compared to a spit against a waterfall. So what kind of impact can we talk about? In May 2010, there was a short-term shutdown of the Gulf Stream. Why? Geologist James Camis has deducted a chain of correlations on how the Gulf Stream shutdown is linked to changes in the planet's interior. In 2009, the magma ascent caused a series of earthquakes in the vicinity of Iceland, which followed by the well-known eruption of the Eyjafjallajökull volcano in March 2010. And as early as May 2010, a huge mass of hot water surfaced across the tectonic zone along the faults and stopped the movement of the Gulf Stream. You can see this process on the screen right now. In other words, the shutdown of the Gulf Stream now occurs in pulsating stages as a result of the release of enormous heat caused by the ascent of magmatic chambers beneath Greenland. Given that magma chamber beneath Greenland is becoming more active, we're getting closer to the point when the Gulf Stream will stop completely. The last time, what's important, the Gulf Stream stopped was 12,000 years ago. Remember that figure, 12,000 years. You've heard about it already. And what is important, oceanologists note that such phenomena of water heating occurs not only in the area of Greenland, but across the entire world's ocean. So let's take a look at what is going on.
The ocean is the source of life for the entire planet, and for us, humans. But it ceases to be the source of life. It is about to become the source of our death. Just think about it. Ocean warming has increased by 450% in just 30 years.
According to scientific estimations, for the ocean to heat up at today's rate, it would take as much energy as would be released if 7 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima would explode every second for a year. The direst fact is that the ocean is heating not only on the surface, but also at depth. A team of US researchers has found that the average depths of the ocean warmed 15 times faster over the past 60 years than they had been warming over the previous 10,000 years. And this progression is accelerating every year. At the moment, science has no explanation where this amount of heat comes from. The only theories being considered are that the oceans are warming from the sun and from human emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2. But they can only explain heating of the upper layers of the ocean to a depth of up to 200 meters, because sun rays do not penetrate deeper. The water can be maximally heated by the sun up to 700 meters as a result of agitation. How can we explain the numerous facts of warming of the deep ocean layers? Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? We already see examples of such anomalous heating everywhere, not only on the bottom, but also on the surface. At the end of 2013, a huge area of unusually warm ocean water, about 1/3 the size of the United States, formed in the Gulf of Alaska, and it began to spread. The water temperature in many places exceeded the norm by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. National Geographic dubbed it the blob that cooked the Pacific. Nick Bond, state climatologist for Washington, named this phenomenon the blob. The appearance of such anomalies began to suddenly become more frequent. There is something common that unites the places of formation of all these blobs. These are geologically active regions with a young, thin crust, with active underwater volcanoes, cracks, and deep crustal fractures. These are places of the most active output of hot and fluid magma. The ocean is called the kitchen of weather. The warming of its waters already enhances catastrophic typhoons and hurricanes, which annually claim thousands of human lives. The unprecedented heating of the ocean suggests that the ocean is already exhausting its ability to contain the energy trying to escape from the bowels of the earth. And when magma reaches the denser and thicker rocks of the continental crust, which on average is 2 to 3 times thicker than the oceanic crust, then the processes of cascading eruptions of land volcanoes will begin, and it will be too late to stop this process or to seek salvation.
As we can see, the ocean is warming at the seafloor, not only in the Weddell Sea, but also all over the world. Even the mid-depth are warming, while huge volumes of heated water, the so-called blobs, are rising to the surface. Note that such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom right graph. Obviously, no human emissions are capable of heating up the ocean as much as 5 to 7 degrees Celsius over such a short period of time, all the more so only in local areas. In light of this, the theory that anthropogenic emissions warm the oceans sounds ridiculous.
As we have already understood, it is heated from underneath by ascending magma. How exactly does this happen? Now you're going to hear something unique about one of its heating mechanisms. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3. What could heat the ocean from below like a pot on a burner so significantly? Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the bottom, volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible because of the pressure of the water column, and thus it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars, but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional, why then has the ocean heated up so much over the past 30 years?
The really scary thing is that volcanoes are not located all over the seafloor. However, the heating is already occurring all over the ocean. This suggests that not only underwater volcanoes do the heating, but the magma itself has started penetrating the ocean seafloor globally and heating up the ocean. And I ask you to pay special attention to another important piece of information from this video. Contrary to conventional belief, powerful explosive eruptions are occurring at the ocean floor. Take a note of the fact that magma can suddenly penetrate the seafloor and form a bubble that can negate the pressure of the water column, and thus conditions are created for a powerful explosion at the ocean floor. This is a very important point, and further you will realize why.
The heating of the ocean has been going since 1995. Arthur Vittirito, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, various ocean and atmospheric parameters have begun changing. He pointed out that as the atmospheric humidity begins to increase, which is due to the heating of the ocean from beneath. Take a look at the changes in 1995, marked on a graph as a red arrow. Professor Arthur Vittirito discovered that in 1995, seismic activity began to increase at an unprecedented rate, along the boundaries of thin oceanic plate in the mid-ocean. Look at the map at the right, showing the increase in activity, and the red arrow on the graph indicates the spike in the earthquakes in 1995. So far, we have seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the perspective of climatology, but also from the standpoint of various scientific fields: oceanology, glaciology, geology, volcanology, and tectonics. This integrated approach enables us to see the more comprehensive picture. So, let us make some intermediate conclusions. Since 1995, there has been intense ascent of magma. This results in, first, increased melting of the glaciers of West Antarctica and Greenland from the bottom up. Second, warming of the Weddell Sea. Third, an increase in a number of thermal anomalies and ocean heating. Fourth, increased seismic activity along plate boundaries at the ocean floor. Let us once again note that all facts voiced here were obtained from public sources, and you can easily verify them on your own and arrive at the same conclusions. Next, you will hear about even more anomalous processes in the interior of our planet, which started in 1995. The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has cracked. But the last decade have seen an increase in a number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had been not happening previously and considered impossible. These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are enabled to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquakes has increased by a factor of 10. Remember this. So why do earthquakes occur at such depth where they have never been occurred before? You will learn about this from the report later today. The highest number of the deep focus earthquakes is observed in the area where Honga Tonga Honga Ha'apai volcano erupted in January 22. Look, it is marked with a red arrow on the map, and the worst part it is that it's just outside the Mariana Trench, which has the thinnest oceanic crust, a mere 5 kilometers. This is an important fact. Please take a note of that as well. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in the regions where they have never seen before. The number of earthquakes, their magnitude, and energy are increasing. Note that in 1995, the first distinct rise of the earthquakes took place. Look at the map in front of you. It depicts the earthquakes before and after 1995. You can see the fact that earthquakes began to expand away from the edges of plate and occur in a new territory. It is important to emphasize that the recorded growth of the seismic activity over past 30 years has nothing to do with the number of seismic sensors on the planet. Look at the graph. The black dots continuously show the events started to be registered around the planet, which indicates that the observation network is very dense. by 1973, the number of installed seismic stations around the world had already been sufficient to record all earthquakes of magnitude 4 or greater, regardless where they occurred. Let's see what it means for us, people.
Earthquakes and volcanoes. The power of the Earth's interior manifests itself unpredictably on the surface, causing colossal damage and destroying all life around. In the recent years, these emissions of planetary energy have been growing exponentially in gigantic leaps. Something inexplicable has started to happen. In 2015, a record-breaking earthquake was registered near Japan at a depth of 751 kilometers. This had never been seen before, and indeed was considered impossible by the scientific community. Earthquakes were thought to occur only in the Earth's crust and upper mantle when blocks of lithospheric plates break and shift. At great depths, matter is more malleable and does not behave like brittle glass, but rather like plasticine. There is nothing breakable there, but earthquakes do happen, and that is a fact. The horrible part is that their number and magnitude are increasing. Earthquakes are not only becoming deeper, but they are also getting closer to the surface, which means they are becoming more destructive. Today, more and more of them are concentrated at a depth of about 10 kilometers. For example, an entire series of 36 seismic events of significant magnitude from 4.5 to 7.0 occurred near New Caledonia in early April 2022. Just one earthquake of similar magnitude and depth in August 2021 in Haiti caused fatal damage and killed more than 2,200 people. The deadly threat is increasingly rising to the surface of the Earth. Right before our eyes, cracks are appearing and faults are being activated. The ground is literally crumbling beneath our feet, swallowing whole houses. Faults have been activated in the USA, Kenya, Iceland, Turkey, China, Lake Baikal, and other regions. Each of them can cause enormous damage. It is an abyss opening underfoot. The number of observed earthquake swarms, that is, of clusters of rhythmic shocks, is increasing on the planet. A swarm is characterized by almost similar magnitudes of seismic events that occur at short intervals in a local area. The number of seismic events in individual earthquake swarms has increased from a few or few dozens to hundreds and sometimes thousands. Their magnitude and duration have increased. This is due to the intrusion of magma and hot gases into the microcracks of rocks. Swarms are now being recorded not only in fault zones and near volcanoes, but also in more quiet regions. The Palghar region of India, located in a quiet continental region, began swarming with earthquakes in September 2018 and continues to this day. In just 2 years, about 5,000 earthquakes of a magnitude up to 3.8 occurred within a small area. And what has been happening since August 2020 in the Bransfield Strait off of Antarctica has been described by scientists as a huge magma intrusion. Some 85,000 earthquakes have been detected in the first 6 months, with a maximum magnitude of 6. Normally, These processes occur over geologic timescales as opposed to over the course of a human lifespan, said study co-author Simone Czeska, seismologist at the Research Center in Potsdam. Magma is literally devouring the lithospheric plate from the inside, having traveled 2/3 of the way to the surface in 6 months. Only 5 kilometers of rock remain before a catastrophic rupture occurs. And that is just one example. Similar things are happening everywhere.
The way the seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe. But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. Until 2014, earthquake trends for major international databases were the same. And now, watch closely. Look at the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? We see a complete discrepancy in the data from different seismic databases. What happened? This graph shows the total number of all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that until 2014, the databases registered the same set of earthquakes. But since 2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes, chaotically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events into different baskets. Scientists use a particular database, relying on its validity, and as a result, they see no real increase in seismic activity and rely on incomplete data in their studies. The largest correction was made to the records of seismic events with the magnitudes from 3 to 4. Look in the graph to the left. You can see that a chunk of data for small magnitudes is missing. Can you believe that Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes? Their number has dropped from 3,500 to 8. And there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told. The absurdity of this situation is that if you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller, and why the increase in magnitude is not shown, they'll find excuses saying that it is difficult to deal with these data, that there are too many events, and that they have changed the criteria of including low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog. In other words, as soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them and explaining this by technical difficulties. It is ridiculous to justify the data forgery in this way, taking into account the modern development of database storage technologies, as well as the data processing by neural networks and artificial intelligence. Why are magnitude less than 4 being deleted? Because they reflect the process of magma ascent most clearly. Prior to eruption, seismic activity often starts increasing. And all facts indicate, however, that in the near future, we should expect a significant increase in seismic events of higher magnitude. The real increase in seismic activity on the planet looks like this. To our deep regret, we are obliged to state that this is what the progression of seismic activity on the Earth looks like. And yes, it is growing exponentially. Look closely. This is just the beginning. Further in the report, we will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model. It is important to note that if you just search for the first seismic trend on the graph on the internet, it will very likely come from only one database, so it will not show you the actual dynamics. But the most shocking thing is that nobody even compares the earthquake database from different databases. Nobody conducts a truly global study and monitoring of the actual seismicity on the planet. Isn't that absurd? That's why we started analyzing the data ourselves. You can download the seismic databases yourselves and verify the information, and you too will see the scam taking place. We don't judge them. We understand that they resort to such methods because they see no way out and don't want to sow panic among people. But how can we call those who do this true scientists? And now, let's examine one clear metaphor to help us understand what's going on in the world today.
Thank you so much, John. Yes, indeed, manipulation of information occurs not only with scientific data, but also in the media. Two opposing theories of climate change can be found today. The first one is that the climate change is the result of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. And the second is that the climate is not changing at all. There are mass media outlets that support one theory or another by promoting it. But the truth is that both theories are sponsored by the same sources, whether the media in both cases are owned by the same masters of manipulation. We are supposedly given a choice, given two hypotheses, but they are equally irrelevant to reality. There is a mass mind manipulation going on at a time where we should have been ringing the alarm bell a long time ago. This can associatively be compared to a burning city. Imagine you and I are living in the city where a fire has started. The homes on the outskirts are already catching fire. We worry and ask a question, what is going on? And we are immediately offered different answers to choose from. Some say, it's not a fire at all. It's some kind of hallucination. It's your fantasy. Nothing is coming at you at all. It's just a glam, you know, a sunset, don't worry. Others will say, it's just some kids running around with flashlights, you know, nothing to worry about. And another one's going to tell you it's a herd of cows and their reflections are coloring the sky. So there are no fires. Just stay peacefully, keep on sleeping, and just have a good rest. Meanwhile, some others gonna actively try to invite you to do some other activities. Look, there are some kind of men fighting for the money. Go check it out. Or take a look what kind of speech was delivered by our governor just yesterday. Hurry up, go listen. We, the residents of the city, see and hear this. And what are we supposed to do? We see that our neighbors' homes already caught fire. And by all laws and simple logic, we're gonna be next. So what should we do? Should we then go tell them, yeah, sleep well, your house is gonna burn tomorrow, not today. So there is nothing to panic about until tomorrow. You shouldn't be nervous. Or should we wake up and wake our neighbors as soon as possible? And yes, when they wake up, they're gonna be terrified. But these emotions and hormones will activate their muscles and the strength and will help them to get the buckets and quickly put out the fire in the neighborhood homes before they get to burn your homes down. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing to save our homes right now before they burn down? Are we going to just quietly wait until our house is gonna catch fire? I think it's enough of these lies for all of us. It's time for us to put the fire out. And of course, we're gonna go get buckets and run to put the fire out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we're not gonna do it today, all of the homes gonna burn down tomorrow along with ourselves. So we must take action, because there's only one thing that we can do. We can unite and put the fire out together. And there's going to be no one but us to do this. This is a simple example. Putting out the fire is all about informing the humanity about the reality of climate situation on the planet. The media and those who own them are not doing this because they simply have no solution to this situation. In order to maintain calmness, peace, and stability in the masses and prevent panic, they are forced to lie to us. In actual fact, there is a way out of the climate collapse. But in order to do so, everyone must wake up, learn about the ongoing and upcoming events, and start taking action. People need to know the truth. Also, in today's report, you will learn how the attention gets diverted from the main topic by fighting CO2, making money of all of us, and simulating the fight against climate.
Thank you so much, Tali, for this example. It's very illustrative. Indeed, our homes are on fire, and the climate Cerberus is walking around the planet on the loose, without a leash, and starting to tear it to shreds. Further in the report, we will disclose, step by step, what will happen to the climate, when it will happen, what it will lead to, and most importantly, what the way out of the situation is for the entire humanity. Let's go back to the processes inside the planet. What has been happening on the planet since 1995? This year, a series of unprecedented changes began to occur in the magnetic field of the planet. The magnetic North Pole begins to drift rapidly at a rate 4 times the normal. At the same time, the magnetic field weakens 10 times faster than before. Why does this happen? The drift of the North magnetic pole happens due to the acceleration of the molten iron flow in the outer core. Against this background, there is also a growth of the South Atlantic anomaly. This area where the magnetic field is extremely weakened is a dent in the Earth's magnetic field. This anomaly has doubled in size in recent decades. This also occurs due to the anomalous movement of currents in the liquid core of the planet. Now, as a result of the weakening of the magnetic field, we see that the northern lights are penetrating into more southern latitudes, where they have not been observed before. This is an alarming sign because it means that the Earth's magnetic shield, protecting us from cosmic radiation, is weakening. The number of lightning strikes is increasing. The magnetic field is coming into imbalance. Weakening of the magnetic field is already affecting even the upper layers of the atmosphere, thus reducing their density and cooling them down. But that's not all of it. What are you going to hear next about the changes of the planet is shocking. In 1995, simultaneously with the shift of the magnetic pole, the rotation axis of the planet sharply changed direction and began to move 17 times faster than before. Rotation axis of the planet started to shift its trajectory. Look at the graph to the right. The blue circles here represent the rotation axis as it used to be before 1995. The orange circles indicate the new trajectory, which shows that the rotation axis of the Earth is shifting sideways. What does the shift of the rotation axis of the planet mean? Just imagine. It is if the axis around which the globe revolves moved abruptly to a different place. This indicates a complete imbalance of the entire system.
В это же время, с 1995 года, наблюдается еще один из этапов.
Meanwhile, since 1995, one of the stages of unprecedented acceleration of the planet's rotation has been observed. The acceleration occurs in leaps and bounds. The planet accelerates abruptly, then slows down a little. However, with each subsequent stage, it accelerates even more. Take a look at the yellow lines in the graph. These are the trend lines indicating the rate at which the length of the day is shortening. For example, the left line is flatter, whereas the right line showing the acceleration starting from 2016 is almost vertical, which means that the length of the day is shortening many times faster. And what does it mean? That our planet is spinning up drastically, like a spinning top, and it's getting faster every time. So what are the causes of the changes in the magnetic field and the trajectory of the planet's axis of rotation and the speed of the rotation that began in 1995? Few people know about the real nuclear threat. The real nuclear threat is nucleus. It is the core of our planet. The core of our planet is an entire system that synchronizes and stabilizes all processes on Earth. It plays a pivotal role in the climate change that is happening right now on the planet. The core of our planet consists of two parts. The inner core is a huge solid mass. Around it, there is the outer liquid core of molten iron, which is constantly rotating. The flow of molten iron is the outer core. In the outer core generates the Earth's magnetic field, which in turn generates gravitational field of the planet. Yes, you've heard it right. The magnetic field, which is generated by the core, in turn generates the gravitational field of the planet. And progressive physicists know this. Gravity is a manifestation of the energy of the world environment of the electromagnetic field. The pressure gradient of this environment creates a gravitational force. So you can easily find this information if you wish so. So let's go back to the planet's core. For a long time, the rotation of the core remained unchanged, but a few decades ago, the situation changed radically. All that you and I already know about the anomalies in the magnetic field and the Earth's rotation suggests that there has been a malfunction in the core itself, and this is a catastrophe. So what is happening to the core of our planet? Let's watch a video.
Another important evidence, confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core, is the drastic acceleration of the North magnetic poles drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North magnetic pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North magnetic pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more.
June 29th, 2022 was recorded as the shortest day of the history of observations. The previous record was just 2 years ago.
Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future.
Let's make brief conclusions from the video. As you understand, in 1995, irreversible destructive processes began to occur in the core of our planet. This can be seen from the change in the magnetic field. And as a consequence, in 1998, there was a leap which exacerbated all processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth shifted abruptly northwards towards Siberia. And now we are observing complete destabilization of the core. To better understand what is going on, you can compare the rotation of the planet to the wheel balancing process. Balancing is very important for the wheel so that undercarriage does not get damaged. When a system like our planet goes into destabilization mode, the functioning of all spheres is compromised. As a result of bouncing core, serious gravitational changes began, and there appeared irregularities in inertia processes of the Earth. The change in Earth's center of mass also affected Earth-Moon system. The orbit of the Moon has already begun to change. In other words, destabilization of the system has already led to a change in the Moon's orbit. In the coming years, as the processes continue to escalate, we will see the Moon change its orbit around the Earth more significantly.
And it is important to understand that the shift of the core affects the motion of magma in the interior of the planet. Look at the trajectory of the core shift in 1998. The bouncing of the core caused two ascending waves of magma from the Earth's interior into opposite directions. One flow of magma traveled toward West Antarctica and the other one traveled toward Siberia. What is happening in Siberia right now? Something that has never happened there before. It is exactly in Siberia at northern latitudes that a number of extremely anomalous phenomena have been observed over the past few decades. Heating of the Earth's interior leads to abnormal melting of permafrost from beneath, as well as gas explosions under the ice, and an increase in mud volcanism. Overwintering fires beneath the snow have appeared in the Arctic. In areas above the folds, ice water in people's wells is getting hot. The number and intensity of earthquakes is increasing. Moreover, for 20 years now, scientists have been observing that Siberia is heating up to 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. I emphasize this, 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. Look at the map. The huge red stain shows how the average temperatures in Siberia is changing faster than the rest of the world in recent decades. As magma rises, it begins to hit the plate from below and boils the groundwater. But magma is rising not only in Siberia and West Antarctica. Where else is magma rising, and what does it lead to? Let's take a look at this video.
In recent decades, the Earth has been accelerating its rotation by leaps and bounds, which means the centrifugal force is increasing. As a result, at the equator, the planet is expanding and increasing in volume. This causes the Earth's crust to crack and geological faults to activate. At this time, processes similar to blood cavitation occur in the Earth's interior with magma. Blood cavitation during Chyson disease is a life-threatening phenomenon known to divers during rapid ascent to the surface. Due to the sudden drop of pressure, the dissolved gases in the blood are released instantly, causing the blood to boil. The resulting gas bubbles destroy the walls of the blood vessels. In the Earth's interior, sudden pressure drops are associated with an instantaneous increase in centrifugal forces during a sudden acceleration of the planet's rotation. This causes magma to rush abruptly towards the Earth's surface. Lithospheric plates are destroyed by cavitation, microbursts of active gas-saturated magma. Just as the walls of vessels are fused by the bubbled blood of a diver, this process accelerates itself, affecting deeper and deeper layers of the mantle. That is why we are seeing ever more powerful and deep earthquakes and seismic swarms. The proof that this process is increasing and accelerating can be seen in the massive double-deep earthquake in Peru. Meanwhile, the expansion and intensification of the pressure on the crust due to the cavitation of the magma serves to intensify the erosion process. What does that mean for us? Soon, we will see eruptions and earthquakes of a magnitude that our civilization has never experienced before. The countdown of the clockwork mechanism of the magma bomb inside our planet has already started. Under the onslaught of a massive attack from the Earth's interior, the thinner oceanic crust is already giving up its position. The ocean has so far restrained this power, but eruptions are moving into the terrestrial phase. Tonga is vivid proof of this. It has the highest number of deep focus earthquakes, and the eruption of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcano on 15 January 2022 alone affected 80% of the population of the surrounding region. If one volcano can do that, what can we expect from a massive eruption of terrestrial volcanoes? After all, already now, we observe their synchronization. The thicker continental crust is holding the line for now, but it won't last long. This threatens to bring on a volcanic winter and a new ice age. The magma's violent power has already awakened volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. Our planet is looking more and more like a minefield, where shells are beginning to detonate like a chain reaction. But an even greater threat is fraught with those volcanoes that have not yet woken up. Giants, such as Yellowstone, Campi Flagre, Elbrus, Flach, Kikai, are called doomsday volcanoes because the eruption of any of them could lead to the extinction of all life on Earth. They have held back the power of the Earth's interior for a millennia, but now they are showing signs of activation. When the magma beneath these volcanoes reaches a critical point, the scale of the catastrophe is hard to imagine. Our planet is splitting apart, yet we are busy with something else. Endless problems of the consumerist format cover our eyes, not allowing us to see the main thing. We are deceived by data manipulation. Earthquake statistics are manipulated in the same way that temperature data is. Those who do this keep quiet, some for the money, and some, perhaps, not to scare people and spread panic, so that people live out their last days in peace.
Because it was so suffocating inside. I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
So that we go straight to the precipice with our eyes closed while someone knows but deliberately hides or is afraid to voice the truth.
Теперь мы видим,
Now we can see that magma ascent is happening all over the world because the core is shifting, centrifugal forces are accelerating, and the bounces of the core start to push out magma abruptly. The faster the planet spins, the harder it pushes liquid magma away from the core towards the surface. This happens according to the principle of centrifuge. And this is not happening over millions of years. It is happening right now. Recall how quickly magma came towards the surface near Antarctica.
And there's another alarming indicator which volcanologists have recently registered. A different composition of magma has begun to emerge to the surface from the Earth's interior. For example, a recent study of Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. As you remember, this is that very plume that heats Greenland's glaciers from below. The deep magma from this plume begins to rise very quickly, and this is evidenced by the chemical analysis of the composition of the magma released during the eruption. According to the study, the rates of change for the key chemical indicators of magma erupted by the Fagradalsfjall volcano in 2021 was over 1,000 times higher than in other eruptions. Think about it. The subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep layers have a complete different composition. Usually, they don't mix. Deep layers of magma cannot just go ahead and rise to the surface. The fact that they rise suggests mixing of magma in the depth, which should not happen. But unfortunately, we do observe that. We hope that this wouldn't happen, but it's already happening. And this process is only intensifying. Magma of different chemical composition corrodes across crust much faster. It just melts away the mantle. These are indisputable facts. This is another evidence by seriousness of the process going on under our feet. The magma ascent is already causing swarms of earthquakes of 1,000 events a day in Iceland and triggered volcanic eruption that had not been active for thousands of years. Another example of abnormal magma rise was the eruption of La Palma volcano in September 2021. Volcanologists estimated that the outpouring magma had an unusually low viscosity, the most fluid magma of any historical basalt eruptions. A similar altered composition of the fresh magma was recorded in the eruption of the Tonga volcano.
Let's see why magma started mixing up in the Earth's interior. As it rises, the pressure in the magma drops, causing it to boil like blood during cavitation. Because of this, magma expands in volume and begins to press, erode, and heat the Earth's crust more. Remember, we have already talked about the unprecedented increase in the number of earthquakes at the depths of more than 700 kilometers. And here's the answer to what deep focus earthquakes in liquid magma are. This is exactly the boiling of magma and cavitation explosions. Think about it. Explosions equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs in power have started to occur in the interior of our planet. This is what stirs the batches of magmatic melts, as if someone is stirring the magma in the interior with a big spoon. This process accelerates on its own. Magma starts pressing harder against the thin crust of the Earth's surface, the Earth's crust. This forces the expansion of the planet and causes cracking in the thinnest parts of the Earth's crust, among the mid-ocean ridges and faults.
An increase in magma pressure melts away and deforms the Earth's crust. The number of new cracks and fractures increases, and the old ones begin to be activated. New fracture zones are opened up, allowing water from the surface to escape into the interior. Because of these, rivers and lakes all over the planet are drying up, even though precipitation and floods are increasing. At the same time, methane and hydrogen gases increase to the surface, rise to the surface through cracks and fractures, These gases are easily flammable, so there are more and more wildfires along the faults. The regassing of the Earth's interior is evidence of cavitation processes which are triggered by the instability of the core. And the magma is rising everywhere right now. Where the crust is thin, it's been felt the most. As we know, both West Siberia and West Antarctica have very thin crusts. But look at the map. Yellow and red colors show regions where the crust is also thin. This includes Europe, the west coast of the United States, Africa, Australia, China, and many other regions.
The ascent of magma triggers volcanic eruption. One of the most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming signs of seismic activity. The number of earthquake swarms is increasing there. The map shows the ground rises and sinks near the caldera. The magma there is critically close to the crust, and any slightest destabilization in a planet's interior will cause an eruption of Yellowstone. And this means a catastrophe, not only for the USA, but for all humankind. Supervolcanoes will undoubtedly react when the magma gets closer. The motion of the planet core increases the pressure of magma, and then the pressure reaches a critical point, the magma will burst out and form exploding volcanoes. But there is even more horrifying fact. Do you remember we have mentioned the Mariana Trench? There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs. And more terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude 10 earthquakes near the Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This power means that magma will easily tear through the 5-kilometer crust. Later in the report, you will learn about the consequences of the magma breakout in Mariana Trench. What are the reasons for this instability in the Earth core and acceleration of our planet? What is pushing magma to the outside?
In order to approach the understanding of this question, it is important to consider the information from both the astronomers and planetologists, because the changes similar to the ones happening on Earth are also occurring in the interior of other planets of the solar system. For example, just like on Earth, on Uranus, Jupiter, and Venus, wind speeds and the size of hurricanes are increasing. Ice caps are melting on Mars. So let's watch a video about it.
For 2 decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. Global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and the giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere, which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to the influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henrik Mellin notes the following about Uranus. Uranus is unique in that it has remained so very quiet storm-wise for so long that the appearance of these storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Uranus' atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm on Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. And it is the largest to date. The Cassini spacecraft recorded lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that altered the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Imke de Pater, Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, "No one has ever seen this before." And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up, and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating of both Earth and Mars is the same, and this has nothing to do with human activity. Changes are also taking place on Venus. According to the data from the Venus Express orbiter, the wind speed on Venus increased from 300 to 400 kilometers per hour in the period from 2006 to 2012. Until recently, planetary scientists argued about the geological activity of Venus. A new study has identified 37 recently active volcanic structures on the surface of Venus. Geology professor Laura Montesi says, "This is the first time we're able to say, look, this is not an ancient volcano, but one that is active today." Just like on Venus, more and more volcanoes are now waking up on Earth, and magnetic activities in the bowels of the planet is growing. In 1998, the Doris system recorded a sharp jump in the cores of the planets of the solar system and the cores of their satellites. In the scientific work of Yuri Barkin, it is said that the influence of the solar system comes from the outside, and global climate changes on the planets are occurring simultaneously.
Таким образом, мы видим,
Thus, we see that all planets with cores are now experiencing climatic changes and intensification of earthquakes and volcanoes. The planet's cores are coming into imbalance, which sets in motion the molten components within the planets. As a consequence of these processes, abnormal phenomena begin to occur in the atmospheres of the planets, while damages accumulate in the interior of the planets. Moreover, this happens even in the gas giants, despite the fact that they do not have solid cores. Look at Mars, the closest planet to us. We want to draw your attention to a number of other studies on these issues. On May 4, 2022, the largest quake ever observed on another planet with a magnitude of 5 was registered on Mars. Look at the model of this earthquake on the screen. Seismologists studying earthquakes and quakes on Mars believe that seismic activity is caused by the activation of magma in the Martian mantle, just as it is happening on Earth now. Moreover, studies in 2022 have shown signs of areas of liquid water beneath the polar ice caps on Mars forming due to increased heat flow in the Martian interior, just as this is happening beneath the Greenland and Arctic glaciers on Mars. We began observing climate changes on the planets in the solar system back in the beginning of our research. Since 1996, articles have begun to appear that documented changes on other planets. We noticed that the processes on the different planets were simultaneous. Some scientists believe that this is related to the influence of the sun on the climate. However, as we now see, changes on the other planets are being triggered from the interior. This has led us to the idea that the reason for this is more global than the problem of one planet. That is why we started conducting an interdisciplinary research in climate change and geodynamics, and we saw that the reason for the changes lies outside of our planet. So in order to understand the full picture of the escalating catastrophe, it is necessary to disclose another key aspect, namely the cataclysms on Earth, as well as other planets in the solar system that occur cyclically. A detailed analysis of geological data has shown that 12,000 years ago, our planet already underwent catastrophic changes similar to those that are escalating now. So let's watch a video about this.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alarid Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
As you can see, in the Younger Dryas, changes in the magnetic field began exactly as the ones happening now. Then there were catastrophic eruptions on the planet as a result of the magma ascent. During this period, 90% of the megafauna went extinct. There was a demographic catastrophe and humanity shrinked to 140,000 people. However, this time it will be much worse, and you will soon find out why. After analyzing the geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt magnetic pole shifts occur with a certain periodicity. Have a look at the graph. You can see the time intervals when these pole shifts occurred. This happens approximately every 13,000 years. According to the geological evidence, during these periods, there was also a weakening of the magnetic field by 8-10 times. Let's recall that the same thing is happening today. Our magnetic field is weakening 10 times faster than in the last century. You and I already know that changes in the magnetic field do not occur by themselves. This is a result of changes in the planet's core. Thus, we see that every 12,000 years, for some reason, the motion of the Earth's core changes abruptly. And all of this happens due to the fact that there is something that cyclically causes sudden disturbances in the functioning of the core. Also, according to studies of ice cores, every 12,000 years there was an abnormal increase in volcanic activity. We already know that this is caused by the ascent of magma closer to the Earth's crust. And in the graph, you can see when such eruptions occurred. The size of circles reflects the size of the eruptions. And please pay your attention to the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years, volcanic eruptions are more catastrophic. Such supervolcano eruptions wiped out almost all life on the planet. Archaeological evidence suggests that each time during these catastrophic eruptions, entire species of Homo sapiens almost died out. Taupo volcano in New Zealand erupted 24,000 years ago, and Elbrus erupted 48,000 years ago. Both of these volcanoes are already showing signs of abnormal activity these days. Last month alone, 700 earthquakes occurred in the area of Taupo. And 74,000 years ago, there was an eruption of the Tobo volcano. It was one of the largest eruptions on Earth over the past 25 million years. Archaeologists believe that only 2,000 to 10,000 people survived this catastrophe across the entire planet, which means that humankind was one step away from extinction.
It is important to note that every 12,000 years, the climate changes dramatically and average temperatures on the planet spike by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. This is followed by catastrophic floods and natural disasters. Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years, there is a sharp temperature spike. It is important to note that according to the ice core data, each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now. CO2 is rising indeed, but it has nothing to do with human activity nowadays, just as it had nothing to do with it in previous times. We're now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth. That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred was 12,000 years ago. The red arrow marks our time. As you can see, we are 12,000 years ahead from the previous peak. The traces of the cycle of catastrophes in the geological past of the planet have blurred the boundaries in time due to inaccuracy of the method of dating. And the further back in time the greater this error becomes, and it can be thousands of years. However, cyclic cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Facts and dates are very stubborn things. So unfortunately, we are forced to state that we are just in for the next such cycle. A 12,000 year cycle of climatic catastrophes, which is overlapped by a more catastrophic 24,000 year cycle. So unfortunately, the worst case scenario awaits us. We can see that magma pressure is already building up. What does that tell you? You are smart people and you're great at making predictions based on the facts. This suggests that the climate changes and natural disasters that we are seeing on Earth today are only the beginning, not yet the disaster. In fact, the real disaster is ahead. And according to our mathematical model, it is very, very close. Taking the progression into account, we have calculated how the 24,000 year cycles unfolded. And by analyzing the way things are developing now, we have calculated the phases when it's going to peak and how it's going to end. You will hear about that next. But what causes the cycle of cataclysms and affects the core of our planet every 12,000 years? Let's watch a video.
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and hurricanes, abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to massively emit more carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, disasters are even more devastating, since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
As you just heard in the video, the changes in the core are triggered by a cosmic impact that comes from the center of the universe. Our planet is affected by this cosmic impact every 12,000 and 24,000 years. Why does the cycle have such a time period? The galaxy makes a complete revolution around its axis in 220 million years. This means that the 12,000-year cycle is not a cycle of a galactic rotation. Is it possible that once every 12,000 years we are impacted by some kind of pulsar? But there are no radiation sources along the path of our solar system that would create such high-energy bursts every 12,000 or 24,000 years that would affect the course of the planets. This suggests that we do not yet know very well how the galaxy works. The question is, to what creates this impact is understudied. Nevertheless, every 12,000 years there occurs an enormous impact, affecting the entire solar system, and every 24,000 years it is an order of magnitude more powerful. The entire solar system becomes exposed to a certain high-energy impact from the deep space. Let's call it external cosmic impact. This is a type of energy that has not yet been practically studied by modern science. We only see the consequences of the impact of this energy, resulting in changes in the core and catastrophes of a planetary scale. This impact of an extremely high energy, which causes significant changes in the microcosm. For example, between year 2003 and 2013, there occurred a critical decrease in the proton charge radius of the hydrogen atom by 4%. This constant was previously considered to be stable. For some people, this information does not mean anything, but for many who understand what it means, it was terrible news and a major harbinger. In other words, this radiation is capable of affecting not only the course of the planet, but also the microcosm. We'll talk further today about what this impact is.
There is one more very important thing that we need to understand now. If the planet has made it through the previous cycle, albeit with great losses, yet it made it through, these times the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all signs of the climatic changes on Earth, we have found that today's events are progressing much more rapidly than in the previous cycle. What is happening in our planet now in previous cycle, it was at the second stage, while we are experiencing it at the first stage. And these indicate that subsequent climatic disaster will be many times more severe and devastating, and that the planet will not survive them. Why? Because we have destroyed the ecology of our planet, in fact, killed its immunity. This is the anthropogenic factor that we will not be able to change in such a short period of time. All dates indicate that destructive processes are only getting worse and accelerating. We have been told that such a change would take thousands of years, but it's nonsense. Everything is happening much faster, and you can already find statement by the scientists that climatic changes predicted to take place in 100 years are happening now. Thanks to God that there are scientists who say that they have miscalculated, that they were wrong, that everything is happening faster in an avalanche-like manner, and it is more serious than it seems. But we have been talking about this for a long time already.
Let us draw intermediate conclusions. We're now entering a more dangerous cycle of cataclysms of 24,000 years. In the meantime, the planet's ecology was killed and the planet's immunity weakened. While we have not even entered the peak of the cycle at this point, disasters and cataclysms are already escalating at an alarming rate. In this case, underground bunkers will not help, as they will simply melt, because magma is ascending from below. And now, the key question of our report: how much time is left before the catastrophe of our cycle happens? Please take a look at the seismic activity graph again, please. You can clearly see the exponential growth and uncontrolled exponential increase in the number of earthquakes. This progression has a mathematical pattern. So having calculated it together with the best scientists, geologists, and analysts, we have modeled the progression in which earthquakes will accelerate in the future. And what we discovered was utterly terrifying. Why? Take a look for yourself. As you can see, the rate of increase in seismic activity is shocking. At each successive stage, the number of earthquakes increases 3 times as much. The more earthquakes will happen, the the magnitude of them will increase more. And by 2028, there will be 1,000 destructive earthquakes a day on Earth, whereas in 2036, there will be over 1 million earthquakes a year. Just think about it, more than 1 million earthquakes a year. What is this, if not our end? Already in 2028, life will be almost unbearable. That's literally in 6 years. Just think, your comfortable family life, your business, your plans will be over in 6 years. And in 2036, the end of all humanity will come.
Why do we use an exponential growth model in our calculations rather than a linear growth model as proponents of anthropogenic global warming theory do? Because we take into account a variety of factors occurring in the Earth's interior. And today, together with us, you have discovered how rapidly climate disasters are progressing. To understand how fast it can be, you can compare it associatively to boiling milk in a saucepan. It heats up gradually at first, but then, in an instant, the milk boils and escapes from the saucepan. We can also take into account the inertia of the process. Suppose you're driving a passenger car at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The braking distance will be 2 meters. But if you're driving at 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance is more than 30 meters. The same is true for the progression of cataclysms. The longer we wait, the greater will be the inertia as well as the braking distance. All of us in the world are in one huge bus, which is speeding up. And ahead of us, is an abyss. It seems to everyone that we will break at the end, but we forget about the inertia. If we activate the mechanism of counteraction to the cosmic impact now, and all the effects on us stop so that the planet begins to recover, we'll have to endure many more years of cataclysms, and a lot of people will die. If we drag it out for another 5 years, the velocity and progression of climatic events will increase greatly. It will no longer be 2 meters or 2 years of braking, but much more. We still have time, but that time will be paid for with our lives.
Our economists from various countries have calculated how this progression of cataclysm will affect the world economy. You see the graph of that progression here. The dynamics are obvious. It suggests that the collapse of the world economic system will happen as early as 2030. Already in 2030 year, the world's GDP will not be able to cover all the losses from the climate. In fact, the entire businesses worldwide has no more than 6-7 years left. And from here on, the processes will worsen even more critically. Why? We now arrive at a very sad conclusion. If we had lived in a 20,000-year cycle, we would have lived through this as a civilization and continued our existence, albeit with great losses. But we are in a 24,000-year cycle. Considering how our planet endured it before, it was complete devastation. Supervolcanoes exploded and most of the life was simply swept away. And our mathematical model, which takes into account comprehensive data of how the processes of climate change happened before and how they are happening now, gives an understanding that the Earth is following in the footsteps of Mars. We have calculated different variants of events, development, and came to the conclusion that in any, even in the mildest variant of the current cycle, all humanity will die. And according to our mathematical model, this will happen no later than 2036.
Да,
Yes, we are already experiencing bad times. There is an economic crisis, geopolitical crisis, and many regions of the planet are truly on the brink of starvation. Large-scale cataclysms are underway, scoring droughts in some places and terrible floods in others, hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes. But just imagine what will happen when the planet is almost devoid of livable places due to earthquakes, when the largest portion of the budget of all countries will be spent on covering losses from disasters. Of course, living conditions will critically deteriorate, prices for everything will rise, water and food, gas and gasoline. But in 14 years from now, nobody will need water, food, gas, or gasoline, or anything at all. Because after what happens no later than 2036, no one will need anything. We have prepared a detailed model of events that will happen in the future, and now we're going to present it to you. We consider it our duty to report to you the seriousness of the situation in detail. We've deducted the scale of events based on the progression that we have been able to estimate from the increase in the number and strength of earthquakes. Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. Through these cracks, magma will begin to rise in geometric progression you have seen in the graph. This will then lead to microfractures in the crust in some places, which will increase magmatic activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench. This is where deep focus earthquakes are registered and where the Earth's crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers. At first, when a small amount of water will meet magma, magma will break through the crust for the first time, exploding violently. When we say the micro-explosions will occur, we mean that, in fact, each of these explosions is equivalent to the explosion of dozens of nuclear bombs. This will destroy the thin layer of the crust beneath the Mariana Trench, but the worst thing will happen next. And to understand what happens next, we will show you an experiment. You see what happened when the water met red-hot metal? Now multiply it by 100 billion times. A gigantic volume of magma from the magma plume will rip the Mariana Trench in an instant. Billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. Due to the sudden breakdown of ocean water molecules, oxygen and hydrogen will be released under tremendous pressure at the floor of the Mariana Trench. A huge explosion will happen. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will rise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. And under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through the atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and will be blown away by the solar wind, meaning our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet. Because 11 kilometers of water in the Mariana Trench is an enormous pressure at the point where the explosion will take place. And that pressure will in turn be reflected in the hydraulic impact. There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center of the planet, into magma, which will spread tangentially and will provoke additional cavitation processes. This will lead to an abrupt expansion of magma in all directions by a factor of 10. That means that there will be 10 times more magma. This will literally tear the planet from the inside. With such an impact, magma will behave like a gaseous substance. All volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all boundaries of lithospheric plates will burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be flooded with lava flows, just like as it happened on Mars. Naturally, Due to the impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. This process will take only a few minutes. Due to the stopping of the core, the electromagnetic field of our planet will disappear and the gravitational field will be almost completely gone. Therefore, all the satellites will fall from the near-Earth orbit, including the moon. If the moon is over the eastern hemisphere, it will be thrown away by explosion and it will be attracted by the sun. And if the moon is over the western hemisphere, it will fall to Earth the moment the gravitational field is lost. But we, humans, will no longer be threatened by this. Because as a consequence of these events, we as humanity will already cease to exist completely. What this mathematical model is saying is that if the destruction process is slow enough and there are no other factors to trigger its acceleration, then everything we're talking about will happen in October 2036. Before your eyes, you see a timer that counts down to the time when the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer be able to exist. And that's again provided that there are no provoking factors before that. This could be a meteorite fall, a nuclear bomb explosion, an increase in the displacement of the core, or a supervolcano eruption. Right now, the threat of nuclear war is being forced all over the world. With all responsibility, we can say that a nuclear war at this time will accelerate the apocalypse. It will cause irreparable damage. It will kill the economy altogether and contribute to the destabilization of processes within the core, accelerating them. We will just hasten our doomsday. This is not a solution. This is utter foolishness. We're depriving ourselves from the last time we can do something. Now is not the time to be divided and fight. It is the time to unite and deal with more global issues than geopolitical disagreements. We live in a time when the survival of all humanity must take precedence over the private interests of certain countries.
Why did we publish these figures and forecasts before? Why wasn't this included in our report, which was published 8 years ago? Because we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator which prompted us to talk about the dates now is a growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving to the finish line, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary. Why do we say that the plate is being dissolved so quickly? Look how quickly the red-hot deep magma has been making its way up over the past few years. Recall the intrusion of magma in the Bransfield Strait off the coast of the Antarctica. It is also shocking to learn how quickly a new volcano appeared near the island of Mayotte off the coast of Africa in May 2019. This means that processes inside the Earth that used to take millions of years now occur in a matter of months. Why do we say there will be an explosion of magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, despite the fact that there is such a huge pressure of the water column? Because the magma that ascends from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition than the magma that normally comes out in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma and the water column. Water is seeping through the cracks and meet the magma. Therefore, an explosion in the enclosed system will be many times more powerful than those explosions that occur in the open spaces. In this case, comparing these explosions to an underwater volcanic eruptions is like comparing 1 billion cubic meters of magma to a teaspoon of lava. The difference is substantial, and the conditions are different. But actually, we as humanity do not need to concentrate on the moment of the hydraulic impact of 2036. It does not matter whether there will be an explosion or not. None of us will live to see it. We as humanity will die much earlier because of our foolishness and inhumanity. We do have 14 years, but 2036 is the end, the last point at which the Earth will turn to the state of Mars. Until the day of hydraulic impact, what lies ahead of us are stratovolcanic eruptions, as well as super typhoons that will sweep away not just cities, but entire continents. Right now, this seems like a fantasy. We have been saying for a long time that typhoons will make a landfall and pick up speed, although it is impossible. It contradicts physics. 10 years ago, they did not believe us. But now, we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum. According to our calculations, there is another area where a magma outburst could occur. It's the area of extremely low geoid anomaly in the Indian Ocean. In this area, huge volumes of red-hot magma are rising from the core mantle boundary, and they too can break through. We will raise this topic at one of the international discussions to be held immediately after the forum on the Creative Society channel. Also, at the international discussions, you will learn why Mars, once a living planet with an atmosphere, oceans, and vegetation, died because of hydraulic impact during a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We have more information, but we haven't presented it today. Why not? We can talk about all the facts for days. We did not use our own measurement in this report because this data has not been published anywhere, and we do not want anyone to get the false impression that we're trying to manipulate anyone's opinion. For these reasons, we are currently focusing only on the information that is available in public sources. You can study these materials yourself. Even a person without higher education, not a genius, will be able to do their calculation and come to the same conclusion that we came to. There is no other research groups in the world that has looked at the climate problems so comprehensively from all angles, and we have been doing this for a long time now, thanks to thousands of volunteers, experts, and kind-hearted people. Why have other scientists failed to find what we have found? Everyone is looking from one side. If you ask a volcanologist whether he knows anything about the magnetic field, he will answer that he does not. Seismologists choose only one database as a source of information and completely ignore all other databases. It is not even their task to see what the overall picture looks like. They're searching only within their own country. In our research, we apply an international and interdisciplinary approach. Thanks to this, we can see the whole picture. And now, you can see it too.
We
would be the first to rejoice if we're wrong about our model. But unfortunately, the further we studied the question, the more we became convinced of the inevitability of the catastrophe, and the more we were thinking about how to stop it. We've been looking for a solution, and we found it. To date, we know that the energy that affects our planet and leads to the destabilization of its core is similar to the kind of energy which allows the entangled particles to communicate with each other even when they are located at different ends of the galaxy. We do know that it is not a neutrino or electromagnetic effect, it is something different, but we do understand that the energy of this cosmic radiation is of a physical nature, which means that it is possible to affect it, the physical plane, for example, to weaken, to stop or redirect it, and so on. But to carry out any manipulation with it, we have to solve two key tasks. First task is to study the nature of this cosmic radiation, which is beyond the limits of known physics. And second task is to find a source of energy equivalent or superior to this energy impact coming from space, and to learn how to use this energy in the same way as we use electricity. Only if we solve these two problems, we will be able to counteract the cyclical cosmic radiation and stop its catastrophic effects on our planet. Yes, we have already been working on researching this even energy source for decades, and quite successfully. But as much as we want to, our capabilities are not enough to achieve the desired result. Within such a narrow time frame, this can be done only together with the true scientists from all over the world, with the scientific community.
Some people ask how science can find a new energy source in such short period of 5 to 6 years and learn how to use it if it took us 6,000 years to discover electricity. As for this new kind of energy, according to our information, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. But I hasten to disappoint you that, as of today, they're not looking for this energy to stabilize the core of our planet. All of the classified developments in this field are being done solely for the purpose, for military purpose of achieving world domination by one state or another through the development of new sources of energy. Scientists who work in such closed engineering design bureaus are not known to anyone. The states deliberately conceal them because it is not profitable for them to publicize their geniuses on which they rely on their for their strategic purposes. But these scientists are the ones who have the real potential to save us, because they already have the necessary skills, experience, and understanding of the processes that the world-famous Nobel laureates, grant eaters, and careerists have never even heard of. If we now propose to the states to unite the scientific potential to find a way out, they will give us these grant eaters and opportunists who are totally clueless in this issue, which must be solved. Accordingly, they would not be able in any way to ensure the survival of humankind. As for those true scientists who will be able to do that, no one will give them. They're locked up like prisoners, and they will be there as long as our world society continues to live in a consumerist format, the format of the eternal race for domination, influence, resources, and most importantly, for power. Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the problem today is that scientists cannot be united in existing format of society. So if we really want to survive, we should change the very format of the society, the very model of our social organization. We need such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out, and where it will be impossible for any one person to rule over billions. And it doesn't matter what this format will be called. What is important is the conditions it will create in society. Through many years of work and extensive research, we have come up with a model which puts human life first. This model is called a creative society. The model of the creative society forms such conditions in the world in which we, as humankind, will finally be able to stop the competition for profit and power, and most importantly, will be able to put real genius scientists at one table. Only this will give humankind a chance to find, as soon as possible, how to counteract this cosmic radiation, to stop the destabilization of the core, and to stop the growth of climate catastrophes. In the creative society, humanity gets a chance to survive. And what's more, we get a chance to build a unified civilization, as we should be, so that never again will humanity face such threats. The creative society is our real chance for life.
In the report presented today, you have heard the results of years of research conducted by a large interdisciplinary team of scientists from around the world. For more than 10 years together with a huge number of leading specialists, volunteers, and concerned experts, we have collected analytical data, cross-checked information, numbers, and facts. We conducted practical experiments and theoretical calculations, which later formed the basis of mathematical models and forecasts. It is a great honor for us today to speak the truth on behalf of such a huge international community of true scientists, which consists of the best representatives in their disciplines. We so much wish we could thank each of them personally and publicly, and simply say thank you for their tremendous, selfless work for the good of all humanity. But unfortunately, today we will not be able to publicly thank most of them. There are several reasons for this. Unfortunately, some of those wonderful people, honorable scientists, are no longer with us today. Among them, there are those who were killed, some in strange circumstances because they tried to speak the truth about the climate, speaking the truth against a multi-billion dollar mafia, and it is because of such outrageous precedents that a majority of our scientific community is understandably forced to remain incognito for many years in order to preserve their lives, and not only. After all, many of them work for official science in laboratories and research centers around the world, and this allows them to have the opportunity to study the necessary materials, to have access to the equipment, to conduct the relevant developments, experiments, and research, which are crucial today for the salvation of humanity. Therefore, in order not to lose access to the necessary facilities, sensors, and laboratories, they are forced, due to the consumerist format, not to advertise their real views on the ongoing climate change, but to stick to the mainstream opinion. And sometimes they even have to publicly support the CO2 hypothesis and anthropogenic climate change, or even sign protocols that the climate is supposedly not changing. But all these people are not motivated by titles and salaries. They do not chase titles and recognition because they know very well that if nothing is done today, just a little bit of time will pass and humanity will soon have other things to worry about. Being decent, honest people, even though they may lose their jobs and income, they devote all their free time to verifying and developing the hypotheses presented in the report. Yes, the majority of our international scientific community who worked on this report cannot be present at today's forum. But today, we have the honor to speak the truth on behalf of these real heroes. It is thanks to them that we know this truth today. It is thanks to them that it can be heard today. We bow before these true scientists whose work for all of us, and in fact for the whole humanity, is a true survival, true salvation. Yes, today we have no right to voice their names. Only in the creative society will the world be able to know the true heroes who have been behind all this research throughout all these years, the names of the true authors of the hypotheses presented in today's report. We will learn only in the creative society, and you will be amazed what famous names you will hear among them. Now, we would like to present an excerpt from the video Awakening with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
We will no longer live like we used to. We will not go back to the peaceful world we had just a year ago. In the literal sense of the word. Yes, a year ago it was still bearable. A year ago it was still good. But this year, 2022, from the birth of Christ, has changed a lot of things. We mentioned this 10 years ago, that the year 2022 would come, and you would see it all. It came, and a lot of people began to see clearly. Yes, I agree. People began to understand that something is wrong with the world, that for decades they had been deceived. The theory of the anthropogenic factor was imposed on them, that sort of, now we would join efforts, shut down a few factories, stop using, let's say, cars that emit a lot of carbon dioxide, or do something else, and everything would improve. But it hasn't improved. And now a realization comes for many people that green energy has done much more harm to the environment than hydrocarbons usually do. This is true, and that there is nothing to hope for, and worst of all, no one to hope for. After all, let's dig deeper. Since 1996, more and more people have been involved in studying that very climate. So many scientists have been involved in this and are still involved now. And how many of those who wanted to tell the truth came out and started speaking up? Our friends, those scientists who worked with us, how many of them were killed? And who killed them? A simple question. It was actually those who lied to us and programmed us so that others would not even dare to open their mouths while they are stealing our money, hiding behind some mythical climate change caused by the anthropogenic factor, that supposedly carbon dioxide had destroyed everything here. We warned people, God knows when. It's true. We didn't reveal everything. There was a brief report, but we said, people, pay attention, because the amount of neutrinos coming out of the ground has increased. It has increased very significantly. Well, this indicates that there, inside our planet, global changes have happened, which cause a dysfunction of the core. And there begins what we have come to now. Back then we were talking about this, and we were laughed at. You know, smart couch critics and absolutely inept scientists with big names, who are just like them, told us, show us how you measured neutrinos. With what? Because in order to catch those neutrinos, nowadays there are powerful installations, huge ones, so everything is not that easy for them, but not for us. Those people who worked with us for many years are much smarter than these couch critics and pseudoscientists who are very popular in the world. And we did have such a capability. We had, shall we say, compact detectors, making it possible to detect those very neutrinos quantitatively and qualitatively. One of our good friends spoke up that it was true, and he is no longer with us because he opened his mouth and wanted to tell, to scientifically substantiate, to refute that criticism by those opportunists, grand eaters, and liars from science, and he paid for it with his life. Meanwhile, he was the one of the inventors of this very portable neutrino detector, and he was one of those who walked many miles carrying it. And the fact, the scientific fact was established that neutrinos in huge quantities began to emit from our planet. This is really the fact. And now it has been already confirmed by other scientists too. This has been public information in recent years.
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting people's attention from the real causes of climate change by offering them false theories. One group of scientists was on the side of the theory of anthropogenic CO2. In contrast, another group claimed that the climate was not changing at all. Nevertheless, today, it is already evident to everyone that the climate is changing more and more. Therefore, many people trying to comfort themselves are deluded by false theories. But this year has shown itself in full force, and everyone is already worried. What populist scientists have predicted to happen 100 years from now is happening today. The world we are used to no longer exists, and now we must make a mature decision about how to protect ourselves from the climate Cerberus. Let's walk through this in order. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years. During this time, we must find a way to counteract the radiation that is now destabilizing our planet's core and causing climate disasters. Scientists do not know the nature of this radiation, which means we are still defenseless against this terrible threat. As humanity, we now have 2 essential tasks. First is to study the nature of cosmic radiation. The second is to find an energy source equivalent or superior to the radiation coming from space to counteract it. To solve these problems, we need competent scientists who are kept in closed laboratories around the world. These scientists study the energy we need, but they do it only to develop new kinds of weapons. No government will give them up because these scientists ensure the state's military powers. Since the time to solve the problems we face is catastrophically short, only 5 to 6 years, it is possible to cope with them only by combining the intellectual potential of competent scientists of the whole world. The scientists we all often hear about in the media, those for whom grants and titles are important, will not help us solve this problem. Even if countries agreed on any scientific corporation in this area today, we would end up with grant eaters, plagiarists, and opportunists sitting at this table. That is because no state in modern society will give up its best scientists. Right now, the power of a few over the billions is in charge, and they will fight for it to the end. It is impossible to bring together specialists from competing closed laboratories. Such are the rules of our consumerist format. What is the solution? We need to ensure that these scientists don't need to develop weapons and that countries don't need to defend themselves. That sounds impossible in our consumerist format. So the only way to free real scientists is to change the format of society to one where wars will be impossible and forever eliminated. In this way, real scientists around the world will have the opportunity to devote their full attention to solving the global climate threat. And this must be realized as soon as possible because time is running out. 10 years ago, when the situation with the climate and its progression became apparent to us, we realized that a new format of society was required. And because that would bring about a global change worldwide, it is necessary to consider all the factors that ensure the safety of society in an integrated way. We studied the world's historical experience to account for all of humanity's mistakes. The main thing we understood is that the new model of society must meet the needs of all people. After all, we as humankind have already fought enough and gone through economic crisis, famine, and wars. And all this has been repeated in a vicious circle for thousands of years. Therefore, if we change the format of society, it must be a radical change and one that will provide the best living conditions for all people.
Throughout the past 10 years, we, together with volunteers and experts from all over the world, have conducted extensive analytical work and numerous social surveys worldwide. We surveyed millions of people in over 180 countries, conducted interviews and consultation, and held international roundtables and conferences with experts in various fields. By studying and analyzing the needs of people around the world, we have been able to create a working model that transforms every aspect of society. And most importantly, it ensures that scientists can come together to solve the climate problem as quickly as possible. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the will of people, the 8 pillars that make this model work were formed. They embody what all people want. We have called this model the creative society. Further on, we will be using this term, but it can be called differently. It is not the name, but the essence of this model, which will help us to cope with the global climate disasters. In today's forum, we will look more closely at what this model is. For now, let's look at its fundamental differences from the current format of society. First, in the creative society, the priority of everything is life, but not profit, as we have it right now. Second, power will belong to the people and will not be concentrated in one hands of a single person or a particular group of people. It is as we see it today. These fundamental principles forever preclude the possibilities of war. Indeed, today we are talking about the question of everyone's survival. It is no longer a question of conflicts or wars. The threat is over everyone, over everybody. Any war can be stopped, given the will to do so. But what is happening now with the climate, we can only stop if we build the creative society. Whether we like it or not, it is a forced measure, because it is the only model of society that forever eliminates wars, freeing scientists from closed laboratories and allowing them to gather together at the same table. As a result, we will find a way out of the climate collapse as in a short as possible time. We now see that only the model of the creative society gives the humanity a real chance to survive.
Dr. Seema Manuel Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work has been recognized in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror, being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we continue to argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. Friends, this is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth. But it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to unite all of our scientific potential. It is impossible to overstate how important this information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important to take action so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else has any doubt, check it for yourself. I do understand that it's scary, but we at Rotary have faced challenges more than once, and this experience will help us now as well. Right now, we need unity and courage of all Rotarians more than ever. And then we will succeed because our strength and survival is only in unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagy. And we pass the floor to the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez, President of the Rotary Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marco Antonio Hernandez Fuentes. I have the honor of being a president for the period from 2022 to 2023 of the Rotary Club, Cordillera de Peñalolén of Santiago de Chile. And today, we're working hard, focused on being successful in society and being its participants. I would love to complete and share the information with our club and with all people about this wonderful privilege that we have the opportunity to learn about today. It is called a creative society through which unity gains power, and it is fundamental. Thank you for this wonderful, unique chance to share with you my impressions after watching, listening, and enjoying the previous forum, a message to humanity. I have the opportunity to express my feelings about this and share this moment with you. In my life, I always try to help, participate, and get involved in the life of society, and I thought that it was enough. I always cared about helping those who were in need. But after I became familiar with this forum and following all the conversations, everything had changed. I felt needed. I felt like a person who had to do more. I had to step out of my comfort zone that I thought was a part of my life. I felt like I had to leave that comfort zone, and I really wanted to be able to share and express this new experience by learning and realizing that we don't have much time left in this world if we don't act, if we don't react. So I decided to react. I decided to express this feeling to my closest friends. And I shared with them the information about what will affect the whole world in the coming years. But it was my first knockout, so to speak. Indifference, doubts, and individualism. And very few people accepted what I shared. It made me think, it made me reflect on the fact that maybe not everyone is ready to carry the message to share something as you might think. I believe something needs to be done first. The message is very clear and specific, but it takes preparation. I feel that with this personal experience, you need to speak to people. Nothing impresses people better than respect and trust, and this is fundamental so that the idea of the creative society could be accepted without fear, without doubt, and could do its job. This society needs these kinds of values. It needs our trust, it needs our respect, and we're going to achieve that. That's why the tagline of this forum is Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity. That's the connecting link. To give trust, dissipate fear, and come out of the state of comfort that we're in. I think these three elements are fundamental. I appeal to everyone who sees and listens to us. There is no greater joy than the one you can experience when someone you invite says, "Yes, I will come." Thank you for this moment, for the opportunity to contribute to this tremendous work, experiment, project, and purpose that you are pursuing for a better world, for the opportunity to achieve it, not only for us, but for the next generations. The privileges that we have today and that we have to pass on to them. I believe that we are on another link in this green chain, and our only mission is to come together and work for the common good. And I believe that we cannot oppose such a monster as consumerism. And yet, we can overcome it by finding those who have a need for that. Always, always. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of the danger in which we as humanity now find ourselves. In fact, in the near future, we will all move out of our comfort zone. The only question is now, Will the climate destroy the comfort zone, or we will step out of it ourselves in order to act? No one doubts anymore that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year of a tragedy for many people. But people are not seeing the holistic picture of what is happening. The media takes out attention away from a vital topic. Case point, when millions of people suffered in Pakistan, the world's media gave only a few words about this terrible tragedy. Let us hear the truth of what is happening from eyewitnesses of climate events around the globe. Notice how many tragic events you didn't know about. Why would you want to know that? Watch, and you will understand everything.
More and more climate disasters are happening all over the world every day.
After an earthquake killed us.
An earthquake killed us.
A climate catastrophe.
Oh my God! The news about them impress us, make us sad, or frighten us. But right away there comes a thought that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me. But it seems like that only until it happens to you personally.
I don't know, I got really scared. There was smoke and we started to suffocate.
Lost my friend in it.
I look in my mirror and I'm on fire.
We only had minutes to get out.
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate Cerberus at the most unexpected moment. Why? We are going to show you the stories of people affected by climate disasters. There are millions like them around the world. As you listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple question. Will you be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to your home?
My name is Douglas Franklin Ryan, and I survived the McKinney Creek fire. We could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge, and at one point it looked like the smoke had stopped and nothing but white clouds and steam were coming up, and then it just came over the mountain, was coming right down the hill toward us. Wasn't concerned about it. It was on the other side of the river, and it wasn't very aggressive coming down the hill. Then we noticed a hot spot at the very tail of it, and it jumped the river and then jumped the road. And so we had fire coming up on both sides of us. And so we thought we had half hour, 45 minutes to get out of there. We only had about 7 or 8 minutes in reality. And I ran in the house. There's a man named John Cogan in there. He was the uncle of one of my roommates. And I think he's 74. And I went in there, I said, John, we gotta go. He goes, I'm not going anywhere. I said, yeah. He goes, I've seen this a dozen times. I've lived here 30 years. I'm not going anywhere. He goes, if I leave here and I lose everything, it'll kill me. If I stay here and die, I'll have to take that chance. But he passed away in the fire. That and 5 dogs on the property.
Why have the fires in California been getting worse in recent years, burning more forests and towns and making it harder to put them out? In '95, there was a malfunction in our planet's core. Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely in such a fault zone. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
The hurricane actually took a different trajectory than all hurricanes. It swerved to east and turned back to the south, which hurricanes usually don't do. In 1997, there was Paulina, a Category 5 hurricane. In fact, Agatha was here in this area. It was more devastating than Paulina.
aquí en esta zona formato.
I live about 100 meters from the ocean. The water level had reached like 4 or 5 feet. I don't know, I got really scared. I thought maybe like the water would start coming in through that little window and that like we would have like, I don't know, I didn't know where we were gonna go after that. It was like, there was water everywhere. And when I went outside, yeah, I still can't believe like the destruction that happened in such a short amount of time, and just like how we all want to believe that we're always going to be safe, but that's not the reality. Climate change is going to affect it is affecting every single person now.
There was a fire on September 3rd. It started in the afternoon. You could see the smoke very far away. Then closer to the evening, everything just burned up in a blink of an eye.
The police officers were running into the houses and shouting, "Run for your lives as fast as you can. Save yourselves."
People were evacuated. There were buses, rotation workers. Some evacuated in their own cars. Everybody evacuated as fast as they could. People grabbed things they could stuff in their cars and left.
My daughter grabbed me and her 4 children, put us in the car, and we drove off. A very large flame was coming. There was smoke. We began to suffocate. When I drove closer to my house, I wasn't shocked. I was hysterical. Only the walls were standing there. Everything was burned. The house, the cars, the documents, there was nothing left. That was unbelievable. I don't wish anyone to see anything like this. It was terrifying. In my 60 years, I had never seen anything like that. Not even in a horror movie, to be honest.
We're going to keep living here. Plus, there's a forest, nature, and fresh air all around. It seems like yesterday, everything was there, everything was good. And now, you're standing here and looking around, and there's nothing.
Как во сне.
It was something that we were not even expecting. Like, it just came within the blink of an eye. Like 24 hours ago, everything was perfect. And then we came to know that the flood is almost here.
We have suffered a lot here. Our rice crop has been washed away in the flood. There was water all around us. No electricity. We had nothing to eat or drink. We were alone.
People were crying. People were going out of their homes. They were struggling to save their homes. The most shocking, we saw 4 to 5 children and one mother plowing in water.
There was nothing to eat, only water, which we survived by drinking. Cattle were also dying of hunger. This is the whole scene before you. Our houses have fallen. We are just living under such an open sky.
Across Pakistan, more than 1,000 people have been killed for the last 24 hours.
There have been floods before, but it was not expected that there will be so much flood this time.
This devastating flood in Pakistan, it's a wake-up call, not only to the Pakistan, but to the world as well on the threats of climate change. And this record-breaking rain would devastate any country.
Why have the monsoon rains in Pakistan become abnormally heavily? In recent years, there has been a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet. This is causing magma to rise actively from the bowels of the Earth towards the surface. The red-hot magma is getting closer to the crust and is causing groundwater to evaporate in large quantities, causing catastrophic floods in different parts of the world.
We didn't expect it. The weather was just clean. I've been here in the Netherlands for almost 36 years, and I've never seen a tornado like that before. This is insane. It can damage a lot. And what is next? Maybe it's going to be an F2 or F3. What's gonna do then?
I've never seen in my life like this earthquake. It was really long. We were really scared.
4 people in my family died. I buried them today. Moreover, 12 relatives were hurt. I feel helpless. I don't have any money left.
Many people were wounded, many people were died, and many homes were also destroyed. Until the end of the day, it were more than 1,000 people who lost their lives, and more than 1,500 people were injured.
People were crying and screaming all around because their houses had fallen down. Women and children were trapped underground. Many of them died.
Why are there more and more destructive earthquakes in Afghanistan? The increase in the number of earthquakes in Afghanistan is a result of a rise of magma. Because of the increase in pressure, magma rushes upwards towards the crust and increases the number of earthquakes around the world.
There was no prevention because it was not expected. Within 1 hour we were flooded. Usually that flooding might be caused by 2 days of rain.
It is for the first time that I saw people desperately leaving their own homes to other places. That was the most shocking part for me. Imagine forcefully being asked to leave your own homes because of a natural phenomenon that you don't have any other thing to do, and becoming a refugee in your own city or displaced in your own city.
So basically, the situation was really bad. Young kids got stripped who are in these houses. We recovered many bodies.
It just came with nobody aware. The area that they are walking sank, houses sank, cars were taken off by water. I lost my friend in it, watched the car sink when I can't tell. And then I come back here in Fujairah, the same thing happened. And I think this is continuing. It's gonna go from country to country.
Whoa, man, oh man. Goodness gracious.
You guys aren't gonna believe this. This is insane. I'm okay so far, but this is no fucking joke. This is no joke. I called John. He knows I'm out here. He knows. So far so good as long as the house holds. So just okay, don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay, right? Everything's okay.
It continues to ramp up. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. I can tell you that I've been here 29 years. I've never experienced or seen anything like this. Our families have lost everything.
It was intense fear, watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
It was horrified. My trailer was shaking back and forth.
I thought Andrew was terrible. This beats Andrew big time.
Oh my God, look at this gust of wind!
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave.
I told my brother we have no choice but to survive or die. You know, like if we don't get up and get our family to safety, you know, the worst could happen. So we did it.
Outside.
Where Grandma, Minnie, baby.
You left her that on a message.
Yeah, I just said I love you. I don't know if we're gonna make it or not.
It's all underwater. It's very sad. I know that there was people screaming for help and people still on roofs. We don't have a place to go.
Today, it was us who suffered. We were attacked by the climate Cerberus. It destroyed our homes, took our lives. But now, it's coming for you. Are you ready for its arrival?
Tell me, how is it so? How is it that we are suffering from the climate? These people have now shared their stories. They've had to face the climate and experience all of its ferocity. Millions of people have been left without homes. And even now, as hundreds of millions of people around the world are dying and suffering from climate disasters, this truth is being hidden from us. But why? Why are we not told the whole truth about what is happening to the planet? How long will we play the silent game? After all, even in the report on the future of humanity, it began to be removed just a week after it was released, after it was published. Who benefits from keeping us people in the dark? The answer is obvious. Those in power and their lackey scientists. After all, they are the ones who have been screwing us over the $4 trillion and continue ripping us off. You don't believe me? Look at your utility bills. Why the hell do I have to pay triple price for the same light and heat? Let that genius who came up with the green energy issue answer this question for me. Where are the benefits for the simple invention and for the common people, which give power to these swindlers? I ask, where are these benefits of the green energy? Where is the reduction of CO2? The environmentalists themselves are saying, we don't even have 10 years left, and in the mathematical model we've heard today, there are 14 years, at least. So much for the future. I really wonder if the authorities of any country have started to budge. Have they done anything to save people during this time? I don't think so. Now, instead of consolidating everyone and everything gets crumbled and separated. You, Judas, have sold out. You don't care about people's lives. You don't care about the truth. That's why you ignore reality and bark at those who act to save humanity. But never mind. Let's see how you will change your tune when the climate has its say. Then your lies will become so obvious to all that you will be simply torn to pieces by your own patrons. And if they don't, people frantic with grief will. Our people, is one big multi-story house. It is collapsing, it is burning, and it is bursting at the seams. You, on the other hand, climbed up high to convince us that everything is fine. But that's a lie. Your floor and flat may not be burning today, but the rest of us are on fire and choking on the smoke. Just think what you will tell the people who will lose everything in one instant. How will you explain to them that all of your actions are a scam and a fraud? That you were just making money off of us, filling your pockets and mouths, justifying your nonsense with scientific postulates. Now then, you freaks, answer me, where is my money? Once again, you bastards, where is my money? Show me where you spend it. Will any of you even be able to answer that question? Where to and what did you really spend it on? And how has it improved my life? In fact, I actually have to pay the utilities too, and instead of raising people up and explaining the cause and effect relationship and what awaits us, you're doing an incomprehensible thing. Idiots. There are many serious people who understand what is going on with the climate. And you keep saying it's the animals' fault. Are we living in a madhouse where the first one to put on the doctor's overall is the doctor and the rest are the patients? People, let us get smarter and grow up. Otherwise, we will simply cease to exist. It is clear that none of you will answer my questions. You are afraid. You really wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, tremble with fear that people have exposed you. And instead of dealing with the situation, you are thinking of ways to divert our attention away from the threat and shut us up. First, there was a pandemic, now you're scaremongering us with a nuclear war. Listen, you geniuses, does it ever hit home to you that a nuclear strike would only speed things up? I see that it would be in your interests. You wouldn't have to come up with something now new to tell us sheep to go on bleeding while your mow us down. The only trouble is, we'll all drop dead without exception. So don't even get your hopes up for your bunkers. The climate won't spare anyone.
As you can see, we all live relatively comfortable lives on the edge of survival and an unknown future. The so-called rulers of this world tell us exactly how they will fix the climate problem and why we are the enemy of their carbon-neutral mission. However, some details of the fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about today is outside the brainwashed CO2 solution that we hear from every hole these days. CO2 scammers want to make a lot of money from the scheme, but ignored the very important 24,000 years climate cycle and the changes that are taking place inside the planet. These changes are now evident. According to their calculations, the climate crisis should have settled down to help them support their CO2 theory. But catastrophic events are only growing. So who is stupid now? How did CO2 turn into a profitable business model, you ask? Once upon a time, they thought that this was a normal cycle. After all, every 1,000 to 3,000 years, there are small changes, warming and cooling. Even in the 18th century, it got colder. Then they noticed that the temperature on Earth began to rise. Scientists simply decided to make a profit hoping for a cool-off. Since they are so smart, they increased their funding for research, explaining that this is an anthropogenic human factor. This also allows politicians to make money and control the masses. Politicians can dictate green energy propaganda, enslaving non-competitive countries with fines, carbon tax, and CO2 quota sales. As a result of our wonderful media being owned by a few big businesses, I believe this idea has spread through the masses and into our brains. In fact, we do not even question their so-called research and solutions. While billions of us are silent and dumb, they collect our money to build their mansions, buy yachts, fly private jets, and party on their private islands, all sponsored by us, the people. Yes, they are very smart business people to sell us a lie, to profit from it greatly, and to offer no promises to their sheep. Trillions of dollars have been spent on fighting a molecule in the air, while the real dangers of climate change are nowhere to be found. Scientists who care are speaking up about true causes. As a result, they're shut down, made fun of, and lose the ability to be published in scientific or any other public-facing publications. They experience all the dirt and games of the consumerist format, the premium package deal. It's simply, as always, the world has been deliberately misled into thinking that we can defeat climate change only by reducing our cow farts and paying more in CO2 taxes. But there is a problem. We are currently going through a 24,000-year climate cycle, and it won't disappear just because we are solving a problem we invented. So what do we do? You and many of the people that are watching this live forum with us right now understand that we got served with empty solutions to a climate crisis. That our lives, the lives of our children and loved ones, are not protected by business models that governments sucked us into. How do we grow our brain cells back? We start today. We forget and forgive. We start spreading this information about the true causes of climate change to everyone we know. Yes, your neighbor might think you're crazy, but if he or she hears the same information from different people, sources, and platforms, then he or she is most likely to look into it further and maybe even do their own research.
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga. Amazing speech. And yeah, if they follow your advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some scientists could really use this advice and make their research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves. Since 1996, there was a very first prediction model made, and it was noticed that synchronous changes were happening not only on Earth, but on other planets as well. And it means that the problem is global. It's more than a problem of one single planet. On the scale of galaxies in space, our planet is not bigger than a grain of sand on the beach. And there is very little that we know about the space in general. So we have to unite to observe and study everything. If we unite the best scientists to work on this problem, we have a chance. We have 5-6 relatively calm years ahead of us. After that, it will be obvious to everyone, but there will be no time left to do anything about it. If we keep wasting time on fighting climate change by raising carbon taxes on CO2 and money-making schemes around it, we are done. So let's hear what scientists have to say about CO2 and its place in ecosphere of our planet.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
Literally the greatest imaginable fraud one could find in modern science.
This really is the most destructive conspiracy theory that has been invented along with anthropogenic climate change.
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man-made CO2 emissions are to blame for climate change.
When you repeat the same thing day after day, it becomes sort of normal, accepted, as if taken for granted. In reality, it's not. But since someone is doing it, then someone benefits from it.
So this model of the anthropogenic origin of the current global warming and its threat to humanity is a myth. A separate question is, who needs this myth and for what purpose?
To fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and factories, stop heating our homes and filling our cars with gasoline. Stop eating meat and stop showering. We are also told that we should breathe less, stop having children, and generally reduce the human population on the planet. And of course, we should pay more taxes, as much as possible.
Isn't that lovely? Don't you like to be taxed?
It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on for over 40 years already, but what are the results of this battle? But so far, no measures have been successful. On the contrary, from one climate conference to another, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere only continues to grow, completely ignoring all international rights and norms, as if we are paying for it to grow.
If you believe the story, the narrative, the fakery that CO2 is going to kill the Earth or kill us or whatever it's going to do, if you believe that story, then you will be afraid and you will be guilty. And so that makes you open your wallet and send a big check to Greenpeace.
These measures will not save the climate. They are not effective and have no effect on actually reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. It has an impact on people and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation. On what grounds are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
Carbon dioxide is a trace element. There's very, very little of it. There's only 41,000% CO2 in the atmosphere. Very little of it.
According to the official data, the level of CO2 is 400 ppm. What does this mean? ppm means parts per million. In other words, there are 4 molecules of CO2 for every 10,000 molecules of air in the atmosphere. But we are told that these molecules trap heat coming from the Earth and warm the atmosphere. But how can 4 molecules trap heat for 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere? How can such tiny concentrations have any effect on the climate at all? Even a school student would understand that they can't.
That small a rise could not possibly cause any kind of climate change. It's close to nothing. You double nothing, you still have nothing.
Hold on a second, though. It's not just humans that add CO2 to the atmosphere. There are also natural sources such as oceans, volcanoes, trees, and marshes. How much CO2 does humanity produce then? The established human contribution to the overall increase in CO2 concentrations since 1750 over the entire industrial era has been estimated by various researchers to be between 1% and 12%.
All of humanity is responsible for only 5% of annual CO2 emissions. The other 95% is what is emitted from the oceans and land. This is a natural cycle.
If we consider that 0.03% of the natural CO2 was already in the atmosphere before the human contribution, then the anthropogenic CO2 will be between 1 to 12 10,000ths% of the total atmosphere. That means that a human has added between 1 and 12 molecules per million of other molecules in the atmosphere. In the meantime, we are being robbed by carbon taxes and forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2. Even if we stopped all the factories and plants in the world, and even if we stopped breathing, it would result in a CO2 reduction of less than 1 ppm out of 400 ppm by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already destroying lives and entire countries for completely different reasons. CO2, let alone humans, has no effect on warming whatsoever.
There's no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980, during a time when CO2 was rising rapidly. And so there's no correlation here at all.
If you look at the data over the past 160 years, you will see that despite all the efforts of humankind to emit more CO2, this gas could not decide whether to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperatures right now? In 2019, during the pandemic, humankind significantly reduced its CO2 emissions. The entire world was under quarantine. Plants and factories were shut down, and the air in cities was cleared of exhaust fumes. However, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere continued to grow regardless of the quarantine.
If there was a human effect, if the humans were causing this rise in the rate of rise, then when humans stop using hydrocarbon fuels for some significant period, as we have two examples now, 2010 and now recently, then you should see likewise a change in that curve, a slowdown in the rate of rise in that curve. But this is not observed whatsoever.
The main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
How dare you!
Since about 95% of the Earth's carbon dioxide is dissolved in its waters. When the ocean heats up, it releases CO2 into the atmosphere.
First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature red. And then about 1 year, 11 months or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a consequence of the heating, not its cause. And humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to do with climate change. But if CO2 increases naturally, it must intensify the greenhouse effect anyway, right? That is absolutely not the case. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the atmosphere is 50 to 100 times more than all the CO2. And it is water vapor that creates up to 95% of the greenhouse effect. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere on average is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to theoretical calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
Everybody says, well, greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere. But no, they're not. It's quite clear that greenhouse gases cool the atmosphere.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a $1 million question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and try to heat it by the sun outside or inside with artificial heating. we were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains: why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores from the last pre-industrial 100,000 years, when there were no cars or factories, contain CO2 concentrations that are well over today's 400 ppm. For example, between 700 and 2500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, these data began to disappear from the articles in 1985, which strangely coincided with the establishment of the Advisory Group on Greenhouse Gases that later became the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Our planet is currently going through a period of global climatic catastrophes occurring cyclically every 12,000 years. During this period, due to the changes within the planet, volcanoes and earthquakes become more active, causing magma to ascend and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean and awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments to think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs, extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist, where to and why was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our money wasted to the wind? If this was a false theory, then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists? While they are creating an illusion of fighting with a negligible amount of CO2, millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And we are fast approaching the collapse of the planet because of the 12,000-year cycle. And due to our carelessness, the only way to escape the escalating disasters for us is to unite in order to build the creative society. Only together can we create a better world for our children and save billions of human lives. Our future depends on each and every one of us.
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fake. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, we have been brainwashed with the image of the enemy, and we must sacrifice our well-being and trillions of dollars to fight that enemy. The Paris Accords and the Kyoto Protocol require that, and those two documents were signed based on one single piece of supposedly scientific evidence, which turned out to be just as fake as Colin Powell's tube in the United Nations building. The hockey stick graph has given an unemployed, mediocre scientist a warm place under the sun, a job at the United Nations, a professorship at the University of Pennsylvania, and millions of dollars on researches, the main result of which is to completely discredit climate science, as the Wall Street Journal wrote about him. The graph is a proven fake. It is the result of deliberate manipulation and the usage of unsuitable data, which is deliberately wrong for such reconstructions. The IPCC leadership at the United Nations was well aware that this graph contradicts not only the entire history of climate research, but also the graphs from other scientists. The published correspondence made it known that they manipulated the data in the IPCC and WMO reports to mislead everyone, including policymakers. These leaked emails from 2009, known as ClimateGate, caused mass discontent among the people who realized that they have been deceived. A series of bogus investigations were conducted to appease the public. The only result of this was just a mild slip on the wrist for the fraudsters. The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one single investigation was pointed at how IPCC leadership actually pressured the scientists to exclude the data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to dilute the message. Instead, the massive smear campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit anyone whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications and intimidating journal editors to slander and firing. And because of such imposters who only care about their titles, enormous amounts of money have been wasted for decades. And most of the scientific community knew about it. Mark Stein's book, A Disgrace to the Profession, contains hundreds of quotes from PhDs, professors, and Nobel laureates who openly ridicule the hockey stick-shaped graphs as a cheap fake. Canadian climatologist Tim Ball stated bluntly that such frauds should be given a place not at the University of Pennsylvania, but at the state jail. Both he and the author of the book won every single lawsuit filed against them by the author of the hockey stick graph, proving that the graph was fake. However, even though all the scientists discuss it openly among themselves, only a few state it from the high podiums. Who wants to really expose themselves to a wave of bullying and the stigma of climate denier and heretic, when you can just quietly continue to receive your grants and wear a title of a respected scientist? But respected by whom? Those same grant eaters? Those who praise themselves, write each other positive reviews, and pin awards on each other? And what is in it for us, the people? What do we get from such science? What have we gained from it? Those who call themselves scientists of the world turned out to be just a well-paid, corrupt, hired servants and just talking heads. And in those heads, there is nothing about the science. It's only the personal gain that they have in there. And there was never anything scientific in it. They laughed at our hypothesis of external causes of the climate change. But they're not laughing now, because even they were smart enough to realize that this is something that humanity is facing right now, and we don't have even that much time left. And that is scary. The scary that this truth reached even those fools. And it is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science, but because we have nothing to contradict this with. The number of cataclysms increases each year. The real problem, cyclical climate change, is studied only by a few who are telling the truth. And most of the money spent on this mythical fight against CO2, those money would be enough to actually solve a lot of real problems. These are the facts that many have now begun to voice openly. But the problem is that we must find a way to counteract the climate and survive as a humanity. Our knowledge today is not enough to stop this climate Cerberus. And we need to get it on a tight leash. Otherwise, it will destroy the whole world, our whole world. And now, more than ever, we need to stop this bickering and stop fighting for the interest of individuals and corporations. We need to unite. Everyone understands that the consumerist format has outlived itself and that the current system is unsustainable. There is no format of the society that corresponds with what is needed right now, except for the creative society format. Everyone wants to live in the creative society. Evidence is showing it. Years of in-depth research conducted by volunteers, participants from all over the world, millions of surveys around the globe. And it shows everyone wants to live in the creative society. We don't have time for the political games. Everyone has to face the truth. Look around us. We have 14 years left at most. And it is uncertain that we will even have those 14 years. The mathematical model is not flawless either. It is based on current progressions. But accelerating factors can add up, and the time can be significantly reduced. It is only a few nuclear explosions that would be enough to accelerate it dramatically. But there is a chance for humanity to survive, and we must take advantage of it. If we want to be saved and save our world and save it for ourselves and our children, we must change the entire format. You might ask why. Because this is the only option that will free up most brilliant people in this world. We will be able to gather them, all the scientific potential at one table, and provide them with everything necessary to do their job, to do a really good work. And this is the only format in which we can create the best conditions for their comfortable work in the creative society. The consumerist format will end anyway, but the question is, will we end with it, or will we become a civilization, evolve, step over this enslavement system of the mind, and remember it only as a terrible past? The choice is up to us, each one of us. And now, it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Dr. Arthur Vittorito, who has been actively involved in research and climate change his entire academic career. And he came up with a hypothesis that geothermal heat is a significant driver of climate change.
I'm Mark Vittorito. I'm a retired professor of physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by a number of folks who are actively researching in this area. But in many respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is we've been silenced, we have been discredited, our work has been ignored, or we have been denied access to publication. I can start with my own experience with this. The first paper I did on this, which was 8 years ago, was rejected by 9 journals. I sent my research to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals. 5 of the 9 journals wouldn't even review it. The editor-in-chief dismissed them right out of hand and said, this doesn't fall within the scope of our journal. One of them actually said, I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything that you've said in your paper. It's all caused by carbon dioxide. You need to read the literature. That was rather unfortunate. So that is one way that they try to silence the opposition. Of course, they also get involved in ad hominem attacks, and we have been somewhat, castigated and cut out of the discussion. This is how things work. There have been professional and personal attacks on a number of high-profile professionals on this. One researcher had his office shot up. I was at a conference, and he brought photographs of gunshot marks on the side of his building. Another one that I know of, another prominent climatologist, was pretty much forced to leave as the chair of a major department because she said that she had had enough with the harassment and the abuse that she was getting from colleagues and from the administration. There's been other climate people have been sued to question this, regardless of whether or not you got involved in ad hominem attacks or if you attacked their research. They in turn would be sued. So there has been active suppression of this information, and it's really kind of sad. So yeah, careers can be made or broken on the strength of these things. If you're not playing the right game, you can be asked to leave. The subject of climate change is a highly complex, multidisciplinary pursuit. It involves elements and dynamics of geophysics. It looks at plate tectonics. Oceanography is involved in this. Volcanologists should be involved in this. Climate scientists should be involved in this. And these multidisciplinary approaches are, in many respects, not welcomed, and they are poorly regarded. The research teams that are necessary to do this kind of research need to be large and bring in many different areas of expertise. And people aren't interested in funding this kind of research. So it's sort of interesting how the glaciologists, for example, don't talk to the volcanologists, and the volcanologists don't talk to the atmospheric scientists. And what you have here is this large array of specialists who really don't talk to each other. In some instances, they can't because they don't understand what's going on in the other fields. But at the same time, they don't want to. I think it's critically important to set up these what I would call multidisciplinary teams. In addition to that, I think it's important that if somebody wants to study climate science, they have to gather expertise in a lot of different geophysical disciplines.
Thank you, Professor Vitorino. Blaming CO2 for climate change is a scam of the century. As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society if the truth is suppressed. Here's an experience that I have gone through after presenting the report for Rotary last month. Rotary is a great organization. They have real heroes whose deeds are exemplary. You have heard from some of them, but among them are also those hiding in the shadows and exploiting Rotary's name in their own interest. And today, I want to talk about the dark, in fact, truly disgraceful individuals in their organization. About a week after the Rotary report was published, an individual, let's call this person Karen, from the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, sent an email to my employer's leadership titled, "Damage Control After Rotary Caught by Climate Disinformation Scam. Your staff involved." In short, she disagreed with the views in the report and wrote this unethical, disturbing message behind my back, hoping that my employer would take a punitive action. To make her case, Karen from Rotary accused a creative society, user Rotary's name, tricked a past president to boost attendance and credibility of the event where climate change disinformation was presented. And that creative society tends to trick people, referencing a BBC smear article. In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is aware of my participation in this event and asked how they will address this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would reflect not well on my organization. After reading this email with such twisted lies, I even questioned myself if I did something wrong. I didn't even know what the consequences would be. What should I expect from my employer? Will I lose my job? Will I be able to feed my family? A couple hours later, I had a call with the vice president of my employer. I confirmed that I presented the report about the recent progressions of natural disasters and the true causes of climate change, not the anthropogenic CO2 theory. I stated that these are my views and I wasn't taking back my words. But what was really disturbing was that Karen's insinuations that my voice appeared to be dubbed as my mouth movements or body were not aligned with the sound and that my image could have been hijacked. She questioned whether I was a willing participant. In fact, in addition, offered a plan to back out. I just had to say my image was hijacked or it wasn't me. The ugly side of the story. Give up, offer him a way out. It reminds me of the story with the 30 pieces of silver. And we all know how that ended. I think Karen very likely used this type of dirty tricks in the past, offering a back out option to individuals who spoke against her interest. By doing so, she attempted to discredit the whole report. And this scheme was probably effective. If you say something against her opinion, even if the truth is spoken, you will be punished so that the next time you will not open your mouth and others will stay silent. To be clear, I am a participant of the Creative Society. I myself, on behalf of the Creative Society, invited by Rotaract Atlanta, presented the report. Now, the main purpose of her attack. Karen disagreed with the report on the true causes of climate change. Therefore, she called us climate deniers and wrote the Creative Society is spreading disinformation and causing confusion by denying contribution of fossil fuels to anthropogenic climate change. They insist that volcanic activity, not anthropogenic release of CO2, is responsible for climate change, so any money spent to reduce CO2 emissions is wasted. In fact, after the report, Rotary members also started to question why they're not involved in studying the true causes of the climate change and if the existing climate programs should be re-evaluated. Clearly, her interest and programs of her sustainability group in Rotary were hurt, since the report did not support blaming CO2 for climate change. And because her agenda was threatened, Karen threw a fuss in Rotary, then wrote lies in nasty emails to pull strings in secret, just to push through her own interests. Sadly, many people probably look up to her as she has served as a public speaker, a Rotary's ambassador. Yet what kind of character did she display? It isn't ethical to quietly pull strings through my employer, is it? Should an individual's freedom of speech be threatened just because the other side disagrees? And there is another question. Were Karen's actions coordinated with the Rotary's club? There are undoubtedly Rotary members, such as the one who spoke today, who would make the name Rotary sound proud. But unfortunately, Karen has shown that in Rotary, there are also self-serving, low characters, those who drown others on their way for the benefit of few, regardless of anything about facts or even about the future of humanity. The actions of Karen from Rotary have shown the ugly face of the famous club, and millions of people are hearing about this in 150 languages now. But thank God, my employer has good people and provided an opportunity to respond to these shameful lies. I stood firm, explained my position, and they respected my views. I'm proud to work for my organization and appreciate the wonderful leadership who treats employees as humans and do not follow the lead of such bullies. It is worth noting the broader implication of this incident. I'm an ordinary citizen who spoke in public. Someone didn't like the message, it hurt someone's personal interest, and look what has happened to me. Intimidation and threats to my rights. And this has happened in a country where freedom of speech is supposed to be guaranteed. Note that I presented not an opinion, but finding from research, facts, and data analysis from top scientists on a very serious topic. In this environment, with so much meanness and such violent characters as Karen, why would any true scientist speak the truth in public? Many have indeed been threatened, ostracized, and forced to be silent for a very long time on the disinformation of flaming CO2 for climate change. With us, our scientists, thousands of the smartest people on the planet, enduring, faithful to all humankind, defending the future of every person to the last. But because of people like Karen, they are unfortunately forced to hide, and we speak on their behalf. Otherwise, as it was to me, dirt and threats will be thrown, and they will not be able to conduct the research. You will be surprised how big some of the names are. And people like Karen did ask for their names. Why? To deal with science or climate? No, so that they would deal with true scientists in the same way as they did with me. As a result, lies are tolerated and presented as truth, and the truth cannot be heard. It's painful to see what is happening, but sadly, this is a pattern that we commonly see in the current format of society. We have urgent tasks ahead. We don't have much time left. The report highlighted the impending cataclysms which are caused by the changes in the Earth's core. Unfortunately, scientists are not working to explore the real causes of climate change and truly solve the problem. Is it worth putting dirt on people or voicing the truth for the sake of personal interest or money? Is money, which will be worthless in a few years, more important than our survival as humanity? Scientists should not be spending efforts on adapting, earning, deceiving, and manipulating the facts. They should be free to discover and develop. And right now, the efficiency of scientists is extremely important to survive the next decade. We need a society that is united by a common goal, that is to survive, to value human life, so that the truth can be voiced and where appropriate technologies can be developed. In the creative society, the truth will sound openly as it sounds at this forum in front of millions of people. When there is a deliberate lie, as it was in Karen's email to push her self-interest, we will tell the truth and everyone will hear. The private interests of individuals will not prevail over those of all humankind. This is how it should be, so that such meanness and dirt will not be thrown at truth. And this is how science will thrive and how humanity will survive and advance.
Thank you so much, John. This is the reason why very few people know what we are talking about. Everyone knows about the anthropogenic factor, but doesn't know what is happening to our planet. Throughout this forum, we receive messages like, this information should be everywhere. Friends, we're all volunteers. Unfortunately, we have no access to the world's media, through which vital information can be disseminated quickly as possible. We can only count on each other. And if you understand the seriousness of this situation, please share this forum with everyone. If you can get the forum on television, radio, or even podcast, do it. We know that climate change is a cyclical process. It does not depend on anthropogenic factors. But our activities have devastated the planet's ecology so much that it is left without immunity. Therefore, this time, it will not be able to endure this cycle. Only an interdisciplinary approach can make sense of this issue. Let's figure out what the real anthropogenic factor is. Why exactly now will our planet not survive the cycle of cataclysms? I'm pleased to introduce you to our next speakers, Alexander Masny, a biochemist and bioinformatician from Germany, and Anna Kotler, an ecologist from Israel, who will present a report prepared by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative Society Project.
Hello, dear friends. I'm honored to be present today at such a large-scale international forum.
Hello, friends. Yes, the crucial information for the whole of humanity is being revealed.
What we have heard today at the forum is really shocking. The presented mathematical model of the escalating climate disasters leaves no doubt that urgent action is really needed. In the previous cycles, the planet also faced severe climatic shocks when no more than about 10,000 people survived. But humanity continued to exist. So why are we now saying that the planet will not pass this cycle? And that not only will humanity disappear, but the entire planet will perish and become like Mars. What has changed? What exactly helped our planet to survive the previous cycles? The thing is that our planet's ecosystem is its immunity, and it has been forming throughout the Earth's history. Exactly in the ecosystem, there are embedded compensatory mechanisms capable of dampening or mitigating cosmic impacts. One of such mitigating mechanisms is the ocean ecosystem. For example, the Great Barrier Reef that has been forming for 25 million years. How many cycles of cataclysms has it survived? But right now, researchers are saying that it is on the brink of destruction and there is no chance to save it anymore. Meanwhile, the Great Barrier Reef protects the eastern coast of Australia from storms and typhoons and mitigates the force of tsunamis. It is also the home for filter feeders that can filter the entire volume of the Pacific Ocean within 5 years. Disappearance of reefs disrupts the integrity of the entire oceanic ecosystem because everything on our planet is interconnected, and a destruction of even one part causes an imbalance in the entire system. This is only one example of a compensatory mechanism, although there are numerous. However, by our actions, we ourselves have destroyed the protective functions of the planet and deprived it of the ability to withstand the climate threat. This is the real anthropogenic factor. I suggest watching a video produced by the international team of volunteers of the Creative Society Project. It contains facts that vividly demonstrate how quickly our irresponsible actions can disturb the balance on the planet.
Our planet is approaching the peak of the cycle of cataclysms, which happens every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, the cycle is more destructive, and the Earth had already passed through it more than once thanks to the compensatory mechanisms laid down by nature. But now we are threatened with total annihilation. What has changed? Why are these mechanisms no longer working? Ocean. The ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface and is the regulator of the Earth's weather processes. But why is it unable to cope with its functions today? Cosmic radiation affecting the Earth at the peak of the cycle causes changes in the planet's core and results in the ascent of magma. This, in turn, rapidly heats the ocean from the bottom up, leading to catastrophic consequences. Even today, the frequency and severity of typhoons, tornadoes, and floods have increased. The heating of the ocean kills both phytoplankton, which produces up to 80% of the planet's oxygen, and coral reefs, which protect coastal areas from severe storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of global climate change. And humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage, chemicals, mercury and other heavy metals, radioactive waste and plastics. Every year, as a result of spills from tank vessels alone, over 10,000 tons of oil get into the world oceans. That's besides 730 million tons of wastewater and about 14 million tons of plastic waste. Today, as much as 88% of the surface of the world oceans is already polluted, and this process keeps escalating steadily, turning the oceans into a toxic solution. In order to neutralize chemical pollution, oxygen is needed. As a result, in areas with high concentrations of pollutants, the oceans not only stop releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, but they also start absorbing it. Forests. Because of climate change, abnormally high temperatures, prolonged dry periods, increased number of lightning strikes, and degassing from the Earth's interior, the number of devastating wildfires is increasing, causing massive forest loss. Meanwhile, we ourselves are cutting down forests at a catastrophic rate. According to UN estimates, 10 million hectares of forests are lost annually as a result of human activity. This further exacerbates the climate crisis. After all, forests have unique properties that can normalize the ecosystem. Forests are a natural barrier to storm winds and hurricanes, reducing their destructive power. Mangrove forests protect coastlines from tsunamis. But more than 30% of this type of forest has already been lost due to human activities. The root system of trees also absorbs moisture and keeps it inside the soil. This is especially important for the planet during the deformation of the Earth's crust, when water escapes deep into the Earth through small cracks and fractures. At the same time, there is an increase in the number of heavy rainfalls. If there is no forest, the arid areas become even drier, and where it rains, the moisture is not absorbed into the ground. Water flows erode the soil and overflow riverbeds, exacerbating landslides and floods. We see examples of this in areas of the Amazon. By our actions, we are exacerbating the destructiveness of natural disasters. Lithosphere. Every second, 128,000 cubic meters of natural gas are pumped out of the Earth's interior. 240 tons of hard coal are mined, and 141,000 liters of oil are extracted. Extraction of minerals, construction of large water reservoirs, technological explosions, and explosions during the testing of new types of weapons create cavities and voids and disrupt the integrity of rock, making it more fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and land collapses. These impacts can cause crustal shells to fracture, according to Griffith's model, which states that even microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when, due to cyclic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing. Atmosphere. The atmosphere protects all life on the planet from cosmic radiation, saturates the air with vital oxygen, maintains the global water cycle, and keeps the Earth's surface temperatures at a comfortable level. Its ozone layer serves as a filter against ultraviolet radiation from the sun. But due to a cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years, atmospheric functions are disrupted. The increase in planetary degassing is destroying the ozone layer, and chemical contamination further exacerbates the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone layer and slows its regeneration. Short-lived compounds such as dichloromethane also deplete ozone. Fuel combustion in space missions and space debris reduce the protective functions of the atmosphere. Ecology is the immunity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when immunity is strong. But we humans have violated the integrity of the ecosystem, and therefore compensatory mechanisms no longer work. In this state, our planet is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms. We need time to restore the ecology, and that's something we don't have. We no longer have time for disagreement, for enmity with each other, or for the consumerist format of society. Because climatic cataclysms are escalating, and we are only a few years away from their peak. If we want to survive, humanity must unite in one common goal: to preserve life. This is only possible in the creative society, where all of our scientific, resource-related, and human potential will be focused on solving the main task. If you care about your destiny and the destiny of our planet, share the information about the creative society. Save the planet. Support the creative society.
We have exhausted the planet with our actions to such an extent that its protective functions have ceased to activate. That is why we are entering a cycle of climate catastrophes so intensely and harshly. The planet has turned into a garbage dump. Every year we dump more than 2 billion tons of waste. Moreover, the mass of plastic waste alone, which is thrown away within 1 year, exceeds the mass of all human beings on Earth and amounts to about 300 million tons. 90% of plastic waste is not recycled but accumulates and poisons the planet. There are 36 megacities on the planet today, and their number is constantly growing. Just imagine, almost half of the world population lives on 1% of the planet's surface area. All of this creates a tremendous point load on the lithospheric plates and increases the risk of fractures in the Earth's crust. Just think, what would happen if you put pressure on a single point of the body? For a very long period of time, it would cause a disruption of blood circulation and consequently tissue damage and death, meaning necrosis. The same thing is now happening to our planet. At the same time, we have lost 1/3 of our woodlands, and this is only according to official data. We cut down forests at a speed of 1 football field per second. The destruction of woodlands triggers destruction in all the ecosystems. Forests influence the distribution of moisture and production of oxygen, as well as mitigate climate change. They are a home for animals. Every day, 137 various species of plants, animals, and birds disappear due to the global loss of forests.
Yes, and the extinction of only one species caused the so-called domino effect, when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a simple example. Ordinary worms in the ground. Do you know that if these worms disappear, we will live for 2 years at the most? Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that it would be great if all of them disappeared. But if it happens, 4 years maximum, and then we disappear after them. Every species contributes to the ecosystem throughout its life. Look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
50 years ago, environmentalists at the UN conference at Stockholm said that if we do nothing today, there will be an environmental disaster. And what do we see? The environmental situation has only worsened. We are entering a 24,000-year cycle of climate cataclysms with a ruined ecosystem. The world's wildlife population has declined by almost 70% over the past 50 years, while over the last 100 years we have lost more species than in the previous 10 millennia. Researchers state that we have already entered a period of the sixth mass extinction of species. The state of the environment actually determines how the planet resists external threats. Because the Earth is a self-regulating organism where all processes are interconnected.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose the ability to navigate in space. Birds are suddenly falling onto the ground, and marine inhabitants throw themselves on the shore, taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift, magnetic anomalies, degassing of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity. You may be wondering, why aren't other environmentalists talking about this? Because in all of our science, just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem. We have been able to study everything thanks to an interdisciplinary approach. The cause of all climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field it produces. Another vivid example that abnormal changes occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep-sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at a depth up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they surfaced shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan. The frequency of their stranding since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes up to the subsoil and the Earth's crust, and ocean warms up. So does the atmosphere. And where our planet responses is triggered. As a result of warming, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rises, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2, another dangerous combination of gases, instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb. Scientists have found and recorded this everywhere, which means it is a natural mechanism in plants as a reaction to changes occurring on Earth. Thus, CO2 increases regardless of human activity. It's our planet's response to external impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 does not heat the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. The lower layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper is formed. This is one of the planet's protective functions. All these are separate puzzles of the whole picture of cyclical climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to view the processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary for scientists to hear each other, to work together with their knowledge and experience to solve the current challenge. And now we don't have science as unified as it used to be. Everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of society. Modern science is 90% of grant seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible in a creative society.
The ecosystem is the immunity of our planet, while the climate cycle is like an epidemic. The stronger the immune system is, the easier and faster is the recovery process. It's like a virus. It's not a virus that kills, but the complications that develop. Ecology is not the cause of climate change. It's a cause of deadly complications. In the previous cycles, the environmental situation was much better than it is now, and geological studies confirm that. Yes, the planet was shaking, there was nothing to breathe, and the ocean was almost everywhere, but people survived. Whereas now we have the worst situation ever. Those people who sincerely try to save the planet deserve true respect. They come out to mass demonstrations, hold various actions, sort garbage, and restrain their comfort for the sake of the common good. And it makes me tearfully sad that all these actions are totally pointless. In the consumer society, corporations skillfully manipulate and exploit the genuine aspirations of people, turning eco-activists into eco-terrorists. They urge people to commit acts of terrorism and vandalism in order to attract public attention and raise more funds. People are prompted to commit crimes in the name of activism, whether by sticking their hands on works of art, delaying traffic, or interfering in the lives of ordinary people. Unfortunately, the goal of eco-activists is often not to protect the environment, but to receive concrete material benefits. There have been documented cases when companies fight for markets by sponsoring the actions of activists against their competitors. Basically, eco-activism has turned from a real movement to save the planet into a trivial extremist organization. People's attention is diverted from the true cause of the changes that take place, and we are deprived of the opportunity to confront the real threat. We are not saying that environmental problems should not be solved, but it's important to set the right priorities. Would it help a fatally ill person to recover if we apply lipstick and false eyelashes on him and do some cosmetic treatment? Our planet is actually such a severely ill person. And the paramount task is to cope with the main threat, the climate, to counteract the external processes which are destroying the planet. And afterwards, we can already restore the pristine beauty of nature. If we remain in the consumerist format, and each of us separately will save his own piece of land, then all we have to do in the next 5 or 6 years is simply to watch how our planet is perishing along with ourselves. We should act together, and we should act already now. I will repeat. Because of the climate impact, we don't have even 10 years. According to the mathematical calculations presented at the forum today, the planet will die due to the hydraulic impact in 2036. But we should not count on this time period because the growth trend is very fast. While the planet's defense mechanisms are so destroyed that we will die much sooner than the hydraulic impact takes place. We have neither time nor technology to resolve all the environmental problems in a short period of time. And we have no time to dissipate our attention. A lot of organization now busy with saving individual species of ecosystems or animals. Some are saving pandas, others the Amazon forests, still others are saving dolphins and whales, while some are not saving anyone, they only fight technological progress. If we keep pulling the wagon in different directions, it will not move. People who are not indifferent should unite and start acting for a single common goal: salvation of humanity. And we can do this only on the Creative Society platform. It's not our own idea, it's a project of all of humanity. Only together we will be able to solve the climate problems and save every human life. Once we solve the climate problem, the most honorable activity will be to save our planet's environment. In the Creative Society format, our actions will bring real results. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Elena Sevrikova, Doctor of Engineering, Professor at the Institute of Advanced Materials and Technologies of the National Research University, Moscow Institute of Electronic Technology. Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I have been working on topics of technogenic safety, environmental risks, including the climatology of the Earth for more than 15 years in Russia. This is confirmed by my numerous published works, based on ground and satellite monitoring data. In my field, I see that new geological conditions on the planet require new technical approaches, technologies, safety standards, without which technogenic accidents are inevitable. The number of natural and technogenic disasters is growing. Changes are taking place in the environment where we live, and therefore affect everyone directly, making it impossible for us to be outside observers. Officials and news channels in various countries are trying to hush up the truly terrible news, which can no longer be called traditional disasters. They talk about temporary anomalies which, in fact, have already become a norm. People do not have truthful information. They do not have a global-scale picture in their minds. Over time, they perceive another catastrophe as an ordinary situation. Many scientists admit that publications that use the terms climate change and global warming are edited by the print media staff in a certain way before they are published. If we make observations on changes in weather conditions over the past 8 years, we can see that every year there are various climatic anomalies all over the planet, which we have not observed for tens or even hundreds of years. The clearest examples in Russia are heavy snowfalls in St. Petersburg in May, and the heaviest snowfalls in central Russia at the end of April. In Europe, instead of occurring once in 15 to 20 years, as they used to, severe floods are now annual. Snowfalls in the US have become much more severe and last longer. Powerful hurricanes have become more frequent. However, besides climatic catastrophes, humans themselves have significantly damaged the planet's ecosystem, which critically weakens the Earth's immunity, especially in the period of global cyclical cataclysms. Let's recall the slow-onset environmental disaster that occurred in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010. On the Deepwater Horizon oil rig in the Macondo Prospect, a technogenic disaster destroyed a pacemaker of the planet's climate. As a result of the explosion on the oil rig, about 5 million barrels of oil spilled into the Gulf of Mexico over a period of 152 days through the damaged well pipes at a depth of 1,500 meters. The oil spill reached an area of 75,000 square kilometers, which is about 5% of the Gulf of Mexico. And despite the prompt action of the US emergency services, about 40% of the oil remained in the marine ecosystem and on the coastal strip. The problems that our world is facing are quite numerous. Destruction of the ozone layer, global warming, global ocean pollution, air pollution, lack of drinking water, destruction of tropical forests, desertification of territories, reduction of biodiversity, depletion of natural resources. However, there is only one cause of these technogenic disasters. It is the consumerist attitude of humans towards the planet, its resources, other living beings that inhabit it, and moreover, towards each other. None of the above-mentioned problems can be solved separately. They can only be solved comprehensively with a change in the vector of our society towards the creative format and by treating the Earth as our common home, as a single living organism in which we are the cells. Today, the Creative Society project is bringing together the full potential of the world's scientists to find solutions to the planet's increasing cataclysms. I was astonished at the accuracy of the facts presented in the reports made for the Rotary International on the future of humanity. All of them are strictly based on scientific hypotheses and are supported by facts and calculations of leading scientists in various fields and countries. These can easily be traced back through the provided links to the resources publicly available on the Internet. Today, all the problems of the macroecological system management are tied into one global knot, and the answer to them must be global. Even the major nations cannot cope with them alone. Moreover, humankind has little time left to change the situation. According to the optimistic scenarios, it is only within one generation. And according to the pessimistic scenarios, we have already passed the point of no return.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this report. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of sight, thanks to which we could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, right now, record your feedback, video feedback about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social media networks, or send it to info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Starr Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer format has created for us. And to break this spiral of silence, we need someone to start speaking the truth about what's really going on and the output we have. Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us from Roy Starr Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
For thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed to wipe the slate clean. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today, for faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals, leaving nothing but graves. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives. We pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their rabid, ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts, with our mothers, with our daughters. Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, "It is I who have conquered this land." In the media, we read excuses for the murders. Hang in there, feebly they say to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? Worth our blood and strife? Worth the grief and pain in the human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wilds, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak, humbly waiting for someone to speak, someone who can no longer bear it. So he'll start speaking and shouting about what we all can't be silent about. What's inside us like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me and you. It's just people on this earth. We all want to live and we don't want to die. We are called to live, not to kill. So why do we need such a world where life is not valued? A world where we'll be finished by the climate or by our own sense of pride misalignment. After all, better is the world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is a sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our life are in the 8 foundations, which are to be embedded into the constitutions of nations, so that there's welfare, vastness of creation. The whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant oasis. It's easy to change the format of our world. We just need to start spreading the word. And that's why we have to proclaim with high speed that the creative society is what we all need. That's why I tell you, do speak. Because the word that arises from within will have the oppression of silent skin. Today, our survival is only in unity. It's the only way and solution for humanity. So I ask you now, tell everyone you meet, for humanity's evolution, the creative society is what we need. The creative society, we need to make it a reality.
For those who just joined the live stream, we would like to remind that right now you are watching an international forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is being translated into 150 languages by volunteers from around the world. These 150 languages are spoken by 90% of the world's population. To learn more about the Creative Society project, please visit creativesociety.com. The world is now sinking into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now we will show you why.
used to thinking that after an economic crisis, there is an economic upturn and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that we will be able to prepare for it. But this time, it will be different. There is no hiding from the impending collapse, even in the most developed country, even with enough money and high-paying jobs. It no longer matters whether you are a head of a company, a business owner, or a top expert. This crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? Even the strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for all goods and services are rising sharply around the world. Inflation in the USA and Europe is now higher than in the last 40 years. What has caused such a sharp rise in inflation? During the pandemic, more than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euros in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced by the money supply. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, national banks of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350% of global GDP. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has borrowed. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous decline. How will this affect our lives? The economic crisis will soon lead the whole world into stagflation. What does it mean? Against a background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods and products will rise manifold, production will drop, jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. According to World Bank statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. In Germany, 13.8 million people. In Japan, 20 million. The highest level of poverty in these countries is child poverty. In the US, 1 in 6. In the United Kingdom, 1 in 3. In Germany, 1 in 5. In Japan, 1 in 8 children. Poor families cannot provide their children neither with proper nutrition, nor medicine, nor education. The paradox is that in our consumer society, over 70% of people are living in poverty or at a survival level, while 1% of the population owns more capital than all the rest of people on the planet. And their capital continues to grow every minute. Even in times of crisis, the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is accumulated only at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy of the consumer society doesn't work any other way. This is the essence of the modern consumerist format of society. There is enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be increasing in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is the current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model of climate change drawn up by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means that in 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The economy is an artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. We need a new model that can create stability and security for every person on Earth, a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending collapse, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unified, planned worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people. Because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation, desire, and consent of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Greetings, dear viewers. What you've just seen is not a Hollywood movie, but a reality of today's life. Most of these crises are already visible. One of them, which we still tend to underestimate and don't want to admit to ourselves, is food crisis. And what is even scarier is that hunger is being created artificially. And unfortunately, if we do not change the consumer format of society, it's what awaits us all. The modern economic system of the consumer format is designed so as to create crisis, inflation, and wars. All wealth and resources in this system belong to a small percentage of people. It is even called the economy of the 1%. Meanwhile, the rest of the people become poorer and can afford to buy fewer and fewer goods. The economy loses consumer demand and the recession begins. And this causes people to become even poorer and money to flow even more to the top of the pyramid, to the so-called 1%. This is the economic system itself creates poverty, and poverty creates hunger. This is the standard mechanism of the consumer format. However, there are factors that are now further exacerbating this system, and these factors lie at the level of geopolitics. The first factor is the climate agenda, which aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Under this cover, a situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world, decided to reduce nitrogen emissions. And this has led to a reduction in agriculture. Farmers find themselves in a situation where it is not economically profitable for them to produce agricultural products and raise livestock. Either they are burdened with high climate taxes, or they are given quotas for permitted emissions. The second factor is the development of expensive green energy and geopolitical decisions, which has led to a soaring of electricity and fertilizer prices. Farmers and companies in the agriculture are practically unable to bear these costs. Their business is no longer profitable, and similar situation can be observed in many other countries, including Germany, Canada, and Australia. This year, we have not yet felt the consequences of this situation because we are still living off the last year's harvest. But next year, there will be no such volume of harvest. And already this winter, we will be experiencing a shortage of common products in stores because of the electricity prices. It is already unprofitable to grow food in greenhouses and store it in refrigerators. We will have a delayed problem, which we will gradually begin to feel already. Some basic food products will disappear. These are likely to be vegetables, fruits, and meat, because it will be absolutely unprofitable to produce them. Let's simulate a situation. Taking all factors into account, what will this lead to? Our economy is collapsing, and we are entering a severe economic crisis. People are getting poorer and poorer. Consumer demand is dropping rapidly. In parallel, there is a geopolitical crisis, and we find ourselves in a situation where producers can't produce and buyers can't buy. Even if there is demand, there is no money. What will be the result? The food market is divided among three huge global corporations. These corporations are owned by two global financial funds which own each other. And of course, they are all owned by that very 1% we talked about earlier. Now, let's imagine this situation. There are far fewer goods in the world. Prices are getting higher and higher. Do you think corporations will take care of distributing food around the world so that there is enough for all people? Of course not. In a consumer format where profit is the main goal, this is not going to happen. Governments in our consumer format will also not take care of hungry people in their country. Through these corporations, governments will only sell products to those who give them more money. Eventually, some countries will be left without the ability to get normal food at all. And some of the countries that will still have more or less solvent demand will buy food at very high prices. As a result, people will not be able to get these products anywhere else. Now, add to these factors the climatic situation, which has already been felt by all countries this year. The climate will exacerbate the geopolitical, economic, energy, and financial situation. And things will only get worse. This means that we will have no production, no money, no agriculture, and no fertilizers, without which we cannot grow anything. And in a very short time, we come to the point where simply we will have no food. So how do we solve this problem? There is no solution in the consumer format at all, because there is no equal redistribution of food, and there is no goal for providing food for people either. So either the situation will escalate to the level of a food war between countries, God forbid that, or we will have what we are foretold, a mass starvation and famine. This situation would indeed be hopeless. But we have an answer and a solution: the economy of the creative society. A change in the economic model will completely eliminate the artificial factors that are now leading us to starvation. There will be no crisis, no inflation, no wars, no poverty. Everyone will have a high unconditional basic income and be able to buy as much as food as they need. Businesses would be free from taxes, interest on loans, and would have access to the most advanced technologies. Political pressure on farmers and agriculture companies would disappear. All this will allow agriculture to expand and develop at a new technological level. And the new technologies will enable us to provide food for people even when the climate gets worse. Later in the forum, we will tell you how this will be implemented already in the transition period to the creative society. Thank you.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the International Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, with simultaneous interpretation in 150 languages. Today the forum will learn about the true causes of catastrophic climate change, the critical state of our ecology, why the world economy will no longer recover, and why hunger threatens everyone. Stay tuned. Next, you'll see the premiere of the film The Diary of the Last Man. You'll find out which prophecies have already come true. We realize we have covered many heavy topics today, but you have the right to know the truth. stay with us. We'll be talking a lot more about the solution and the perspectives that will open up for everyone in the near future. People can no longer remain silent about the problems we see in today's society and about the need to unite to solve these problems. This is what the famous Cuban band Buena Fe song is about, which they wrote and performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Cuánta Más, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to change the world. And even though it seems that each of us is just a tiny flame, together we are a huge tsunami of love, and we will save the world and make it truly beautiful.
Hello, beautiful people. We're the Buena Fe Band, and we want to send our greetings to the friends of global crisis. Our survival is in unity. And that's exactly the way we feel. There is no other way. The world today is going down a very bad road, and we have no choice but to unite and become better people every day.
To stand against egoism, against anything that might harm the other, because you can always count on us. We present to you the song Cuánta Más. This is our gift to you from Havana, Cuba. Let us move forward through solidarity and collaboration. Big hug.
Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor. Cuántas veces se invoca a la paz y a la conciliación. Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto. Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios, alertando del mismo destino de los dinosaurios. Y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuánto más crueles. Como masa de nuevos Caínes sintiéndose Abeles. Cuánto más, cuánto más. Abismos, dilemas sustanciales de un sistema que acepta el rey Midas de una humanidad suicida. Ego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece, y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea, donde ingenio y rendimiento favorezcan nacimiento. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar. De tabular las almas, como si fueran mercancía. La lluvia y la nieve, gotas que montañas mueve. Hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve. Que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas. Y si toca ser soldado, sé en defensa de olvidado. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere el mar.
the depth of your soul. You can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is put into the song. Indeed, as has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long, with our tactless consent, will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize that wars only happen because of our inaction, because we continue to support the consumerist format? And yet, all wars have the same causes. Let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business. Wars are fought over resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No. It only benefits the corporations that have become so powerful they de facto run our nations. They are interested in continuous income, so they need endless wars. And do you know who pays for all this? Do you think it's them? No, it is paid for by all of us people. Remember, wars don't happen. They are created, and created ahead of time. Wars are planned decades before a direct armed confrontation, and the fighting is just the culmination of this plot. Starting a war requires convincing the public of the necessity of the war and of the right to a preemptive strike to avoid possibly worse consequences. Accordingly, anyone who wants to start a war will try to convince the public that war is necessary to improve the deteriorating situation within the country. Anyone who tries to start a war must convince the public that it will be easy and that the victory will be swift, inevitable, and inexpensive. In practice, this means convincing people that the cost of the nation will be small and the risk of escalation will be controllable, and the likely outcome can be easily anticipated. To achieve these goals, 10 simple but very effective techniques are used. Their effectiveness has been tested over the centuries, tested in more than one war from the time of the Sumerians to the present day. They guarantee a result without fail, and so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to wage war. 10 principles of military propaganda.
The first principle, we don't want war. We defend ourselves. To conduct war propaganda, the first thing that you must do is convince your own people that we didn't want war. It is the others, they, who have started the war, or are planning to start it any day now. We, on the other hand, are forced to defend ourselves. The use of this principle can be seen in almost every single war. The main thing is to convince people that the bad guys hate us and have already started or are prepared to start first. A suitable political assassination, an attack, an act of terrorism, etc., can be tucked in as proof. Feeling revenge is a simple and effective way to channel citizens' rage. The second principle. The enemy alone is responsible for starting the war. The third principle. The leader of the enemy is the devil and truly evil. The enemy gets a face, and it is now the object of hatred. It is not necessary to force hatred of the entire nation. The image of the enemy is personified in order to show its population that the head of the leader or of the others is a mentally ill, deranged, and corrupt man. The fourth principle. We defend a noble cause, not private interest. The economic and geopolitical goals of the war are carefully disguised. The defense of moral values, democracy, freedom of the nation are brought to the forefront. That is, the goals of war are noble: to save the people from suffering, to destroy terrorist bases, to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction, or overthrow a bloody dictatorial regime. The fifth principle. The enemy is brutal. Stories of the enemy's atrocities are one of the critical points of propaganda. Only the enemy commits atrocities. Principle 6. We don't commit atrocities. We go to war like knights. We fight by the rules. The seventh principle. Hide our own losses and exaggerate those of the enemy. The eighth principle. This principle involves the creative and scientific intelligentsia in supporting the war effort. The ninth principle. Religious idolization of the war effort. Slogans are used. Our cause is holy. God is with us. The enemy will burn in hell. The 10th principle. Extreme conviction. Whosoever questions our propaganda is abating the enemy. You are either with us or you are against us. Any opposition is excluded. The leader of the country is identified with the whole country. The interests of that leader are the interests of that country. If you are dissatisfied with our leader, you are against the country. The effectiveness of these principles is guaranteed by the total monopolization of the media, which makes it impossible to obtain information from other alternative sources. Thus, verifying the reliability of this information being broadcast becomes almost impossible. Weakening of the victim. In addition to the ideological conditioning of the population, work is also carried out to weaken the victim. Depending on desired results, methods of weakening can be applied in stages or simultaneously. For your safety, we recommend that you memorize them. A typical tool that is used is a color revolution, followed by a country's leadership change, the appointment of a puppet government, destabilization of the economic and political situation, and plundering of the country's assets and resources. Modern armed conflicts increasingly use hybrid methods of warfare long before active military action begins. The aggressor state secretly, without a formal declaration of war, destabilizes the administration apparatus, the economy, the army, and even the cultural sphere by introducing to the people, as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim, to the advantage of that very aggressor. An essential component of hybrid warfare is dragging the country into debilitating military expenditures by creating local conflicts in bordering and strategically important regions. These so-called gray zones are created by separating part of the bordering territories from the country through armed clashes and creating separate republics, which subsequently exist for decades and are points of conflict escalation. Gray zones are like red buttons around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. And even the signing of a peace treaty does not guarantee peaceful life in these zones. Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone just because someone benefits from it. And when all the conditions have been created, one spark, one provocation is enough to start full-scale hostilities. Such a provocation can be shelling on the border, assassination of a prominent political figure, you name it. Of the U.S. military, I declare that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction of human lives, individual cities, and entire countries. In effect, the severing of supply chains and the destruction of production facilities and infrastructure set the nations back decades, if not hundreds of years. But if for some people war is a misfortune, for others, it is an opportunity to make money, as cynical as it may sound. And the primary source of revenue in war is armaments. Global military spending is rising for the 7th year in a row, reaching $2,113 billion in 2021 alone. That means that someone is constantly preparing for war or already engaged in warfare. It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly private companies. So how does a manufacturer manage to convince governments to buy their weapons? The fact is that decisions in most countries are made by politicians, while the principal customers that make such requests are military industrialists. As a rule, schemes to bribe politicians and lobby for decisions and laws are used to ensure that decisions are made in their favor. Thus, the state serves the interest of arms manufacturers. And companies in the military sector are interested in keeping the war going, because if the wars stop, they will lose their multi-billion-dollar businesses. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits corporations make. Why is it possible to carry out such deals and remain unpunished? Because it is all hidden under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere expediency of producing weapons as a commodity already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources on inventing means of killing each other, but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 bullet, or a $13 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills while an MRI machine helps save lives for decades. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one cruise missile was spent on 13 MRI machines instead. Armaments are not the only lucrative scenarios. There are others. Every war has another side, a shadow side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Forced labor, including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal of organs. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from it are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance the conflict by corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government, are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized, assets are being frozen, and bank accounts blocked. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or a business owner of collaborating with the enemy, and all assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindrance or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large and important companies. Profit is extracted from everything. For the first time, global military spending exceeds $2 trillion annually. That means governments have paid $2 trillion of our tax money to various corporations producing weapons and military equipment. At the same time, people are being persuaded that the increase in spending is due to the country's need to strengthen its defense. But in reality, behind this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits the corporations make. There is an even greater reason why war in the current format of society will never stop. And this reason lies in the very essence of the consumerist format of economy. For the economy to continue to exist, it periodically needs a reset created by war. In order to continue to function, today's economy must continually grow. If there is no growth, there will be an economic crisis that will lead to inflation and rising prices, unemployment and impoverishment. This happens because the economy is overflowing with money not backed by commodity production. As a result, money loses value, prices rise, and inflation accelerates. The economy is built in such a way that money and capital are constantly flowing to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the rest of the population is getting poorer and world demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates another crisis. The economy comes to a standstill. Everything is there, but most people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in unbearable living conditions. Discontent grows and uncontrolled protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to a small group of individuals. In order to retain their power, a war mechanism is launched, necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to resetting the economy, you may ask? War requires increased production of weapons, destroys the infrastructure and industry in countries where hostilities begin, and consequently frees up markets for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire cities? Infrastructure, communications, resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex, all in order to redistribute spheres of influence and make money on that reconstruction. That allows them to increase their capital even further, expanding their spheres of influence and increase their control over the population. The war in the consumer format creates the conditions for a small group of individuals to continue to get rich. The only thing is, we 99% of humanity pay for this. Not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves by paying taxes and buying all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the national budgets from which loans for military expenditures are repaid, which not only we, but even our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. We could have chosen to spend this money on equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer or solving the hunger problem. But no one is asking people. More than anything else, war demonstrates that people are subservient and slavery has not disappeared. In our consumerist format of society, war will never stop. It is a part of the economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it has always been and will always be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format, the economy of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumerist society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and aimed at ensuring a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and economic issues. When conditions in society change and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war. Support the creative society.
— 2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится.
The year 2036 is not the main thing we want to say. We don't care about the date. We shouldn't be obsessed with the Mariana Trench rupture or the falling of the moon, because the worst will happen much earlier. 2036 is the date of our planet's destruction. No one will be able to live up to this date. It is impossible. No one in the world will be able to see it. This is the most important thing. We want to say we as humanity will perish much earlier because of the stupidity and inhumanity. We cannot agree today and get on the solution path. We are divided while the sword, the climate Cerberus, is looming over each of us. And the fact that we are all going to perish is certain. Let's not lie to ourselves and to each other. We have killed pretty much everything that should be human in a human being. Today, we are mercilessly destroying each other. We are mired in hatred, conflict, and selfishness. We are all divided. The climate will provoke and exacerbate all social, political, and economical crises. Wars, epidemics, famines, and riots. Chaos and madness will overwhelm the planet. No one will come to anyone's aid. No country, no army, and no service will be able to cope with the madness that will be all around. It is laid out in the documents what we should be like. It is laid down in religions what we could be like. But in the consciousness of permissiveness, everyone will be killing. And we have to take that into account. In the consumer format, the strong will kill the weak, and the strong will be killed by the stronger ones. And for every stronger one, there are smarter ones. But even for the smarter ones, there is the climatic Cerberus that will put a stop to their lives. And we are totally unprepared for that. Do you know why? Let's face it. How our attention is being diverted away from the problems of the climate. When climate disasters begin to escalate around the world's media immediately stopped talking about it. And then it was immediately covered for 2 years by a pandemic and then by the threat of nuclear war. The media completely fails to reflect the real picture of the ongoing climate catastrophes. Can we just stop fooling around? If we don't build the greatest society, we will kill each other for a piece of bread and a sip of water. Why would that happen? It's simple. Look at how people behave in extreme situations, during warfare or natural disasters. Panic takes more lives than the disaster itself. People in fear for their lives mercilessly eliminate each other merely to prolong their lives for at least one more day. What becomes more precious in such a situation? Food, water, and some kind of shelter. Let us recall the most famous cases of mass starvation in the past 100 years. 1921, Povolzhye, Russia. People had to eat grass, dirt, insects, cats, dogs, clay, horse harness, carrion, animal skins, and eventually they resorted to cannibalism. A great many people ate members of their families and preyed on human meat. Cases of cannibalism were reported to the police, but there was nothing they could do because cannibalism had become a method of survival. It was reported that the police were forced to protect themselves, cemeteries attacked by hungry mobs. There is also evidence that people killed abandoned children in order to eat. 1932, Holodomor in Ukraine. During the Holodomor, cannibalism was widespread in Ukraine. People banded together, killed members of their families, and ate dead children. During the Holodomor, the vast majority of people went insane because of mass starvation. 1955, 1958, Great Chinese Famine. According to official statistics, about 15 million people died. And according to unofficial statistics, it was about 45 million people. Police reports detail specific cases of cannibalism. People lost all moral principles and often ate human meat. Some parents did not dare to kill their own children themselves. They exchanged children and ate those of other people. Cannibalism was severely punished by the authorities, but in spite of that, it persisted. Most of the food in China was precisely human flesh, and some parts of the country were populated by cannibals. Cannibalism during this famine has been called an unprecedented case in the history of the 20th century. 1994, North Korea. People went mad because of hunger and even killed and ate their old babies, looted graves, and ate corpses. Parents were in panic. Their children could be kidnapped, killed, and sold as meat. There was only hunger, hunger, hunger all around. Now people have no idea what hunger is. The feeling of acute hunger practically turned people into beasts. These are just small fraction of the egregious examples. It may seem that famine has not touched the civilized countries. Well, let me remind you then of the mass starvation in Europe and the US in the 1930s. Yes, there is not much publicity about it, and they try to hide the true information about the scale and the number of victims. But I'm sure if you search for cases of famine and related cannibalism cases in your country, you will surely find more evidence. No one is immune to starvation now. There are no more safe, civilized countries. We can assume that over the past 100 years, people have changed, made conclusions, and nothing like that will ever happen again. Then let's recall at what happened in the Philippines in 2013 after Typhoon Yolanda, in Haiti after the earthquake in 2021, and in Pakistan after the floods in this year, 2022. Hasn't this scenario repeated itself there? According to eyewitnesses, people out of fear and panic were violently grabbing food and water from each other. All this happened in conditions of food shortages, that is, hunger has not even come yet. So, just as 100 years ago, so now, consumerism and hunger are pushing people into violent fratricide. Now, are you still hoping for a peaceful scenario? Just a reminder, 85% of the world's firearms are in private hands. 2% are possessed by law enforcement agencies and 13% are in the hands of the military. And this is our reality. As a result, that the gangs will simply begin to form in places where they can get something to eat or where there is at least some source of water. In such a state of affairs, there is simply no chance of survival. Understand, it will not be possible to somehow sort it out and get something for ourselves and your families. I mean, really, what can a person offer in exchange for food? Well, what? Your junk? Your car, your yacht, your house, your jewelry? No one will need that. The most valuable thing you have is your flesh. Only your flesh matters in this chaos. Do you know why? Because it's eatable. The man who eats his own kind crosses the line, his last inner line. This is nothing human left in him any longer. And there is no doubt that this is exactly the scenario they're preparing us for. Just look at all the stuff that fills the information space: movies, TV shows, articles, advertisements, and scientific publications that describe the benefits and inevitability of cannibalism. It started a few years ago and keeps picking up steam nowadays. How would you behave in such a situation if this scenario is the only one you have in your head? We will turn into animals before the climate kills us. Imagine you are stretching out your hand to be helped, and they cut it off and eat it instead of saving you. That's scary. This is a true zombie apocalypse in real life. This is what awaits us in the not-too-distant future. This is what the consumer format has done to each of us. So think about it now. Is this consumer format worth dying for? Or should we struggle for everyone's life and change the format of society to a creative one? If we don't achieve the creative society, this scenario will become our collective reality. Okay. If someone doesn't like the creative society, suggest another solution to the situation. We are ready to hear any suggestions. Everyone has the right to have their own point of view, but it must be justified and accurate, like in mathematics. After all, what we have said about the climate is an accurate prediction based on the mathematical model. But while you're thinking, time is ticking. The climate Cerberus is on the loose already, and in just as little as a couple of years, it will be impossible to stop it. In the consumer format, we are enemies to each other everywhere, in politics, in economics, in society. We were being separated for 6,000 years. It is time to understand that when two people fight over a piece of bread, both will die. It is necessary to share this piece of bread, and this is the only way everyone will survive.
The report we heard at the beginning of our forum provided a clear model and forecast of what awaits humanity and our entire planet in the next few decades if we do nothing today. Do we have a realistic idea of what will happen? Some may say that We don't want to imagine such a development or that it's scary. But people must be aware of the future that awaits us all if we do nothing. So now we propose not just to imagine, but see what will happen on our planet with us and with our loved ones in the near future. If today, with all, we take the path of inertia and silently surrender to the climatic Cerberus.
Now, I understand. We all had a chance. We're sheer idiots for not using it. I regret just one thing, that I did nothing earlier. Hello, diary. This is such bullshit. Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really think I can talk to a diary as if to a living person? I can't believe I fell for it. I wonder how it is supposed to rid me of depression. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to the diary as if to a friend. Well, hey there, buddy. Well, nothing comes to mind. Although, I got fired. I have no money. How am I supposed to pay the mortgage, insurance, and my children's college? No idea. Fucked up world. The only thing that helps me keep my head above water is the family. I'll do anything for them. My psychologist said I should write down what's bothering me. So what's really bothering me? A constant sense of anxiety, fear. I'm afraid that tomorrow I'll have nothing to feed my family. These thoughts are so crushing. Prices are skyrocketing. The world is going to the dogs day by day. What will happen tomorrow? It's a question. Yay! I got a great job offer. It was unexpected. I'll be automating engineering systems in a bunker somewhere high in the mountains for a rich guy. It looks like the client is thinking about a doomsday arc. He's paranoid. They made me sign a non-disclosure agreement. I hope it doesn't cover this diary. Good news, I'm getting an advance payment tomorrow. When I receive it all, we'll be able to pay the mortgage and have a shit ton of money left over. But there is bad news too. I'll only see my family twice a year. Just this thought of such a long separation from Eve and the children makes me anxious again. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. There are also crazies who are scaring people, saying that no life will remain on the planet in 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with the core raised who are scaring us. They suggest a way out. They say we should unite and build, what is it called? The Creative Society. Sounds good for sure, but looks unrealistic. The client has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's a good thing they have doubled my salary though. When the contract is over, we'll even be able to buy a new house and a car. That's unexpected. Cool. But I miss Eve and children like hell. We watch TV a lot. They show some climate disasters every day, as if there's nothing else to show.
Several severe hurricanes occurred, but probably nothing unusual. What's all the fuss about? Everyone has gadgets these days. People film all the time. So it looks like there are many disasters. I don't think there's anything to worry about, although I have to admit that there is ever-increasing destruction. I've come across this post about the Yellowstone volcano today. They say something is wrong with it. There are too many earthquakes. Although we do come across many comments that people are just being hysterical. Nothing new there. The strange thing is, there is too much destruction from earthquakes now. Doesn't really match their scale. I mean, some conspiracy theories say that governments underreport data to avoid panic. People come up with such nonsense. Last week, a minor earthquake destroyed a whole city. I tried to find posts of those crazies who had predicted the apocalypse, but found nothing. All links were removed for some reason. I managed to learn that governments in various countries forbid spreading any theories, except the official anthropogenic one. You can even go to jail for that. Why so harsh? They even prohibit posting eyewitness videos now. We should sort of trust only official stats and remain calm. Are they afraid of something? The bunker is almost done, but supplies are delayed. Everyone left. Just 4 of us remain to fine-tune the automation system. We're waiting for supplies, but it's unclear when they will come since logistics are screwed. I really hope to see my family soon. They called yesterday. Eve says Mark is sick and has been missing school for 2 weeks. Many people are sick because there's an inflow of migrants from different countries to ours. They come barefoot and hungry and bring epidemics. Where the heck did so many of them come from? They say there are millions at the border. Why not stay home? Get back to your countries. We have plenty of our own problems. I asked Eve why they don't show this on TV. How does the government respond to that? But the connection was cut. I had to come up to the surface, but the hurricane was so wild that I couldn't even go out. What the hell is going on there? I feel that something's wrong. Maybe they don't tell everything on the news. Once I get my money, I'll go back home. It's time to move, somewhere as far as possible from the border. We finally finished the job. I can't wait to see my family. 4 years of separation. My God, the kids must be all grown up. I'm so tired. We had no time off the last 2 weeks, helping to unload endless boxes with food, clothes, and hygiene items. Why does he need so much? It's enough for children and grandchildren here. He'll fly in tomorrow, inspect our work, pay us off, and I'll go back home as fast as I can. The first thing I'll do is kiss Eve many times over. Happiness does exist. We've waited all day long, but our client didn't come. We can't get through to him. The internet cuts off from time to time. Eve writes some wild stuff. Last week, they had hail the size of a pumpkin. It was like cannonball bombing. What the hell is that? It made holes in the roofs. My family barely had time to hide in the basement. The car is gone. Just a piece of metal remains. And our neighbor, Bill, died. I have no words. Eve is now helping to take care of his kids. What is happening in the world? We finally got a message from the client's office this afternoon. His airplane crashed due to severe turbulence. The bunker owner and the entire crew died. It turns out the office staff knows nothing about the bunker project. They promised to contact us. Shit! Who's gonna pay us now? And who's gonna pick us up? We're screwed. It's totally fucked up. It seems We've been here a whole eternity. No one picks up the phone at the office. We contacted the emergency service, but some crazy shit is happening there. We're the least of their problems. They say all of their equipment is being used to extinguish fires and patrol the streets. They told us to wait. They'll evacuate us as soon as they can. I read on the news that all of this year's crops died. Our city started rationing food sales. I'm losing my temper more and more often. It's like I'm going mad, having outbursts of anger and fury. Jack complains that no one is going to get us out of here. The government doesn't care about people at all, that they'll be saving their own asses. It's not a bed of roses here, and this jerk is making it even worse. In short, we had a huge fight the other day. Mass famine and unemployment started in our city. I wrote to Eve, warning her not to open the door to anyone and keep the lights off in the evening. More and more gangs have been appearing in the streets. Borders have been shut down by the military. People crazy with hunger are trying to get into our country, as if we have food. Meanwhile, I have enough canned food here to last several decades. Gosh, I wish I could send at least some of it to my family. Nobody's coming for us. We still don't know what to do. We keep thinking about how to get out of this trap. Guys went out to scout around, but couldn't walk even 5 miles and came back. It's 200 miles to the closest settlement through the rocks. Meanwhile, horrible news keeps coming from home. And one day, no food was left on the shelves. The country is going through an economic crisis because of droughts and massive fires. Rivers are drying up. There are severe water shortages everywhere. Ashes and burning smell make it impossible to breathe outside. It's super difficult to find protection masks. Drinking water is being distributed by ration cards in cities. And what about our government? Our government has waged a war with 2 countries at once for access to the one river, which still has water. I just can't believe this is happening. Goodness, it's like a nightmare. I hope I wake up soon. It seemed there could be nothing worse than the heat. But when water came back, which everyone was waiting for, it was no longer joyful. Endless rains began. Rivers overflowed. A flood swept even through my city and is now washing away everything in its path. I had a short call from Eve. She managed to tell me that the subway was flooded. Sewage is floating in the streets and municipal services are almost non-functional. There's so much water everywhere that it has nowhere else to go. Then we lost the connection. What's happening there? Looks like the city is doomed. I hope they manage to save their lives. I hope someone helps them. We are all people. Good, normal people. I've been trying to reach my family for weeks. My dearest people. But no luck so far. Nobody knows anything about them. I check all the news and search for them in photos. It's sheer madness not to go completely insane. I read information all the time about what's happening in the world. They scared people, saying that the Gulf Stream would stop. There were plenty of disputes whether it can stop or not. It turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped, and that's it. Now many people are freezing in their homes without food and heat. Snow showers are getting heavier and breaking the power lines. They say the glacier will reach all the way to Rome. A colleague from Japan, Mamoru, had a nervous breakdown yesterday at the news of a terrible earthquake in Japan. They say the magnitude was 10. I don't know what's going on, but it is probably hell there. I can say one thing for sure. The world has never seen such destruction. They're not giving the exact number of victims, possibly hundreds of millions. Mamoru wasn't able to contact his family. He couldn't contact anyone he knows at all. Today, Mamoru disappeared. We searched for him everywhere, but couldn't find him. He probably left. Where could he go? Jack and Ali went searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week passed. No one came back. Guys are offline. I went up, fired my gun, and lit signal fires. Nothing. Just my echo. Something happened to them. Damn it! Am I going to stay here alone? I'm the only one left, and I simply cannot get out of here. What day is today? I've had no communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning. Communication with the outside world is getting worse. I'm finding out and recording the latest news in the Apocalypse Journal, as I call it now. Maybe someone will read it someday. When the permafrost melted, there were a lot of new epidemics. Apparently, ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down to stop them spreading. Volcanic eruptions covered vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains corrode soils and infrastructure and poison groundwaters. Food can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. There's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have thought it? And the sea has gone wild. More and more ships crash right in the marinas because of storms. Toxic gases rise from the bowels. Poisonous fumes rush to the surface from crevices. Sulfurous gas levels are already off the scale in some places. Hills and roads are smoking. Even water in the springs is bubbling. There's less and less information available. There seem to be no cities left that have any power. Wind turbines have been blown away by major hurricanes. Solar panels are swept away downwind like a deck of cards. I heard that now books and furniture are increasingly used as fuel for heating. Some scientists say that humanity will face complete darkness and terrible frosts. I still believe I'll see Eve and the children somewhere, someday, but I will see them. Why did I need that mortgage? I would now give everything to be next to them. Satellite communication stopped working. Jack's ancient radio that we all used to make fun of came in handy. I sit there tuning it. Sometimes some voices in incomprehensible languages break through the noise. It's so nice to hear the voices of living people. The faces of Eve and children arise in my memory more and more often, and the question, why wasn't I able to save them? I actually could. I managed to contact several groups of survivors. Now everyone understands that we were warned about the coming cataclysms a long time ago. Back in 2022, it seemed unrealistic at that time, but now it's certainly impossible to deny the facts. I used to think that earthquakes occurred in certain places, but now they are almost everywhere. One night, there was such a rumble, as if shells were exploding underneath me. In the morning, I was afraid to even go out. It was only in the evening that I dared to make a foray. When I saw what I saw, my legs buckled. The whole valley was covered with round holes from a few feet to several hundreds of feet. The ground looked like cheese. I don't know if it was masdam or a mental. I couldn't imagine, even in my dreams, that such a thing is possible. Someone reported on the radio that Africa had split apart. Now I know it's possible. Coastal cities are flooded. Tsunamis rage almost every day. Asia seems to be all underwater, as the radio says. My consciousness refuses to believe it. I found a radio frequency where the people who were talking about a way out of the apocalypse are broadcasting. Now I understand everything. Why didn't I get it before? I actually saw it all the madness that was going on and gaining momentum, those bunkers, all the talks about the apocalypse. It was all obvious before. Something could have been done, and there were people who offered a way out. I should have heard them. Why was I so blind? If only I could bring it all back. Once a week, I contact survivors over the radio. It keeps me from going completely insane of loneliness. Every day, there are fewer and fewer of us left on this earth. They say cannibalism is no longer a rarity, now the norm. There are gangs getting together to hunt people. They roast and devour those they catch. Crazy freaks. Though I don't know how I'd behave if I didn't have a supply of food to last many years. Wild winds made it simply impossible to come outside. It It's even more like a sandstorm, only the sand seems to be radioactive. They say whoever is out in it gets severely irradiated. Volcanoes are not subsiding. Today, no one even knows what part of the planet they are erupting in. The sky is covered with ash clouds 24 hours a day. It's like dusk and night all the time. Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. The earth becomes desolate, gray, and bare everywhere. They also say that phytoplankton no longer survives. Ocean waters are saturated with caustic gases. There's no life there anymore. Oxygen levels in the atmosphere decrease steadily. People on the radio have become my friends long ago. They advised me not to go outside because my skin could be burned. Apparently, some kind of cosmic radiation is being directed at the Earth. Neanderthals smeared themselves with ochre against such radiation. We also started smearing ourselves with it. Although people say it doesn't help much, but it is still better than nothing. Strong winds carrying sand and dust literally wipe out brick structures on the surface. Survivors have to hole up in basements and catacombs. Yet another strange threat has emerged. Lightning often kills those who dare to go on long forays. Lightning now occurs without thunderstorms. It just strikes constantly like laser weapons from the sky. Now it's clear why they said back then how destructive the weakening magnetic field was. It seems to me it was such a long time ago. It's getting harder and harder to write in the diary. My head hurts all the time. I don't know who I'm writing these notes for. The only living people remain in the same shelters and bunkers as me. It seems the Chinese managed to build something and someone else, but for how long? Total silence on the radio. I don't even know if there's anyone left alive on this planet. It became hot in the bunker. The walls are hot and keeping heat all the time. Air conditioning systems are failing. Constant heat forced me to crawl upstairs and settle right in front of the entrance hatch. Lord, get me out of all this. How much I envy those who are already dead. This is total madness. I'm just sitting and waiting for the end. Why didn't I do anything before? If only I could go back to the point where it was still possible to change something. How crazy I was back then. I left the bunker. There is no point in sitting there anymore. The sky had turned orange. There are huge flashes on the horizon. It feels like the sun is rising somewhere from the west. My head is bursting with terrible pain. The earth seems to be shaking and exploding from within. Lava is everywhere. Scorching steam comes in waves. I'm running out of oxygen in my tank. This is the end. This is the end. I put the diary into the container. Heaves eyes. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me, darling.
Will a sane person agree to such a scenario as we have just seen? Understanding the gravity of our situation, one learns to appreciate every minute of time, because you know you can never get it back. Now we must do everything we can to not be immensely bitter about the lost chance we still have. All the prophets have spoken of our time and this chance. If we had studied the writings of the world's religions carefully, we would have realized long ago that the time has come, which they called the end times. And now let's watch the video.
The interdisciplinary scientific study of the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and their harbingers in the scriptures. Let's look at the eschatological signs of the two fundamental religions, Christianity and Islam. There are two scenarios mentioned in the scriptures: the golden millennium, Eden on earth, or the apocalypse, the end of time. As long as we are in a consumerist format, we are on the way to self-destruction. Time is passing, but we are not changing direction and are approaching an apocalyptic finale. Let's take a look at what we have been warned about. 12,000-year cycle. According to the Bible, in the second book of Ezra, Common English Bible Translation, chapter 14, verses 10 to 17, it is said, "The age is divided into 12 parts. 9 parts and half of the 10th part have already passed. As for the evils that you have seen now happen, people will yet do worse than these." Here, the age refers to the cycle of 12,000 years. In other words, the Bible itself speaks of the cycle of 12,000 years. Remember this. The message was left 500 years ago before our era, that is 2,500 years ago, at the time when 9,500 years from the beginning of the age had already passed. Thus, the Bible gives an indication that the cycle is 12,000 years, and it ends in our times. Scientists and atheists have all the answers except one. How could people 2,500 years ago accurately predict what is happening now? After all, there were no geophysical studies or predictions of mathematical models back then. There are two hypotheses as to where this information came from. Those who insist on the primacy of the mind are willing to believe that this information came from aliens or from past civilizations. For believers, it is divine providence. We do not claim anything. Which version is correct is up to you to decide. In Islam, the time of Judgment Day was indicated by the Prophet as the end of his community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. As of today, 1,390 years have passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the Day of Judgment by the harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the scriptures have already come true. Fires. The 9th minor sign of the Day of Judgment in Islam talks about the Hijaz fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen, according to the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, before the Day of Judgment, and the other will arise just before the Day of Judgment without a gap. The increase in the area and the number of fires in modern times is caused by degassing of the subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is a heating of the earth bowels due to rise of magma. Rains and floods. There are several authentic hadith in Islam which state that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, The famine would not break out because of drought, but there will be famine despite heavy rainfall as nothing would grow from the earth. The rise of magma causes groundwater to heat up and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to record rainfall and flooding. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the Day of Judgment is the blooming of the desert. A hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The last hour will not come till the land of Arabia reverts to meadows and rivers." In 2018, heavy rains that hit arid Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which made the desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Sal bin Sa'd reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Such examples are known in Turkey and Croatia, in Chile and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of mental gases. Earthquakes. The hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be very frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel of Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is growing exponentially. They are expanding their geography, their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more great earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as an increase in earthquakes, floods, land collapses, and fires are already coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harbingers of social change, diseases, technology, and astronomical signs have already come true. The 12,000-year cycle end dates announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what awaits us on the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, Apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse scenario in great detail. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented power of cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says that there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea. People will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami from the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 56, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude, when the earth will be violently shaken and the mountains will be crushed to pieces, becoming scattered particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains, which we regard as motionless, will be set into motion like clouds. And they will become like wool, that is, they will be shaken and split up into blocks along the fault. So strong the tectonic shifts and the speed of the movement of the lithospheric plates will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountains, not to take anything with them, and not to turn around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, "For in those days there will be tribulation, such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be," one can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred on earth, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel said that such events had not yet been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent volcanic eruptions and catastrophic fires during the Judgment Day. Watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which will cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is a description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran in Surah 55, Ayat 37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In the sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the Prophet and Jesus Christ conveyed to people using the terms they could understand, and now, having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Quran, Surah 82, the cleaving, it is said, when the sky splits open, and when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the violent explosion in the Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will not disturb them. On that day, we will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds of the fact that in the event of steam explosion rupturing the atmosphere, the integrity of the atmosphere would be broken, it would be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. Also, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, and when the stars fall down, and when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from the surah that the folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red-hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquakes will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in both Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic impact, the rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon that will create the sensation that the stars are falling. If we summarize the Prophet's words about Judgment Day, we see the description of the phenomena that the mathematical model predicts for October 2036 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distant, but we see it as near. Then, do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already, there have come its indications. That is the day of carrying out the threat. On the day heaven will sway with circular motion, and the mountains will pass on, departing. On the day the earth breaks away from them, and they emerge rapidly. Then watch for the day when the sky will bring visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. And the earth and the mountains are lifted and level with one blow. Then, on that day, the occurrence, that is resurrection, will occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is wrapped up in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame, and when the sky is stripped away. If the apocalypse scenario comes true and what the Prophet, peace be upon him, described happens, then our planet will become like Mars.
Peace be with you, dear brothers and sisters. The film we have just watched is truly shocking. A question arises immediately. How could ordinary people thousands of years ago know what would happen to us and describe it so precisely? How did the prophets know that in thousands of years we would destroy the ecology and enter a cycle of cataclysms? This is the most important sign for all believers. It is the sign that Allah has warned us all the times we live in now, the end times. Allah was aware of what we're about to face. All of us living have much to ponder. Everything we have seen now in this film, what the prophets warned us about, is an accurate description of the mathematical model you have heard today. Frighteningly accurate at that. The big question remains, why do we see it and talk about it openly and the rest do not? Allah is mercy. He has given us freedom of choice, and we have two paths. Either we die in the apocalypse, or we choose the life, and then He will give us the golden millennium. With all of the above, one thing that is not clear: why the entire Muslim Ummah is not here? Why all the representatives of Christianity are not here now? I appeal to all believers of the entire world. You have heard the predictions, you know them. Don't you feel how time has shortened and that the world is on the brink now? Why are you silent? Why are you not with us now? Yes, there are many believers among our active participants, but there must be the believers of all religions, of all denominations. If you are true to the prophets, if you believe in one God, you must be here and speak with us. For you and me, the scriptures have described two paths that mankind has. So far, the whole world follows the negative scenario, which leads us to total annihilation of humanity and the whole planet. Although so much has already been given to people, there is a report that everyone has heard today. There are confirmations in religions about what is going to happen. I don't expect anything from polytheists. They have different positions and attitudes to everything. However, the mono-religions are the dominant religions, and they're exactly pointing to what is coming. It is written in their literature, and it is indeed so. Why are the representatives of religions who know these predictions not with us today? Or do they seek the destruction of all humanity? Allah has given us a choice. What will we choose now? Do we wait for the sky to fall to the ground? Or do we take the chance and build the society all the prophets dreamed of? Just as Christianity talked about the golden millennium, so in Islam, the Prophet talked about the new order of society that will be under Imam Mahdi if people unite. So the choice is up to us, every person. Allah loves us so much that He has given us the greatest gift of freedom of choice. If we do nothing now when our world is falling apart, that is also our choice. It is a choice to leave things as they are, which means supporting the mass demise of all humanity. We cannot justify ourselves by saying that everything is predetermined, that we're powerless to fix anything. For what then will we be judged on the day of judgment if everything is predetermined? And if everything is predetermined, then why did the prophets describe the beautiful society which you and I can build in such details? The prophet, the best of men, hoped for the last people, those who will choose the right path. And the last ones are you and me. Islam is the last religion, and the greatest responsibility for the path society takes lies with the Muslims. Remember the words of our Prophet. We are the last of the community, but the first to be held accountable. Because everyone will be asked. The time has come for us Muslims to come together, look each other honestly in the eyes and answer ourselves the question: where and whom are we following as Ummah? So tell every Muslim to hear and know, and tell everyone that there will be an international conference for all Muslims on December 10th, 2022. The global crisis. Who is the Prophet Muhammad to us? Brothers and sisters, it is our choice to descend with the shaitan into hell, or to build a beautiful world and be with our beloved Prophet in the house of Allah.
Thank you very much, Arman. Dear viewers, do not forget to put December 10th on your calendars for the conference Global Crisis, Who is the Prophet Muhammad for us? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, we offer you an excerpt from the program, Awakening, with the participation of the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The time has come for us to become humans, to look at the problem reasonably, to make a mature decision, and to start saving the whole world, the way a human being should act, to take care of each and everyone, and most importantly, to take care of our planet, to take care of our home, but we are unable to do that. We haven't been taught this. Therefore, we'll have to learn everything on our own. Yes, there will be many problems. There will be many stones on this road. But if we have a higher goal, we will traverse this road. And we shouldn't rely on anyone. Without us, yes, without you, my friend, we will not survive. That's a fact. And unfortunately already a scientific fact. A substantiated and repeatedly verified one. What else can be said? In such a situation, where we find ourselves as humanity, I can say just one thing. We have to trust, not even in God. After all, it's our choice. God has no right to interfere in our affairs. Yes, believers will now get indignant and say, God is Almighty. Of course He's Almighty. He created the entire universe. But He gave us freedom, the freedom to choose whom to serve. Yet what have we chosen? We crucified Christ and betrayed Prophet Muhammad, the best of people. Tell me, what good have we also done for God when we do not accept His messengers? When our heart breaks and tells us what to do, while we do as the devil whispers? Have we really been faithful to God? Have we been listening to Him? Or whom have we been listening to, friends? We shouldn't trust in God. He gave us the freedom of choice, and we chose what we chose. We can now trust only in ourselves and each other. The time has come for everyone to support everyone else, to become one big human family, to become a civilization. Our survival, friends, is in unity. Remember that. Let's just become humans. Right? Everything is in our hands. And we can even save this world. We can build an Eden here. We can build the creative society. We can become humans and stop betraying each other, stop killing each other. We can start taking care of each other and loving one another. And the world will change.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going. After the shocking information we heard today, any normal person understands that we are flying into the abyss. Everyone understands that something needs to change. Many boldly declare that our society has reached a dead end, but they don't see a solution and don't know the way out. But today, we already touched on the solution to all the problems and crises in our society. It is the creative society format. Stay with us as we will now explain what the creative society format is and why humanity will only survive if we build the creative society worldwide. We will show how the creative society will benefit everyone without exception, and why you should begin informing all people about it right away. We are only as strong as we are united. We need to stand together and prove that we are human beings with a capital H. Creative society is the way out. It is the goal that can unite us all. After all, we can only find a solution and survive together. And John, I'd like to pass the floor to you.
The problem that we have today, we have to solve has never before been faced by humankind. The year 2036 is the year of the destruction of our planet if nothing is changed. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and impossible to counteract the radiation that is now coming on our Earth and causing this catastrophic destruction. It is a matter of everyone's survival. Climate cataclysms are gaining momentum, and as of today, the scientific world has not put forward a single working model to solve this vitally important issue. The scientists we know about from the media will not help us find a solution. These are people for whom grants and titles are important, not the truth. Today, all that official science does is fight for more prestigious cabins on the sinking ship. We're not satisfied with this, and we want to save the whole ship because we are all on this ship and it is already sinking. We need real scientists who know how to save the ship. We need scientists with practical scientific experience and real knowledge to solve this problem. So where are these scientists? It's no secret that humanity's best minds are now engaged in the military sector. They have applied knowledge and practical experience. They are those who develop new technologies in closed laboratories, technologies that are now unfortunately being used against humanity. Today, it is not profitable for any state to reveal those who are genuine scientists. Why not? Because these scientists provide a military advantage over other countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization of world society to a model where wars and the dictatorship of power will be eliminated entirely. Then scientists would no longer need to develop weapons, and countries would no longer need to defend themselves. an important point. We need to eliminate wars not only in the present, but also in the future. Otherwise, states will cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and thus their power. Let's be honest. Politicians protect only themselves and their successors, and the latter only to avoid punishment in the future for what they have done. For the sake of their own safety, politicians will do anything, even destroy the world along with all of us. So changing the format of society is our only chance for survival. Changing conditions will spare us all from having to fight each other. Only this will guarantee the possibility of uniting the intellectual potential of real scientists and directing their attention to solving the global climate threat. Whether we like it or not, we need to unite into a larger human family to survive. If we fundamentally change the format of society, it must be acceptable to everyone. If we take this step, we must do what's best for people. Realizing that we need to change something, it became apparent that we don't need to invent anything. We can simply ask people. No one knows what's best for us but ourselves. For many years, we have been asking people how they see the world, what kind of world they want to live in, and how they think the world should be. Tens of thousands of volunteers have participated in these surveys. These surveys were broad in scope. We asked all the people, acquaintances, friends, and strangers on the street. Millions of people were surveyed in all countries of the world. By analyzing all the answers, the 8 pillars of the creative society were formed. The concept of the creative society itself was developed as a result of a request from all of humanity. All that people wanted became the basis of the new creative format. That's how the creative society was born. Understandably, we are at the beginning of the journey, but the foundation has already been laid. Yes, we still have a lot to solve, but that is a task of specialists. Lawyers will solve legal issues, and economists, economic issues. They, as well as scientists, must sit around the same table and combine their knowledge and experience for the benefit of all humanity. Their task is to provide people with clear and understandable options for solving various issues. And people will vote for the most appropriate option. Thus, we will choose together the rules by which we will live in the world as one big family. If anyone has an alternative to the creative society, we would love to hear it. Among us are historians, political scientists, sociologists, and a vast number of specialists and enthusiasts who have studied human history in detail. Always, in all attempts to change something, everyone has tried to preserve power, the power of the few over many. Wherever there is power over people, it always turns into tyranny, consumerism, wars, and slaughter of people. It doesn't matter whether it is power of a single person or a group. Everything inevitably turns into a permanent or temporary slave system. We are well aware that there has never been such a format as a creative society, but it is precisely what people want. Any other system where there remains even a temporary, slight power of one man over another will inevitably lead to catastrophe. We will live again as we do now, as enslaved people. We must first realize that we are all slaves to a small group of people. We're like an obedient herd that is simply incapable of making decisions. That is what we have been indoctrinated with for 6,000 years. In fact, it's not true. Even according to the Constitution, we are free people. We are the holders of power in all countries. It's written in all constitution. We're the ones who actually built this world. We need to realize and understand that clearly and stop listening that someone will come and do something good for us. We're being persuaded that people are not capable of solving anything. Yes, they can. Specialists are capable of thinking things through, and people are capable of making decisions. We won't need politicians anymore because a politician in today's world is a representative of certain groups of people who think they are masters of the world. Those very politicians make slave out of us. History clearly shows us this, and we need to understand it. On paper, a politician is someone who prevents conflict and wars, cares about people, and is a representative of the people. But in reality, it is the opposite. A politician sits on people's necks, considering the people a herd, and drives in wherever he wants, or where those who are behind the politicians tell him to go. Therefore, such notion as a politician cannot exist in a created society. In the face of a global climate catastrophe, we can speak frankly and openly. We have been divided into states and told that we must fight and kill each other in the interest of these states. The question arises, what and who is a state? The answer is simple. The state is made up of people. It is not just a territory. But today, the state is power, a superstructure over people. Everything is done in the interest of some ruling party or simply in the interest of power, but not in the people's interests. Let's be honest and call things by their proper names. We have a few free breaths left. Then we will have hard time breathing and communicating with each other. Before the climate destroys us, let's talk honestly to each other. Better yet, let's build a creative society for each and every one of us, for our descendants.
The creative society will ensure a world free of poverty, crime, and violence. It'll give us a safe, comfortable life anywhere in the world, stability and confidence in our future and that of our children, the ability to develop our businesses in a sustainable and predictable economy, able to implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format. Moreover, it'll give humanity access to new ways of generating energy. It will accelerate our development as one unified civilization. Such a society is beneficial to all. The creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution. That allows for a peaceful and lawful reformatting of the fundamental values of world society from anti-human to human, and to make human life the highest value. Creative society is a new format for the unification and partnership of people worldwide. It is not a single organization. It is a movement of all people of goodwill who support the 8 pillars. Let's look at these pillars more in detail. The first pillar is the most fundamental principle. It declares that human life is the highest value. There is not, and never can there be, anything else more valuable than a human's life. The goal of society is to ensure and guarantee the value of each human's life. Do you feel the difference with what we're seeing today? Isn't that what we really need right now? For most people, freedom and equality are very important. Life cannot be fulfilling without freedom, and freedom is impossible without equality among all people. Despite the declared rights in today's Constitution, people are not treated equally in real life. The consumerist format undermines equality and, in reality, imposes on us a social hierarchy that supersedes any laws. The second pillar guarantees those rights. It states that every human is born with the right to be a human being. All people are born free and equal. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, his freedoms and rights. We all have a fear of tomorrow. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Will I still have my job? Will the economy be okay? Can I afford the medical bills if something happens? What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear, the fear of tomorrow. That is, the fear of survival. Each human is guaranteed free provision of essential life necessities, including food, housing, medical care, education, and complete social security. And of course, everyone wants to feel physically safe. A unified global service will protect everyone from any emergencies and threats. Read that again. Did you catch that? Did you really fully get it? You'll be provided with everything to live your life without worrying about survival, food, housing, medical care, education, and so much more. Next pillar, number 4. For society to function properly and justly, there cannot be any secrets from its citizens. Therefore, transparency and openness of information for all is essential, including the information about the movement and distribution of public funds. Technology will allow us to track all public spending down to a penny. No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Ideology is what shapes society's values and behaviors. The prevailing ideology should bring out the best human qualities in people. Today on TV, we see violence, destructive, hateful news, and endless problems without solutions. Mass media is aimed at the division and manipulation of the masses. After watching the news, people feel hopeless and depressed. In creative society, propaganda of violence, division, aggression, and anti-humane manifestations will be prohibited. Therefore, establishing conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral values in each individual and society. The 6th pillar guarantees everyone high quality, free education, and harmonious development of their personality. That will eliminate the colossal student loan that today leaves graduates enslaved by debt for many years to follow. Also today, many young people choose their fields of study based on the profession's earning potential instead of following their heart's desires. In creative society, every person, regardless of location, can attend university or college of choice and receive a degree in any field they choose completely free of charge. That will give freedom, enjoyment of learning, and fulfillment of true potential. The 7th pillar assures equitable distribution of our planet's natural resources among everyone, regardless of nationality, age, and social status. Today, we have never-ending wars and battles because of the lack of resources in certain countries and the insatiable desire by certain groups to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands. When all resources genuinely belong to people and are distributed evenly, conflicts and wars won't be needed. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. People directly participate in making decisions on key issues. You and I will decide how our communities and the world at large operate. You and I will determine what happens on our planet. Politicians will no longer supersede the vast potential of the people, and therefore the people themselves will use their rights and talents for the benefit of the whole. And that's it. Just these 8 short, simple paragraphs describe everything that all people want. And you know what? If someone agrees with at least one of these principles, he is already a member of the creative society because it's what he wants. But if a person denies all 8 pillars, then he is so harmful and dangerous to society that something needs to be done about it. And you need to understand that creative society is a new format for bringing people together. It is not an organization, but an association of people based on the desire to live and live well, to live in safety and dignity, and to develop and prosper. A question is often asked, guys, who are you? Ask a counter question. Who are you? Whose interests do you represent? Your own. Isn't that so? And that's the meaning. That is the creative society, which serves everyone's interests. So, if we all decide we can start living like this within 5 years, let's tell everyone, let's create public support for this idea. Let's create electoral demand. Let's create a new reality.
Thank you so much, Wilkins. Absolutely agree with you. A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the highest value, not on paper, but in the practice. A society where there is no power of one person over another, where people make decisions on key issues together without shifting the responsibility to a small group of people. In this model of society, all resources belong to a man by bartering water, gas, oil, electricity, natural resources. The possibility of the separation of resources is the same, hence is eliminated. This also prevents the domination of one person or group over the majority. Let's see what each person in the creative society will receive.
For several years, we have been informing about the creative society. The most frequent question we hear is, what will my life be like in the creative society? Friends, it's time to answer this question that concerns all of us. Make yourselves comfortable. We invite you to a wonderful world where the most valuable thing is human life. Your life. Living conditions, everyday life. Already in the transition period from the consumerist format of society to the creative one, each person will immediately be provided with accommodation of at least 60 square meters for a comfortable life. If you have a family of 5, You will live in a house or apartment of 300 square meters. This housing will be your property. It will not be subject to taxes and utility bills. As your family grows, your living space will expand. A consumer paradise will be created. The availability of free time, money, and a variety of quality goods and accessible products. And this is already in the transition period from a consumerist format to the creative society. Financial freedom. People will become financially independent starting from their birth. From the first day of the transition period to the creative society, all mortgages and loans will be written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals. You will receive a universal basic income of $10,000 every month. There will be no need to work in order to have a roof over your head and feed your family. In the creative society, you will always have confidence in your future. Do you want more money? There will be an opportunity to work doing what you love to do. Only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. You will have a vacation at least 2 months a year. Do you want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and monotonous work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning till night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the creative society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water saturated with good microelements and minerals. In the creative society, we will restore the ecosystem of the planet, and we will be able to admire the purity of oceans and the beauty of pristine forests. The creative society is a world of harmony and beauty. Healthcare. Perfect health of every person is one of the priorities of the creative society. From the very beginning of the transition period, medical care will be free for everyone. Doctors will be paid for healthy patients. A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors in the world throughout history. The very approach in healthcare will change. It will become 90% preventative. And all this right away in the transition period. Now, in the creative society, new technologies will allow humanity to never get sick. Everyone will have an opportunity to significantly increase their lifespan. To date, these technologies are already being developed, but the consumerist format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. In the creative society, you'll be really healthy, completely free of charge. Education. You deserve a decent, high quality, and free education. Do you like to study? In the creative society, you can get as many degrees as you want. And you won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income. From the first days of the transition period to the creative society, you can easily acquire a new profession if you wish to. Artificial intelligence will create an adaptive educational program for you according to your peculiarities. You can study anywhere in the world and at a time that suits you. The creative society is a world of knowledgeable and versatile personalities. Freedom. People will decide for themselves what rules and laws to live by and implement their decisions through voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for the profit of a few. The media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people. Safety. Already, in the transition period from the consumerist format to the creative society, the fate of people will no longer depend on the decisions made by a few individuals and on what those in power will agree among themselves. Society will create conditions in which wars, murder, theft, slavery, human trafficking, and drug trade will be impossible. Crime will completely disappear. The latest technologies will be implemented everywhere, which will help the Unified Emergency Service to work proactively to prevent accidents and crimes. You can easily let your child go to school or outside being completely sure about his safety. You'll be safe and secure at all times of day and night while returning home in the evening, going for a walk in the park, or going to a concert. The main danger, the threat of a global climate catastrophe, will be solved. Humanity will never again be threatened by climate disasters and wars. In the creative society, you and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this starting from the first days of the transition period. And already, in the creative society, thanks to a replicator technology, you will be able to get everything you need. All kinds of food, clothes, household items, and much more. As fantastic as it may sound, most of the technologies we're talking about already exist. It's just that it's impossible to use them in a consumerist format. Beginning with the transition period, science and technology will be aimed at improving the quality of human life. Life must bring only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that, despite having all the possibilities to live in the creative society already now, we continue to maintain the consumerist format. We can build the creative society peacefully, without struggle or confrontation, in the shortest possible time. There will be no more revolutions, except scientific and technological ones, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon in the creative society. Tell your family, friends, neighbors, and acquaintances about this perspective. Share how beneficial and cool the creative society is for them. You and I are living in an amazing time, when within a short time we can move from the slave system of the consumerist format to the free and safe world of the creative society. Everything depends on you. If you want such a life, support the creative society and tell everyone about it.
Are we live? A creative society is a format of social organization. At its core and the center of everything is the individual, its life and its benefits. That will require a reformatting of all spheres of our life. And there is a step-by-step plan for implementation of the creative society. And there are very specific stages. So let's learn about the stages of building a creative society, what actions have to be taken, and what is the goal of each stage is.
How do we know that building the creative society is possible? Because any normal person wants to live in the creative society and not in the consumerist format. The informational stage is essential because if people don't learn about the creative society, there will be no politicians for whom they will vote. Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for the creative society. This is required to lawfully implement creative society values in our countries. Creative society is an actual working model. There is a clear plan and a strategy of its implementation. It consists of 3 stages of creative society formation. First stage, informational. Second stage, political. Third stage, world referendum. The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage. In just 5 years, we will be able to move from the current consumer format to the creative society peacefully and lawfully. To make this happen, all people need to unite around the idea of the creative society as quickly as possible. Now we are at the first stage. The first stage of building the creative society is the informational stage. The goal of this stage is for majority of people in every country to support the transition to a creative society format. The objective of the informational stage is for every person on the planet to become aware that there is an alternative to the consumerist format in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society. The alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important one. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of a new quality of life it opens up for each person: safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person that forming the creative society is a practical and feasible task, and we can build it in the shortest time frame, within 5 years. Today we will learn many interesting things about how life will be in the creative society. During the forum, we will discuss how to join the Creative Society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choice wherever possible. That's exactly how people will create a global electoral demand in their countries. This is exactly how we will demonstrate to politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage of informing will be the creation of an electoral demand for the creative society. We are at this stage right now. We have calculated that if each person tells only 5 other people about creative society, we will accomplish the first of the 3 stages in only 2 weeks. When we achieve this result, we will be ready to move on to the next stage. The second stage of creative society formation is political. Here, we aim to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions of every country and enact the law about the electoral platform. We will use the existing legal framework. This new format of social organization should be secured on the legislative level. To build a creative society quickly and peacefully, we need to use politics as a tool. We will vote only for those politicians and only for those political parties that support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If there aren't any, we won't vote at all. Today, there are more and more decent people among politicians who understand everything. They support the creative society and the 8 pillars. If you and I vote only for those politicians and those parties that they build the creative society, other politicians have no electorate. Politicians always follow the electorate. If there is an electoral demand for a creative society, they will build it. Once our chosen politicians and political parties are in power, we will need to enact laws that will guarantee the realization of interests of every person. In the second stage of building a creative society, with politicians' help, we will achieve the following goals. Adoption of 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions. Enactment of the electoral platform law. Enactment of the politicians' instant recall law. The first step that politicians will carry out at our request is to introduce the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitutions and laws of the countries, according to the existing laws, in a legitimate and legitimate manner, without violation of the current laws, in an entirely peaceful way. The basis of all laws will be the 8 pillars of the creative society. That's why we say that the creative society is an absolutely peaceful scenario. Introducing the electoral platform law will give us back the power and the right to choose how we live. We will regain the right to make decisions through direct voting, without intermediaries. The role of politicians will be solely executive. Another essential step of the second stage is introducing the law about an instant recall of a politician if he doesn't perform or fails to fulfill the functions entrusted in order to form the creative society. The outcome of the second stage is the implementation of the 8 pillars into the constitutions of most countries in the world. After that, we can move on to the third and final stage, the vote referendum. At this stage, thanks to electoral platform, all people of the world will be able to accept the creative society as a unified form of social structure on the whole planet and establish the 8 pillars as a law by which all spheres of life of our society will finally begin to function.
Ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is no excuse from responsibility. Today, ignorance of the laws not only deprives us of a beautiful future, but can also deprive us of life. After all, we simply do not use our legal right to create an electoral request, and as a consequence, we put our fate in the dishonest hands of others. A creative society is an absolutely natural and necessary way to guarantee the realization of human rights, which today are declared in the legislation of any country, but are not actually realized. In order to guarantee these rights of every person, it is necessary to introduce a working legal mechanism into the legislation of all countries, not by breaking the current order, but by improving it. There is no need for any revolutions. It is evolution. A legitimate question arises: how to do it? Into the constitutions of all countries, it is necessary to introduce 8 foundations of the creative society and to pass the law on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is a society-owned electronic system, which is the only tool of initiation and adoption of laws and decisions by all people. It is also a unified legislative base. This is possible when a majority of the members of parliament support the creative society. And for this to happen, the majority of votes in the country needs to vote for those candidates who will pledge in their election programs to implement the 8 foundations into the Constitution and pass a law on the electoral platform. And now we come to the most important thing: the formation of a public request coming from the majority of citizens who have the right to elect public representatives and authorities. How to achieve such a majority among active voters? This is the main task of the first stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. All people on the planet who have already heard about the creative society and want to live in it simply need to actively inform all people about the creative society. When the majority of the world's population actively supports the creative society, the remaining stages of its creation will proceed very quickly and easily, in accordance with the national legislation of each country. This is why the information stage is most important. That is, the formula is simple. First, we inform all people about the possibility of building a creative society. Then voters choose only those politicians who support the creative society. And these politicians already implement 8 foundations of the creative society at the legislative level and pass the law on the electoral platform. With a form of government like a monarchy, things are even simpler. The monarch, by his decision, amends the constitution or simply adopts the 8 pillars of the creative society as the basic law of the state. It is important to remember that any monarch and any politician always depends on public demand. As we can see, we, all human beings, have the irrevocable right to decide what kind of society we will live in. And the creative society is the natural embodiment of people's decision. And its constitution is not a revolution. Construction is not a revolution, but an evolution which takes place in a legal way. The time has come to exercise this right. Thank you. Now back to our hosts.
Thank you, Robert. You're absolutely right. We, people, have the legal right to create an electoral request and to build the creative society. Still, people do not know about this right and therefore do not use it. In preparation for today's forum, we interviewed Ms. Christian Anderson, a member of the European Parliament from Germany. We invite you to watch a fragment of this conversation. our first question is about the upcoming forum that we will have on November 12th. The name of our forum is Our Survival is in Unity. How important is the unification of people during this challenging time? And what is the role of people to make a long-lasting positive change in our society?
Well, the unity of the people is very important at this point, because what we have seen, especially in the last 2 years, how the rights of the people, civil rights, and inalienable rights, constitutional rights have been infringed upon. They have been taken away. They have been redefined into being privileges that a government can grant whenever they want to, or withhold whenever they see fit. And this is not only happening in 1 or 2 or 3 countries. This has been happening all over the world. So it is of utmost importance that people once again realize it is their democracy. They need to get involved. If they want things to change, they can make it happen, but they need to go and cast their votes and not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Democracy is not a place where you simply go to sleep, because there was once said, when you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very rude awakening in a tyranny. You will always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We do need to have institutions that have some kind of a governing power. Obviously, we do need this. But the key is there needs to be checks and balances. That is also a cornerstone of every democracy. The people need to realize they have the responsibility for their life, and they need to make their own decisions. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by these elected representatives what their wishes have to be. And that is wrong on so many levels. So people need to realize we elect representatives and they are our employees, and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think, well, they're the bosses and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get a clearer understanding once again of how democracy works. And it seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer. Good evening. Nowadays, human rights are declared in the legislation of every country, but as we can see, they are not actually implemented. Do we control our own lives? In our present consumerist format of society, can we stop wars, abolish inflation, or at least reduce our electricity and heating bills? We rightly cannot protect our own lives. Having food and heat at home has become a luxury for many people. We don't even have means to save the lives of our near and near people in the event of severe illness. All of us are unsure of tomorrow. Will anyone ask us what we want before they push the red button and bury us and all our dreams under the mushrooms of a nuclear war? The system of the consumerist format is arranged in such a way that the maximum we are entitled to is to choose who will make decisions for us. During elections, we basically give our rights for a pig in a poke. We give away not just our rights, but also our benefits at disposal of a few individuals whom we often do not even know. Meanwhile, at the international level, we have no opportunity whatsoever to directly defend our own interests at all. Do you know what it may be compared to? Imagine that you issue a general power of attorney for someone to use and dispose of your house, and the right to move people in and to sell, demolish, or rebuild the house without your consent. At the same time, you continue to live in this house. Everything that remains for us to do under the current system is to trust in the authorities and hope that they will solve our problems, or to express our discontent at mass meetings and demonstrations in the hope that we will be heard. Despite the existence of a huge number of laws, international treaties and agreements, society's problems will never be solved in the consumerist format. Because we, people, do not participate in making socially important decisions. Whether a war is needed or not, what taxes we will pay, and how natural resources should be used. Meanwhile, all of these issues directly affect our lives. This consumerist format of society, where power and money are at the core, has reached a dead end. But the situation can easily be changed, so that there is a decent life for everyone, not just a few individuals. In a legal and evolutionary way, we can implement the concept of the creative society, where a human is at the center. Self-government in society is one of the fundamental pillars of the creative society format. We can hear such a statement that society is impossible without power. But how can we then explain, for example, people's self-organization and mutual help in emergency situations, when there are various disasters and catastrophes? People themselves will effectively solve all the pressing issues and tasks without waiting for any action from the clumsy system of government authorities. Moreover, without the involvement of civil society volunteers, the state is totally unable to solve the issues of providing people with everything they need. So, a fair question arises. Is it us who cannot do without the government, or is it the government that cannot do without us? Generally speaking, let's take a reasonable look. Why do politicians strive for the peak of power? In order to help us? Do they love us so much? Let's just not be naive. Everyone understands perfectly well that everyone strives for a better life. People whom we endow with power always pursue their own interests only, and the power of a few individuals inevitably leads us to inequality and exploitation. So what is self-government? Self-government in society is when we, as the entire community, decide by majority vote whether something should take place or not. You have to agree that it is actually natural and normal for every person to manage their own private life. Then why, when it comes to managing matters of public importance, on which our private lives depend even more, do we begin to think that someone knows better how we should live our lives? We people must have a voice in direct resolution of all publicly important, socially significant economic issues that affect the quality of human life. This very principle is embedded in the eighth pillar of the creative society, the self-governing society. This pillar defines self-government as the absence of power and the right of every person to participate in managing society's affairs. Self-government means participation of people themselves in decision-making on the electoral platform. The electoral platform is an electronic system owned by society, which is the only tool for all people to initiate and adopt laws and decisions. And it is also a single legislative framework. Self-government doesn't mean that incompetent people will run the state. Yes, people make all decisions that affect their lives. Naturally, there should also be an executive apparatus to implement the decisions which people make. But those are merely executives, whom society hires and controls. Society can dismiss any executive who doesn't fulfill his obligations and replace him with another person at any moment. Self-government removes manipulation of legislation in favor of anyone's private interests. In the creative society, no one will be able to amend laws in the interests of individuals. Lobbying will cease to exist. Creative society removes conditions suitable for corruption because decisions will be made by people themselves. And it's impossible to bribe 8 billion at once. And it makes no sense to influence executives either with threats or with blackmail or with money, because they do not make crucial decisions. It's not within their competence. The electoral platform makes it possible to exercise public control to the fullest extent, and public funds will not end up in the pockets of a few individuals, as it happens nowadays. Everything is open and transparent, which is guaranteed by the fourth pillar of the creative society. On the electoral platform, each of us can vote for a decision that is important for him or her. And together, we will adopt the simplest and most convenient procedure for implementation of our rights and interests. People will really be able to quickly resolve their issues on the electoral platform without lengthy procedures, red tape, and bureaucracy. Therefore, self-government in society provides every person with the following: real equality without privileges, statuses, and immunities, an opportunity to initiate and participate in making key decisions. Point number 3, an ability to monitor implementation of decisions and receive reliable information about the state of affairs in society. Point number 4, stability and confidence in the future. In the creative society, thanks to self-government, authority is given back to a human, along with all the benefits that a human should have by birthright. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today, everyone claims that your future depends entirely on you. But is this really the case? Is your opinion always really considered? Not to mention that simply expressing your opinion today can be risky or life-threatening. If you want to change something in society, how realistic is it to do so? Yes, we can elect those who supposedly stand for the slogans that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to power, they embody something completely different. In fact, who are we in a consumer society? Rightless pack animals. Let's see how our lives will change in the creative society. The first and crucial difference is that in the creative society, your present and future will actually depend on your choices, and everyone's choice will improve everyone's life. Today, we have a representative democracy. That's when we elect representatives and hand over power to them, and they decide how we should live and manage our wealth, money, natural resources, and our lives. In the creative society, power will be in the hands of people themselves, and they will be able to directly exercise it by making decisions on the electoral platform, because people will become the legislative body. Every day, people will live more comfortably, more prosperously, and more securely, with full confidence in the future. For example, Anna, a woman of 38, a wife, mother of 2, and employee of a design company. She will have a direct impact on improving society without being a politician. How can this be implemented? With the help of up-to-date technology. A platform is created for considering initiatives, passing laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet. The platform will allow you to solve absolutely all issues online. Now, Anna's opinion will actually matter. It will be taken into account immediately, since voting takes place right there on the platform in electronic format. The application will be easy to use, simple, and intuitive for everyone. Designed for user convenience and fully protected against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing is that Anna will spend no more than 30 minutes a week to vote on the platform. She will be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe while her children are playing sports, simply ticking yes or no next to each question. The app will be available to every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all, every person matters in the creative society. It is absolutely possible to create such a platform, taking into account today's level of technical development. Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of such a platform will make it possible to get rid of unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? Self-government is, in fact, direct decision-making by the people. You will make the laws and decide which ones are acceptable to you and which ones are not. Any initiative to improve people's lives will be welcomed. The initiative can be local, state, or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation of what people want. For example, Anna is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating in public transportation in her country. You may be thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm not a lawyer. But in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They will be presented in a simple, clear form and with an obligatory explanation of how exactly it will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as a mechanism for implementing such a right. Thus, the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws. Putting the 8 foundations of the creative society into the Constitution and following them steadfastly guarantees the effectiveness of self-government. These are the most basic norms of human and social life. All other legislation must correspond to these norms. That is, it must not violate them. Thus, in the creative society, it would be impossible to make decisions that worsen a human situation
or threaten his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend after fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to go to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. And in order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer yes or no. Won't Anna figure out what's good for her? Of course she will. For example, Anna had 2 bills on the ballot: to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvements of their lives. Of course, all the complex issues must be worked out by specialists. Any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. You may ask, how will implementation be controlled? It will be simple, transparent, and will be carried out on the same electoral platform. All those who have power over us now, in other words, politicians, will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no exemptions, and no immunity. The law will work the same for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. When a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us, the people, and as customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. There will be complete transparency in the appointment of executives, transparency in the movement of funds, and implementation of projects. All this will be controlled by society through the electoral platform. How will issues be dealt with at the international level, you ask? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, in any part of the world, there will be one law, one time zone, and decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states. In the creative society, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved, but at the same time will be united. All this will rule out wars and any conflicts. A united civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects for rapid development. The creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week, and vote for that will improve my life. I like that it will be accessible and understandable for everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters, that I can decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do right now. I really like the changes that we make and the benefits that everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. and I do not need to blame or complain about some politician with his empty promises. I am in charge now. I am now building a bright future for my kids and not just dreaming about it. I also like that politicians can be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people, and a regular person like me can become responsible for a social project, propose ideas, and see them come to life. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will allow us to monitor all projects, salaries, as well as public investments. And it will be impossible to conceal money anywhere because the fourth pillar of the creative society guarantees transparency and openness of information for all people. It is our right to make our own decisions, plan our lives, and be in control of our own destiny.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim právom.
Thank you, Roy. We have the right to make our own decisions, to plan our own lives, and to manage our own destiny. But along with this right, there comes a responsibility and a desire to act. And right now, we can all together see the results of people's choice and their volunteer work. I am honored to present and invite you all to watch a music video with a song that it's a gift for the forum from all the participants of the Creative Society project from Slovakia. Its title is Unity, which accurately describes the essence of the Creative Society project. Participants from the Czech Republic, Kazakhstan, United Arab Emirates, and Russia took part in creating this music video. When people are willing, they can do what seems to be impossible. The same happened when this song was created. Its authors, who starred in the music video themselves, are not professionals. They are people who came together with a common goal to create a song for the forum and for the Creative Society. This video also depicts our common journey to the Creative Society. The beginning is dark and hopeless, just like our society today. But in the distance, so we can see the light and those people who were the first to understand the idea of the Creative Society without hesitation. They go forward, and some of them even run to implement this idea because in the Creative Society, darkness will dissipate and we will be able to start living and developing our potential. Okay? That's enough words. Let's get inspired.
There is a different way.
A beautiful song. Big thanks to the participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia for such a gift. Dear friends, this is another example of what can be done at the informational stage and what outstanding projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now at the most crucial step of building of the Creative Society, the informational step. It's the simple, small steps that are the most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send them a link to the broadcast or the recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society platform.
Hey, earlier today, we heard that we have all the legal basis for building the Creative Society. Now, let's focus on the economic system. And trust me, the question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for every human being comes up a lot. So this is what we will talk about right now. The information you're about to hear is very important. It is life-changing and will be presented for the first time. So please pay attention as we explore how our economic system will function. So the ultimate goal of the economic system in the Creative Society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standard of living. And we are talking about the highest quality of medical care, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best of everything according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power and time to enjoy the products and services.
To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in 2 stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the Creative Society. This transition period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which, in turn, will create conditions for the growth and development of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay back exactly the same amount.
And with the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in a field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you can do will have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible not only to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transitional period. Specialists, with the help of AI, will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same anywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. Well, to give you an example, everyone is provided with great quality housing of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn more and buy a bigger house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house, while you and your family live in a 240 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. So let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank owned and controlled by the society, single unified monetary unit, fixed prices, and no interest on loans completely removed the possibility of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and the goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money, on price reduction, in the transition period, companies will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, no inflation, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, conditions will be created in which corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit on personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Such a fortune is more than enough for a comfortable, rich life, but not big enough to start a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, the development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, large agricultural enterprises.
At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking into account the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by the society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be nullified, prices will be fixed, and unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model of the economy to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on a screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used as money. But as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, or banknotes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, but now it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement.
Anyway, in a world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives trying to make money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. In the consumer format of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of countries, although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. And that's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, money always goes back to its owners.
But here's the good news. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, there are no axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people, and that means that we can change it. We're used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, or private. But in the creative society, the money will belong to society itself. As we said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no more private banks. We will decide by ourselves, as a society, how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of medicine and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours. And they can get kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation. Because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to the creative society. It's also crucial to understand that a creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together, everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other.
And during this transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of good and food through the control of elementary particles. This world will no longer need money. In the creative society, each of us will be rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. The energy supply is being optimized to increase profit instead of covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, heat, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on today? We are already experiencing an energy crisis.
It is really scary because as soon as I go out, now after 2 hours I'll come in and it's already £2 and you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance you've got.
Yeah.
Whether you can switch
which one works more, which one doesn't.
Normally, if we have like every year like 10% extra cost, it's not a problem. But it's now like 10 times more than 2 years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive. No company, no people with a household, nobody.
In many countries in Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen by 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. To date, even in civilized Europe, people are stocking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to be closed. In Europe, farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we will not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and greens on store shelves this winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help and money to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why don't you turn on the air conditioner at home?
I can't afford the electricity bills. The city folks get salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create a spike in the prices for meat and dairy products and can create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer. Even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, the hospital in Naples received an 11 million euro electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. To date, many countries are already preparing for reduced electricity consumption. Shutdowns and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. This, in turn, will lead to higher prices and shortages of products and other goods all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover, you just won't be able to afford what's left on the shelves. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, this amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $1.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. But every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt an hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt an hour of energy is sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. We pay for the profits of the energy industry enterprises in every bill, and on top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Its tariff is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition to green energy will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, and are trying to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. Has it only now dawned upon us that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time? In such conditions, power outages are unavoidable. That's why we can't give up conventional power plants, but for some reason we have imposed an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to green energy. We have just added an unnecessary and unreliable source and only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of inefficient and expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources must belong to all people, and energy must be free and available anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the light, air conditioning, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are destroying the existing stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Wouldn't it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit extra CO2, which, by the way, has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Our civilization simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking droughts, floods, tornadoes, and extreme temperatures are just the beginning of climate disasters, and we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources despite the fact that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized cities will be left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital field is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us, people. Stable energy sources already exist today, but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever that our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries, as energy prices are skyrocketing, up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was due to the transition to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of hydrocarbons, at least in theory, while we were paying for the solutions directly out of our family budgets. Now we're confronted with geopolitical problems, while we keep paying more and more for energy. The energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It is not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conferences, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. And what do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key point is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person, energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy and restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create asymmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much more efficient, environmentally friendly, and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And a completely different technology is already in use. Fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of inexhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technologies that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? If we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we would not be able to use it in our daily lives, because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people would lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the energy bill, or paying for health insurance. So one way or the other, as of today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis, because energy, although a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. But who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. But this is possible only by changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reach the point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will no longer be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While the people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the unconditional basic income. All of this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be freed up when energy becomes free. And we will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period to the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today: hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, including small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will have reached its goal, namely, to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone. It will be possible for literally everyone to use FFGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home, at work, when traveling, anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously.
which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems. Whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a US company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave a fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But when we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and environmentally friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
I think the above video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of free energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impresses me the most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and inventors like Nikola Tesla and John Searle have already scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birthright given to all of the living beings. By using this technology, we'll be free from the ties of the consumerism in the form of gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm beyond blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is the solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the creative society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them is like Ora dai. One of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently, no hunger. Dole. Stop. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation, the solution is vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dixon Despommier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despommier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despommier, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to share my views with you. Everywhere, no matter where you go in the world, everybody has to pay for food. That's a basic commodity that's absolutely essential. In most places, people also have to pay for water. Water is another basic commodity that is not equally distributed. So the biggest question is, why do we do that? And the answer is easy. It's called greed. Greed is the biggest driver for accumulating wealth. And why do we do it? Because with money there comes power. With power, you can tell people what to do, and they will do it. And so you can even get more power that way. There's too much wealth in too few people's hands and not enough wealth in everybody else's hands. And it's about resources, and it's about your right as a human being, basically. Food, water, energy, housing, clothing. So let's take a long view now of vertical farming. First, let's just talk about the advantages. One is that you can grow food anywhere in the world, as long as you have water. Indoor farming uses so much less water than outdoor farming, and there are many reasons for that, but the major reasons are that all the water is recycled through the plants indoors. And so that you use 70% less water if you farm indoors, 70%. Right now, of all of the available fresh water on the planet, 70% of that is used to farm. And then it's no longer available. That's sheer stupidity. We are just not thinking about how to do it the right way when we know that there's a different way. So the different way is to use less water to get the same amount of food. And so basically that's what indoor farming is. Now, I can have food all year round. Okay, so you take that idea and then scale it up. You've got the same plant as you have outdoors, only the big difference is the rate of growth is much more robust and faster indoors than it is outdoors, because you can control all of the conditions that this plant needs in order to grow. Temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, CO2, all of that can be controlled. There's a farm not far from here in Kearney, New Jersey called Bowery Farms. They have 5 people that work in this farm. 5 people. It's all done automatically. They have, artificial intelligence that is surveying the crops for diseases, growth rates, when to harvest, how to package. It's automated. The whole goddamn thing is automated. So it's really crazy why we are not doing it, right? A lot of people say, you know, a lot of what we grow ends up as animal food. Well, why don't we grow that inside also? We can do it, but I think if you started with farming and allowed people to have enough food, everybody, then there would be a lot less fighting, because most of the fighting is done for territory. Now, imagine all of a sudden, everybody could have wheat. Everybody could have rice. Everybody could have barley. Everybody could have whatever you'd like. Everything will grow indoors that grows outdoors. Everything. Everything. Remember why we said there are a third of the world starving? Because they can't afford to buy food. So why is it that we only grow the food indoors that we can make the most money from? And that's the question. The question is, why do we grow just leafy green vegetables? And the answer is because they grow fast, there's a demand, and we can charge a premium price for them. Why don't governments subsidize indoor farming? So that they will be encouraged to grow potatoes and celery and all the other crops that we would like to be eating that we don't have access to, because they won't grow them because they don't get enough money for them. And if that ever happened, if the world ever got together and said, you know, there should never be a least developed country, at least in terms of food. It's a human right. When you're born, it's your right to get food. It's not a privilege. It's a right of birth. And so, and I firmly believe that.
Thank you, Professor, for this information. Dear viewers, as Professor said, we have the capabilities and technology to feed the entire population on the planet. Let's look at these technologies that will allow us to produce enough products and food for all people anywhere in the world and even in the space. And let me just remind you that this will already be possible in the transition period to the creative society.
Today, we can easily solve the problem of hunger using technologies that already exist. One remarkable example is vertical farms. The main differences between vertical farms and traditional greenhouse facilities are that they allow for growing on multiple levels and in a fully controlled indoor environment. Several technologies are used in vertical farms. 1. Hydroponics, growing plants in an artificial environment without soil. 2. Aeroponics, growing in an area environment without soil. 3. Aquaponics, a technology that combines hydroponics and aquaculture, fish farming. So, we see that the soil is not used. There are no insects. There is no need to use pesticides. The products are ecologically clean. It is a closed ecosystem. It is not harmful to the environment. Its efficiency speaks for itself. The Mirai Core vertical farm in Japan is one of the largest city farms on the planet. It requires 98% less water than a conventional farm, and it is 50 to 100 times more productive. An American farm called Aero Farms yields up to 26 harvests a year and produces 390 times more food per square meter than field farming. Aero Farms now grows more than 550 different varieties of fruits and vegetables. To date, the NASA Center is conducting practical developmental work on growing wheat to provide for humans in space. Researchers at Stanford University have calculated that wheat grown in an indoor 10-layer vertical farm can produce up to 660 times higher yields than modern farming methods provide.
Yes, we actually published a paper in 2020 on wheat production in vertical farm. So you could really produce a lot of food and 365 days a year, not just during the season. And it's totally independent of climate, but it has a cost. That means that every year you need to spend about $15 million in electricity, which is quite a significant amount of money. Now, if you remove the energy challenge, it's great because people can have food.
And we will solve the electricity problem in the first year of the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the gradual introduction of fuel-free energy generators, the technology which already exists nowadays. Another amazing opportunity that vertical farms offer is growing vegetables anywhere on the planet. One of such examples is Antarctica.
I'm standing here in our Antarctic greenhouse from the Eden ISS project, and today I will give you a quick look around. As you can see here, I'm surrounded by plants. To my left side we have tomato plants, behind that are cucumber plants. To my right side we have here 4 different types of lettuce.
Thus, we see that vertical farms are greatly expanding our possibilities in food production, but this is far from the limit. Nowadays, projects are being developed for complete ecosystems capable of growing not only fruits and vegetables, but even raising fish and poultry. French architect Pierre Sartou has proposed a vertical farm of mixed functions, Tour Vivant, living tower in which housing, farms, leisure facilities, restaurants, and shops can be located. The concept of the Tour Vivant Eco Tower is to combine hydroponics production and housing in an urban environment. The 30-story pyramid farm, designed by Dixon Despommier, is a closed-loop agricultural ecosystem in which almost every element of the agricultural process, including water and nutrients, is recirculated. It will utilize only 5% of the space of a traditional farm. One such farm will produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, fish and poultry, and feed about 50,000 people annually. These few technologies alone show that once a transition from the consumerist format to the creative one starts, the problem of hunger will be solved instantly. By bringing together scientific potential, the best developments and resources, cross-functional, multi-purpose farms will be built within the first year of the transition period to the creative society. In such facilities, in addition to plant cultivation, there will also be fish, livestock, and poultry farms in one building. The first floor is a fish farm. The second and third floors are allocated to livestock farming. The upper floors are for agricultural products, plants, berries, fruits, and vegetables. We can create such farms even in areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human habitation. We will turn the Sahara Desert into the most fertile area on Earth. Fresh products without chemical treatment or pesticides will be on your table at any time of the year, anywhere in the world.
In today's format of society, vertical farms are simply not economically feasible. They require large financial investments and, most importantly, a lot of energy. But already, during the transition period to the creative society, energy will become a free resource for every person and for the entire economy, because it will belong to society. We will have enough energy to operate not only vertical farms, but also other advanced technologies. We can create such farms even in the areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human life. The Sahara Desert can be turned into the most fertile area on Earth. Does this sound like science fiction? But let's get this figured out. Vertical farms are on average 10 times more productive than those traditional farms. In vertical farms, crop is harvested at least 10 times a year, depending on the plant species. On traditional farms, it is harvested only twice a year. This means that vertical farms are 50 times more efficient than existing farms. We currently use an area of 50 million square kilometers around the world for agriculture. This area includes pastures, crops for people, and forage for livestock. By size, this is the area of Australia, North and South America combined. Vertical farms would require an area of 1 million square kilometer to produce the amount of food needed today. That's 1/5 of Sahara. 1/5 would be enough to feed the entire planet. The single plant economy will optimize the transportation of products and significantly reduce transportation costs. Food will be available anywhere in the world at the same prices. The transition to universal multipurpose complex technologies should be gradual. While we will be building these complexes around the world, we will need to continue to use traditional methods of agriculture, improving them and their efficiency and environmental friendliness. This is a real solution to hunger, even in the scale of climate disasters. The problem of fresh water and its shortage is even more acute. After all, not only agriculture, but any production is impossible without it. Of all fresh water, we use 80% in agriculture today. At the same time, half of the world's population suffers from water shortages. But already today, there are technologies that can completely solve this problem. For example, water from fog. In Lima, one of the largest capitals in the world, located in the desert, fog is collected in a huge net and used to produce drinking water. And in Morocco, there is one of the largest installations which can produce up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from fog. It costs practically nothing to operate and requires no outside energy. Water out of the air. Atmospheric water generators can extract up to 3,000 liters of potable water per day and can be scaled up to 1 million liters. They can be mobile and stationary, operate from any energy source and in any climate conditions, even in an arid desert. Next one is desalination plants. Around the world, about 16,000 desalination plants clean ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water per day and supply 300 million people. Water recycling. The technology has undergone many tests. It allows the purified water to be used for watering, cooling, and any other technical needs. The quality of water purified in this way exceeds the standards of the World Health Organization. And this is just a small part of the technology we know. Now we are being told that there are too many of us. In the consumerist format, we are offered the only solution, population reduction. Whereas in the creative society, for the development of humanity, we will need at least 50 billion people, which our land can easily feed, and even the climate will not be an obstacle. Because only in the creative society, advanced technology will be able to work for the benefit of all people. And when we pass through the transition period to the creative society, we will get such technologies that we won't even need vertical farms. Now back to our hosts.
Yes, as we see it, humanity will forget the problems of hunger if we choose the creative society. That benefits everyone, but not everyone knows about it yet. Today, thanks to volunteers, scientists, experts, video editors, translators into 150 languages, we have been given this unique information. We have learned about such great perspectives. This forum was made by people for people. Now it's important that the idea of the creative society goes viral. You can share this video with all of your friends on all your social networks. We repeat once again that it is allowed to use, publish, reproduce, transmit this information presented on this forum, regardless of the form of its presentation in any way, at the discretion of individuals or legal entities, in whole or in part, without distorting the text of the transmitted information while maintaining links to sources. If you need access to videos of this conference in your language for distribution, write to the email info@creativesociety.com. The following topic will not leave anyone indifferent. Vertical farms are a temporary solution to the food and water problem in the transition to the creative society. And already in the creative society, we will have an even cooler technology. Let's see a video about it.
In the creative society, a new technology such as a replicator will be available to all people. A replicator is not science fiction, it's a device that works according to the laws of physics. Let's take a lobster, a t-shirt, or a phone, for example. In appearance, they are completely different, but if we look at them on a micro level, we'll see that they are made up of the same elementary particles. Only their number is different, and they are arranged in a different way. These particles form atoms, and atoms form molecules. Due to a given combination of these elementary particles, we get either a lobster, or a t-shirt, or a phone. The working principle of the replicator is basically to assemble the elementary particles in the proper combination to get what we need. A hot breakfast, or fashionable trousers. Moreover, they are brand new, already ironed, and of the highest quality. Everything depends on the program you've set up. For example, in order for a new gadget to appear in a replicator, you need 3 components: energy, particles from which the object will be created, the information about the sequence of their assembly. Energy has been successfully used by humanity for a long time. In the creative society, we'll be able to use both new and long-discovered types of energy. Information about an object will be received by scanning the desired objects and uploaded into the replicator. A similar principle has already been implemented in beverage molecular printing technology. Any beverage is printed directly from molecules. The main thing is to have the appropriate amount of particles from which the object we need will be materialized. To do this, we need a utilizer. Unnecessary things will be put in it to be decomposed into elementary particles and placed into cartridges. And the replicator will create whatever you need with the use of the cartridges and information, so you dispose of the garbage and get everything you want. Having a utilizer, you will no longer need to wash the dishes. Just put in it dirty plates, a tablecloth with crumbs, and you're done. A replicator and a utilizer are devices about the size of your microwave or a small cupboard. The magnetic power inside them will help rearrange the particles according to a given combination. In milliseconds and at any moment, you get everything you need and completely free of charge, without harm to your health or the planet's ecology. A replicator will not only benefit every person, it will also benefit the entire planet. For example, to enjoy a delicious, fresh bun at breakfast today, a whole chain of complex production processes must occur. You need to plow a field, and you need a tractor for this. To produce a tractor and all its component parts, we have to build different factories. And all these factories emit tons of poisonous gases, whereas their wastewater contains dangerous chemical compounds. We also need raw materials that people extract from quarries and mines. To grow wheat, we need pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which poison the soil and the crops. Delivery of everything we need requires a huge expense, fuel and lubricants. We need transport, trucks, ships, and trains. Look how much damage an ordinary bun does to the environment. And the same story is in every manufacturing sector. In the creative society, all these destructive to the environment processes will disappear, as everyone will have a replicator at hand. Just press the button, and here's a bun for you to eat. Everything will be enough for everyone, anywhere on the planet. We'll be able to cleanse the air, the earth, and the ocean of all dangerous radioactive pollution. Garbage will become the most valuable resource, that is, a source of elementary particles for creating new, beautiful things. The creative society is a world where you will enjoy the most advanced technology and your life will be financially independent, comfortable, and prosperous.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители.
Greetings, dear friends. I have a question for women. How long ago did you buy yourself a new dress to wear? For example, to go to a restaurant or theater? When was the last time you took a warm bath with scented foam? Where did you last go on a trip? Perhaps these questions may seem too frivolous to some, but it's not that simple. When was the last time you felt truly happy and free? When was the last time you even felt like a woman? Be honest. After all, the answer to this question provides so much insight. A woman is a source of love and life. Each of us has infinite creativity that is now trapped in the cage of routine, obligation, duty, and the absurd rules of consumer society. Instead of enjoying life, it's like a woman is running a cross-country obstacle from a kitchen to the store, from the store to work, from work to daycare or school, all the while hugging a day planner with an endless to-do list. The day planner certainly has dreams and plans in it, but is there a time to accomplish them? A few minutes ago, we watched a replicator video. Just think about it, how much time this technology alone could free up. No more endless cooking, no need to puzzle over what to wear. The replicator closet will create new, stylish, and perfectly ironed clothes for you in seconds. The clothes that will fit you exactly. But that's not all. You have no idea what the future holds in the creative society. We can talk about it for a long time, but it's better to see it with your own eyes. For this, we have created a film about the life of a woman in a consumer format and what it will be like in a creative society. Surely, you will recognize yourself in it. I appeal to every woman. This is a gift for you to understand that what you are missing out without creative society.
I'm so sick of this. Hi, my name is Maria. I'm a housewife. My husband, Alex, provides for our family. Thanks to him, I don't have to work. This is how my usual day begins. One of the 365 days of the year. Evelina, wake up! We are gonna be late for school again.
Mom, where is the skirt from my uniform?
Should be on the hanger. I ironed everything yesterday.
Have you seen my watch?
Check the nightstand.
I don't want this oatmeal.
What will you have then?
Pancakes.
My uniform, Mom!
Just change quickly.
It's not there.
Here it is.
Mom, the pancakes is burned.
Hello. Hi.
You didn't forget you're supposed to come for a haircut today.
Oh shoot, I totally forgot. Can I reschedule? For Saturday. I don't have any time today.
This is the third time you're putting it off. You shouldn't put yourself last.
I know. How do you manage to find time for everything with your job on top of it?
But I don't. I'm sick of it already. After coming home from work, I wash, cook and clean until midnight.
Every day the same thing.
I wish I could retire already, take a break from all this. Okay, I got you. Let's make it Saturday.
Yes, I'm a housewife. It would seem that I don't work. But I have no personal life at all. No days off. No vacations. Why did I even go to college? I have no time for self-development or self-fulfillment. It's like I'm a hamster running on a wheel. Some might say, "What are you whining about? Your life is not so bad." But the problem is, we are so used to it that we no longer see that we are slaves. Hello.
Well, hey there.
Have you got something for pain? My back is hurting so bad.
Of course it's going to hurt. Look at your bags. I too can barely make it home after such weightlifting. Let me get you something.
Oh, I forgot milk. Daiga? Hi.
Hi.
Is it supposed to be your shift today?
No, we're just short on money, so I take more shifts. Did you get your electricity bill yet?
Not yet, but I can imagine what's there. I'm so tired, honestly. Something's got to change.
Yes, but what can we do? I'm looking forward to the time when kids grow up. Maybe it will be easier. At least I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Right. Only when kids grow up, we'll have grandchildren. Katrina, we are about to have dinner. Get Daddy and Katrina.
And where are you going?
I'll be right back. Just unpack the laundry while I still remember. From early morning till late at night, every day it's the same thing. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, shopping, repeat. Taking kids to and from school. But when do I get to leave? And this is despite the fact that I don't work. But I feel like a slave. Did God really create humans to be slaves?
Good morning, Maria. Your screening is complete. Hormonal, vitamin, and micronutrients levels are optimal. The health parameters are normal.
Cody, today I'll have medium roast coffee with hazelnut flavor.
Done.
Cody, I want to set the table for breakfast. Suggest options. This one's good. Katrina, what would you like for breakfast?
Pancakes.
With your favorite jam?
Yes.
And I'll have baked rolls.
And I'll have my favorite salad. Alex, what will you have?
I'll have lobster.
For breakfast?
Well, why not?
Lobster.
Is that a lobster? Oh my my god, that is so ugly.
No, I'd rather have steak. At least I'm used to it.
We're going to the water park today.
Mom, are we going to water park today?
Yes, Dad will come home from work and at 3 o'clock we'll be at the water park.
Yay!
You know what I like about the Creative Society?
What?
You don't have to sharpen your knives. They're always sharp.
Thanks, Mom, I love you.
Thank you, Mommy. I love you.
Can you help clear the table?
Yes, of course.
It's empty.
Empty.
Girls, are you ready?
Yes, Mom, we'll be right there.
Good. Cody, let's read that book we started.
Chapter 12. The Architecture of Machu Picchu.
Cody, turn on the deep cleaning function.
Launching. Continue reading.
Yes, go ahead.
The amazing thing is that the whole city is built without any kind of bonding compound. All the structures are held together by their own weight.
Mom, we are leaving.
Have a nice day.
Cleaning is complete. At 1 o'clock, you are scheduled to get together with your friends.
Oh, I completely forgot. Cody, help me choose a look. No. Not this one. This one's cool. Cody, that Levy restaurant.
Fasten your seatbelt. The travel time is 7 minutes. Would you like to listen to some music?
Of course.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you, it's up to me to build a world we wanna be. The Creative Society. Take a look around, there's so many wars. Do you even know what we're fighting for? Take a stance, raise your voice. We need to make a choice now.
So now we finished developing this technology, and soon it will be in every shower room. Girls, you will be scanned and cured of all diseases in a matter of 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be available to everyone. And that's not all. If you want to change your appearance, that's easy too. You can lose weight, or on the contrary, gain weight and sculpt your body, and even change your height.
Even change the height? How is that possible?
Girls, I look at you and I'm so happy. How beautiful you are. Finally, we became women and stopped being slaves.
Yes, the creative society cannot be compared with the past. It makes me shudder just recalling it. It's good that you found that website back then, and we were able to do our part in building such a beautiful world.
Yes, girls. How quickly everything has changed.
Maria, how are your megaliths?
We are going to Peru one of these days to see the complex.
Wow, how cool!
Yes, very. I'm so excited. Girls, I could talk to you for hours, but my family will come home in 15 minutes. We are going to the water park today. That was a scary black pipe back there.
No, it wasn't scary.
Which one did you like most?
I like the blue one best.
I like the blue one too.
Oh, look.
Oh. No, Katrina. Don't fish out the lemon. It tastes better with it. Bon appetit. So, starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Have you planned the next 2 months for us?
Well, we'll probably go fishing first.
Yeah, I'll never say no to fishing.
Right, and then we are going to South America, just like we've always wanted.
Yay!
And then we'll fly to New Zealand to visit our parents. And then we'll decide where to go next. Hawaii or Fiji.
Or Turkey.
Then maybe we could sail on yacht from there.
Great idea.
Cody, plan the route.
Working on it.
Life is always the result of our choice. This is how my day in the creative society ends. One more best day of my life. Are you saying this is science fiction? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of tomorrow. If we build the creative society today. Dear friends, hello. To be honest, this video makes me want to burst into tears of shame that we still do not have the creative society. Oh my god, I want that kind of life. Everything you've seen about the life of a housewife in consumer society is true. My life and the lives of my friends look exactly like this, if not worse. I would also add that the whole routine is endless. I'm catastrophically short of time. I cannot even spend enough time with my husband or just sit quietly to read a book. All the time I have for myself is when I'm in the bathroom or taking a shower, and that's it. I have tons of business ideas and plans for my life, but I just don't have time or resources to do it all. As you've understood, all the time is taken away by household chores. Every day I just work like a horse, without days off and breaks, and no one pays me any money for that. The entire life of a housewife is in cooking and cleaning. And I also keep thinking that my life is not successful, and I haven't achieved anything in it. Even though I love my husband and children, I often have such thoughts. Now, after watching this film, everything resonated inside me and just opened my eyes on what my life and the life of every woman in the creative society can be like. I couldn't even imagine such a thing. The creative society gives you a chance to get enough sleep, gives you a lot of free time for self-development, acquiring new skills and fulfillment of your desires. The most important thing is that all household chores will be done by robots. No washing, ironing or cooking. Just imagine robots do all the chores at the snap of a finger. That is everyone's dream, isn't it? Even my children want to live in the creative society. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and found a photo of a kid from Africa with a poster of the Creative Society. He wants the Creative Society. He supports it and informs about it. Meanwhile, there are adults who know about the Creative Society but do not say anything to anyone. Don't they want the Creative Society? Don't they want to free their women from household slavery, so that they can be free and reveal themselves as true members of society? Don't they want us and our children to have a future? I have a question for those people then. Are you idiots? Don't you understand that this is your happiness? I'm sorry for calling these morons the morons, but because of those idiots, I will now have to come home and spend all my time cooking and cleaning after the forum. If it were the Creative Society, I would only have to push a button or say 2 words, but now I have to come home, work hard for hours and waste my personal life, which is already very short for us, people, on cleaning up the mess, feeding my always hungry family, washing the dishes after them and dirty clothes. I live in such a shithole because of those stupid people who don't understand simple things, that today we can make our world better, more beautiful and safer. I have a question. Why do these morons think that women were born to exist in this household slavery? Yet they dream of being welcomed home by a queen. Right now, I have neither physical strength nor mental energy. Why do I have to live in constant stress and worries? Why do I have to worry whether my child will return from school alive and unharmed, whether there will be a nuclear war, or worry about the uncertainty of tomorrow, and a lot of housework that can never be done? And what awaits me tomorrow? More cleaning and cooking and the same fears? Why do I have to suffer? Because there are idiots who don't understand the prospects of the Creative Society for themselves and for all people. In the Creative Society, all wars or threats to life are impossible. So what should I call those who don't want to build a Creative Society? Friends? They are not friends. They are bastards. They are so stupid that they cannot see further than their own noses. I'm tired of all the worries and anxiety. I just want to be a woman, not a tractor that plows from morning till night. I just want to enjoy life, spend time with my husband and children, develop and always be beautiful and rested. Isn't that bliss? Isn't that a dream? It's a dream that can become a reality. For this bliss to come true, we, the women of the world, just need to inform all the people on earth about the Creative Society. After all, there are only uninformed people standing between us and our wonderful lives. We should remember that if we now have someone around us who doesn't know about the Creative Society, he is the reason that you and I, dear women, remain in this household slavery. In order to get out of it, we only need to inform everyone because we all want to be free and happy. So inform everyone you can, whether in the street or in a hair salon, in a store, or at the doctor's, wherever you talk to people. Inform them and support this topic. If you cannot do anything at all, you are sitting at home, write a poster, "I support the Creative Society," and hang it outside your window or put it in your yard. Let people read it. Use every possible way to inform them. Women, I appeal to you. Let's build the Creative Society and finally be free, happy and enjoy life. We deserve it.
This is a very timely topic, and indeed, only in the Creative Society will a woman feel fully as a woman, as a mother, and as a wife, and finally enjoy life. I wish this could happen as soon as possible. Now we are in the first stage of building the Creative Society, which is the informational stage. We are being asked, what can be done right now? We have a simple answer to that question. There is nothing simpler than a small action. You can start wearing a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo on it, a baseball cap, a sweatshirt. Start wearing them to make people aware of the Creative Society. All the designs are now available on the Creative Society website. Tell me, what's the point of buying a branded t-shirt from a well-known company and for your own money to wear their ads in these huge letters? I would rather wear a t-shirt of the Creative Society because I want to live in the Creative Society. I want my children and parents to live in the Creative Society. I want all the people in the world to learn about the Creative Society. And now I would like to welcome Shayla Bonnick, an incredibly talented, creative, beautiful, and most importantly, a person of great heart. Many of you know her as a leading singer of the legendary music band Bonnie M. Shayla is also a songwriter, performer, co-producer, fashion designer, author, among other things. Together.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, lend me your ear. We're here to tell you it will be okay. We'll find
Today's forum is unique. It's filled with both the awakening truth and the love of those who reach out to humanity through their actions and creativity. Our survival is in unity. We can do it, but only together. This beautiful song has now reached the hearts of many people. It's very inspiring and motivating not to stop, to keep informing people about the creative society. Have you ever thought that if human life is the main value of the creative society, then the top priority of the creative society would be to keep people healthy? Right now, we are 8 billion of patients in the consumerist format. On the one hand, there is a lot of money circulating in medicine. And on the other hand, people are getting sicker and sicker. Pandemics have taken millions of lives. Diseases that are unknown to doctors continue to appear. In this block of our forum, we will look at the situation in medicine through the eyes of a doctor and a patient of the consumerist society format. And also we will learn about the incredible technologies of health improvement and life prolongation, which will be valuable for everyone in the creative society. Our guest today is Mr. Vladimir Razumenko. Vladimir Razumenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine, the Chief Neuro-Oncologist of Ukraine, neurosurgeon.
My name is Vladimir Razumenko. I am a physician by occupation. That's the main thing in my profession. I am a doctor of medical sciences, professor. I am also an academician of the Ukraine Academy of Sciences and a corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. By position, I am the chief neuro-oncologist, that is, a neurosurgeon who deals with oncological diseases. I spend almost every working day in the operating room. I perform the most complicated surgeries on the brain in case of brain tumors. Without the development of medicine, it is impossible to further discuss the issue of health of the entire world's population. With the current population of about 7 billion, unfortunately, not in all countries people are able to get adequate medical care. It's a negative moment in the development of the healthcare industry in every country. Medicine today has to be highly technological. Medicine today should be highly effective. And the application of various medical measures should not only be aimed at curing a person, it should be aimed at disease prevention. And there is a serious issue of correlation between our actual life, ecology, and environment and the diseases that occur in the body. Today, technology makes it possible to cope with a whole range of very serious diseases. It concerns all organs, all body systems. But it has to be applied everywhere and in all countries. And today, if something has been invented somewhere and is being used highly efficiently, then it's necessary to share its experience. Each country should gather forums and cover it widely, not keep it a secret. And then together, it will be possible to collectively develop the chosen direction in a specific aspect of a certain disease. It's a significant problem. And another important aspect of the problem in the economic component of medicine. Unfortunately, nowadays, The economy suffers from a variety of factors. This concerns how an economically developed country uses the resources that it receives at the expense of business, how its enterprises work, and how people use the accumulated balance and accumulated funds for development of healthcare. It is considered that if the economy is high level, then the therapeutic measures must be high level too. And what to do in economically non-developed countries? And what about those countries with wars going on? When there is a discrepancy between the life aspirations and attitudes with those who run the country and who benefit from the wealth accumulation for the sake of their existence, they don't think about humanity at all. This is a major problem as well. A doctor should not make money, but should receive a proper salary, proper conditions, so that he doesn't have to think about everyday routine or that his family is not fed. He should think about applying his professional qualities to treat these or those diseases. Therefore, preventative medicine is an important issue. And such a doctor is a real doctor who pays attention to disease prevention, who makes it possible to prevent the development of any disease at an early stage. A crucial component of our life today is the creative society. We can speak of the creative society only when we match it with the conscious state of society. If society is conscious, if it is not consumerist or parasitical, then the creative society will really allow us to change our planet, change people's relationships, improve medicine and people's health. I think that it is necessary for all of us to unite humanity on earth as one whole in making sure that the creative process is steadily progressing and not halting or regressing.
Professor, thank you for being honest about what's going on with medicine. The field of healthcare requires radical changes. Today we say with certainty that the medicine of the creative society will provide the most important thing, the protection of a person's health. We already have enough technology to cure all diseases. In the creative society, people will not fall ill at all, and our life expectancy will increase considerably. Let's watch the video.
You will be surprised how many diseases can be cured even today, and what technologies exist. We're told about incurable chronic diseases and that there is no way out, either surgery or taking drugs for the rest of your life. We are milked by playing on our feelings of fear and hopelessness. But let's see how things work in reality. Genetic engineering technologies are already working wonders. Gene therapy affects the human body at the DNA level. This is not a fiction. There are many successful results of its application when patients have been completely cured. You can find information about these technologies in public access by Googling them or by visiting the offices of the development companies. For example, Tessera Therapeutics' genetic engineering technologies can already rewrite DNA fragments, eliminating most genetic diseases. Tessera Therapeutics believes that rewriting genes will make it possible to treat genetic defects that are the basis of most modern diseases. Just imagine, people will be able to get rid of diabetes, cancer, asthma, hypertension, joint diseases, allergies, heart attacks, autoimmune diseases, and many others. To date, leukemia is often a fatal verdict for a child, accompanied by long periods of suffering, and it is a terrible grief for his parents. But this is only because advanced technologies are not used, but they do exist. The last chance for the patient with an aggressive form of leukemia was TALENT technology, which was used in London Hospital back in 2015. The girl's life was saved with the help of genome editing. The horrible word HIV is in itself a complete doom. Matt Chappell from California, USA, has lived with HIV for most of his adult life. But after ZFN therapy, affecting the damaged gene, he stopped needing antiretrovirals. This is not all. Not only acquired, but also congenital pathologies can already be corrected. Today, it is a terrible misfortune to give birth to a child with severe vision loss caused by retinal diseases. This inevitably leads to complete blindness. Up until gene therapy, there was no cure. In 2017, Spark Therapeutics registered a gene therapy injection drug. Thanks to these technologies, 27 patients from the US have already regained their sight, and very quickly. After treatment, these children saw stars for the first time. But this is just the beginning. Another example of what technologies we have today is nanorobots. Nanorobots, or nanobots, are robots of the size comparable to a molecule, less than 100 nanometers, with a function of movement, processing and transmission of information, and execution of the embedded program. Even if you have not yet heard about how nanotechnologies work in healthcare, you are already actively using them in your smartphone. It is thanks to nanotechnology that your smartphone keeps its charge for many hours. 4G, 5G mobile networks, microprocessors, all these are nanotechnologies. The cost of making a nanorobot is only a few cents, and the time to assemble it takes only a few minutes. This will significantly reduce the cost of medical services. And due to the microscopic size of nanorobots, a person will not experience any discomfort or pain during treatment. You just drink a glass of water, and nanobot doctors will perform treatment where it is necessary. To date, nanorobots can already destroy cancer cells without harming the body, deliver drugs to all tissues and organs, remove blood clots, thus preventing heart attacks and strokes, improve the quality of diagnosis and detect any disease at its earliest stages, or even predisposition to it, destroy pathogens of any infectious diseases, including the fatal ones. An amazing technology was discovered by Iran's academician, Peter Petrovich Gariev and his colleagues. The method allows us to read information from healthy DNA using a laser and record it in the form of a sound spectrum. When the sound wave affects a diseased organ, the damaged DNA code is restored and a patient fully recovers. How long do you think a person can actually live? Prolonging a person's life is already possible. Nowadays, our long livers look like this. But prolonging life is not only an opportunity to live more than 100 years without diseases, but also to live precisely in the young body. The key to youth and longevity has already been found. Stanford University has developed technology for genetic age reprogramming and obtained a license for its use. Just imagine, at 100 years old, you will be able to do sport and be in the same physical shape as you were when you were 25. These are just some of the technologies that exist. They are not available to you today because today, your life has no value for anyone but you. Any person in the consumerist format faces diseases and loneliness. But everything will change in the creative society. All advanced medical technologies will be available to everyone, even during the transition period to the creative society. Artificial intelligence technologies will combine the knowledge of specialists from all over the world to help make diagnosis accurately and restore people's health. Such notions as medical error, misdiagnosis, complications from treatment, and side effects will disappear. Healthcare will quickly become exclusively preventative, whereas in the creative society, people will stop getting sick at all. Every home will have a revitalization capsule. When you enter it, you will be able to scan and repair your body in a matter of minutes, and also correct your body shape as you wish. At last, you will be able to eat your favorite dishes and desserts without harming your health. A pleasant bonus in the creative society will be prolonging life beyond the species limit. Even at 125 or older, people will look and feel like they are 20 years old. You will be able to make all your dreams come true. Climb the Great Wall of China. Walk 50 kilometers across the South Island of New Zealand in one breath. Run with your grandchildren and dance salsa until dawn in your 60s or 90s. To date, healthcare is a business and health is an expensive commodity that many people cannot afford. It's time to make healthcare high quality and free for all. Eternal youth and good health is your reality in the creative society. Share this information with everyone right now.
When one hears the benefits of a person in the creative society, I for myself want to say that I want to live in such a society. Creative society is the real dream for everyone. To create a creative society, we must unite on the idea of a better society. We are not uniting on possessions, cultures, or houses. Unity does not mean that we not all now start wearing the same type of clothes, listening to the same music, or thinking the same way. No, we unite in our diversity only on an idea, the idea of a better society. A society where human life comes first and where every human being is provided with the dignity of life from birth. A creative society is beneficial for every human being. And that's why I'm happy that the creative society is also supported by the Roma. Bogdan Chayanak from Poland will tell us about his vision of the creative society.
Let the gracious God grant everyone goodness and happiness. Let everyone be healthy and happy. Roma all over the world. Be healthy and happy. My name is Bogdan Trianek. I'm a Rome from Poland, a member of a government commission that works for integration. Love for our neighbor, for brothers and sisters, and not only for the Roma. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be a speaker together with you today here at this international forum where I can share my love and warmth for my Romani brothers and sisters, but not only for my Romani brothers and sisters, but for all people with a good heart. And I know that people with a good heart are watching and participating today. People who strive for big changes when love, tolerance, and nature will reign. The world is beautiful evil is just that people spoil it, but thanks to all of us, tremendous support and great love, this world will become more beautiful. What is the use of a tree without leaves? It withers away. So if we all seek together and speak the same words in one voice, and we all say, stop violence, stop destroying the world and nature, our world will become more beautiful. We live all over the world, Roma brothers, we have our own and our love. We certainly feel great in our countries, but my appeal to my brothers around the world is that we should be able to find ourselves and learn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to say today that I have a favor to ask. It is a request of a pious man to my Romani brothers and to all of you who hear us, who participate in this beautiful forum. We must unite with all our hearts. Why do we unite with you? Because we can see that the creative society is doing a wonderful work in the name of love. I would like to sincerely ask all of you, my brothers, to change things from now on. We want and desire it. Let's not pretend. Let's not be indifferent to people, to the world, to animals. Let's not pretend that we don't care, because I know that you and I care, because this is your future and my future. My grandmother had always told me about great love and tolerance, and suddenly I came across the creative society that talks about freedom and love, about a free world. This is what every human being wants, and especially we, gypsies, because we, gypsies, are free people. No one has ever forced us to do anything, and if they did, we did not give in. Together with you, we will build a wonderful world. The fact that today we join together around the world at this international forum is proof of that. And my Roma brothers around the world, I, as a Roma brother, ask you to join in. It is necessary to unite so that we can be like one fist, one force, because our strength is in unity. When we all get together, we will change the world.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос, кто же все эти люди? А действительно, кто мы? Мы — это человечество.
You may be wondering, who are all these people? And really, who are we? We are humanity. The creative society is all of humanity. It is not some saintly call. It is a society where everyone has a place. And when I say all, it means all. We are on every continent of our planet. We are all volunteers, regardless of age, status, profession, or hobby. We all contribute to the common future of humanity in our own time and our own way. We are bikers and businessmen, bankers and teachers, criminals and generals, construction workers and terrorists, politicians and taxi drivers, scientists and sailors, students and athletes. There are members of all religions and sects among us. And yes, there are even Freemasons among us, and they too are doing a lot of good and working for the common good of the whole of the people. Even alcoholics and drug addicts share our views. Are they not human beings? Don't they want a normal life? Whoever you name, they will be in our ranks anyway, from the Talibs, the orcs, the banderas, the communists, the fascists, and the mafia. I will tell you more. There are even Democrats and Republicans among us. Do you know why we are so divided? Because before we didn't have one common idea, we didn't have the creative society. The consumerist format has fragmented us all and put us in our own niches, forced us to get our own bread in different ways, turned us away from each other in pursuit of personal happiness. There are true heroes and geniuses among us. They've been working for years for the good of humanity. Some have already given their lives for the survival of humanity. The consumerist format does not allow us to say their names because the consumerist format will inevitably exterminate them. Yes, we are heroes, but we're also the outcasts of today's. Take the Taliban, they are terrorists. Why did they have to take up arms? Have you ever asked yourself this question? We do not support terrorism or justify their methods, but right now in Afghanistan, our members are translating this form for the same Taliban who have taken up arms under compulsion of the consumerist format, because they dream of being humans, of fulfilling the precepts of Prophet Muhammad. They dream of the creative society. I will shock you once again. There is even the all-to-know common mafia among us, Yakuza, Triad, Sicilians, Russians, Mexican, and American. And do you know why they are our members? Because they are human beings, and under different conditions they would be true people. But now they are victims like the rest of us. Our law says they are criminals, and we say they are victims of the consumerist format. In other conditions, they would be heroes. In the consumerist format, they will risk their lives to. In the consumerist format, they risk their lives to earn their bread. And in other conditions, they would risk their lives to improve everyone's life. They would be heroes. They are risk takers. They have a risk character. They are not afraid to risk life, to sacrifice their freedom and their lives. But for what? Today for a piece of bread. In other conditions, in the creative society, they would be explorers. The most extreme and dangerous professions would be for them. Every person on the planet would know and be proud of them. Let's be honest. Many people have been pushed on the criminal path into the ranks of the mafia as a protest against the injustice of this consumerist format. Isn't that a crime? This whole consumerist format just change the conditions and billions of people will get a chance for a better life. A life without humiliation and oppression, a life of quality and justice for all. Where are these people? What are these people strive for right now? Has anyone looked into their souls? No one. No one but us. Now they are persecuted by society, but in the consumerist format that has made them to be like that. The consumerist format has divided us, made us banderas, fascists, communists, anything but humans. The consumerist format has divided us as much as it possible, but we want to unite and become one civilization. When one lives in prosperity, there is a tomorrow. And the whole world is beautiful. All the best will flourish in every human being. And that's the point of the creative society, not only to save humanity physically, but also morally. And we will not have to protect pedophiles condemning children to abuse. We will not have to fight for gender identity. We will be able to live and enjoy life, because life is given once on this planet. And life is given to humans for much more than just to quarrel or die for someone else's interest. For someone to steal another billion, tens of thousands of people must die. Isn't it nonsense? What are we fighting for? For someone else's ambitions? When the whole world belongs to humanity, everyone will take care of the common good, and there will be no need for quotas on ecology. We will live in symbiosis with the planet, not as parasites, but as symbiotics. The planet will benefit from us. The planet will benefit from us, and the planet will benefit us. They are saying now it is necessary to reduce the number of people because we're eating away the planet. But believe me, in the creative society, nobody will eat anybody. There will be enough food and resources to feed 50 billion people, because the goals that we set for humanity are ambitious, realistic, and achievable, unlike the goals that the consumerist format set. In the consumerist format, the main thing is consumption. We want to live in a beautiful future where we are united, where we are a united civilization. We want to save not only humanity, but the human in each of us. Thank you.
We're all people. We're all united by the fact that we want to live, but live to live decently, safely, and happily, to live in creative society, because in creative society, everyone will benefit. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to American politician, 2020 presidential candidate, ambassador, and International Human Rights Commissioner Robbie Wells.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this landmark international forum. I'm grateful for the opportunity to reach out to people around the world, to you, dear friends. I agree with our distinguished speakers. Our climate and geopolitical situation are very urgent. Even in my home country, the United States, the economy is collapsing rapidly. Record inflation is eating away at our salaries and savings, and more people are left on the streets because they can no longer pay their rent. Think about it. There is an unprecedented increase in child poverty in the United States right now. My heart bleeds to realize how many children will go to bed hungry tonight and how many more will go to bed hungry tomorrow because the situation is only getting worse. And this is all in America. In America, children go to bed hungry. It's not somewhere in developing countries. It's already happening here in the United States. All this despite the fact that we are the most developed nation in all the world. And we no longer feel safe in our country. When sending children off to school, every one of us is afraid, and we pray. God forbid that nothing happens to them while they are away, and we hope that they come home alive. The polarization of society has reached its climax. We are divided. We're pitted against each other, and we are afraid of our neighbors. And all of this is happening at a time when we absolutely must be united, because the climate is wiping us Americans and our beautiful country off the face of the earth. These conditions in which we find ourselves leave us no choice. We can no longer stand by and hope this nightmare will go away on its own, like a bad dream. It will not go away, and we will face the inevitable end unless we act together. This is the first time humanity has found itself in such a critical situation. So we need a new action plan. The existing programs will not save us. Can I let you in on a secret? We politicians, we're sick and tired of proclaiming our endless new action plans while realizing they don't work. How much longer can we keep bad-mouthing each other while fighting for our office? We don't have time for these political games. We need a feasible working model that will unite our fragmented society and defeat the undefeatable. And I mean the climate. Because no matter how much we are pitted against each other, we all have the same enemy, which is the climate. It is time for all of us, all of society, to grow up and stop being passive. The price of our inaction is human life, our lives. I'm an American. I grew up in America. I owe what I am today and what I have achieved to my country, to the people of this country, to my parents and my teachers. It is time to give back to my country, which is now in great need of a new creative format of politics. But first of all, I am a man, a resident of our shared planet Earth. We are all inhabitants of this planet, connected closer than the people of one nation. We are linked by an inevitable thread of humanity. It is this quality together with our determination and persistence that will help us to build a creative society the entire world over. With all of this in mind, I would like to announce that I am taking a couple of months to make a decision on whether we will run for president in 2024. Expect that decision by the 1st of next year. The cornerstone of my election, if I choose to run, will be the building of the creative society, because only the incorporation of the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution will guarantee a secure, stable, comfortable, and happy life for all people. Why the 8 pillars, you may ask? Well, I often travel around America and talk to voters. And believe me, everything they want is already spelled out in these 8 pillars because the people themselves formulated them. And I'm all for what society chooses. Look at this global crisis. It is evident to me that the creative society is the only chance to build a wonderful world for all, the world that each of us dream about. No matter how great America is, we cannot overcome the climate alone. So, as was said above, to defeat this common enemy, we must put aside our differences, reach out to each other, and together choose the creative format of society. I will stand for the creative society to the end. And when I win, if I choose to run, the presidential election in 2024, and I know I will win, I will build a creative society, not just in the United States, but around the entire world. One more thing, and you can bank on these words right here. I will put Putin and Xi Jinping around the same table, and they will accept the creative society. And together, we will surely save our planet. May God bless each and every one of you around the world watching tonight, and may God continue to bless these United States.
Wow, this is a very honorable promise, and absolutely all people want to live in the creative society, but many don't know about this format yet. At today's forum, we described in detail how the creative society will benefit each individual. Now, let's watch a video and hear from the people themselves.
I dream of living in a world free of diseases.
My dream world where everybody's treated fairly, everybody's treated equally.
I believe that something like universal basic income would be quite reasonable.
Everyone has the right to water, safety, an education, and either a supply of food or the means to provide food for their families.
It seems to me that once a person is born, he or she should already be provided with good living conditions, housing and food.
I feel they should have like basic necessities, so like food, water, obviously like electricity, the status, health aside, because without health you can't do nothing.
No. Yeah, and just free healthcare as well.
It would be great if every person on this planet already had housing at the moment of their birth.
If everybody could work with what they love, I think we could see a huge difference in society.
By birthright, a human should have the freedom of moving around freely. There shouldn't be borders, because I believe that God created the earth and sky for everyone, but people began to divide it.
I think every person should be given a fair right.
A child should be able to have
loving home, I think. And maybe the government shall support families that don't have that much money on their child.
I think there should be benefits to help mothers and raise kids.
First of all, it has to do with freedom of movement. Primary education should be free. It's a basic fundamental human right. Free health benefits to survive, because some parents, they're going through crisis.
Don't fight each other. I think it's important for people to have clean water and good food.
Of course, a peaceful world. Ideally a world without diseases, so that we could cure as many diseases as possible, the whole spectrum of diseases.
So everyone should have a roof over their head, everyone should have employment, access to free education, access to free healthcare.
In an open and technological society where you should probably work 3 or 4 hours a day and do only a job that is interesting to you. In fact, nowadays, there's enough technology for people to not work at all.
A world where collaboration is like the main intention and not like just competition.
A society that gives the tools for anybody to develop.
A society where everyone can fulfill their potential.
Opportunity.
Yes.
A chance of a happy life.
An education, a safe home, secure home, and equal rights.
Old age should be decent. Pensions should be decent.
To live in a world where human life is the most important thing.
Yes, I think so too.
Everyone must have access to information, and it mustn't be distorted by those in power. Mass media should be free.
Well, I suppose for human life to be a priority, you have to look after the environment that you work in. So resources have to be shared, nurtured, invested in for everyone, not just the wealthy few.
The government should take care of everybody, and everybody should be living in peace.
Want to be friendly, to cooperate with each others, not kill each others.
There must be economic independence.
It is necessary to ensure that laws are obeyed and human life is respected.
All the money that we are investing in army, we have to invest it to education. No hunger in the world.
Peace in the world, and relationships between people should be friendly.
For me, it is a world without war, an alternative world, a world without nuclear power, a world without bombs and mines.
I would like to live in a world free of crime, where the government fulfills its promises.
Do you support the creative society?
Of course, I'm as active as a participant as you are. The creative society is what we are building today.
Would you support creative society?
Definitely, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I support this.
I would definitely support creative society.
Of course I support it. I believe it would make the world a much better place. I don't just believe, I'm sure.
It's important for the whole world. That's a fantastic initiative. Yes, I'm definitely going to participate.
I want the creative society, a society of kind, open and bright people, to be for the future generations. And I would like it for us too.
Sure, because I'm actually already doing it now. Deep inside, we all know what is right. At some point, we shifted responsibility onto others because we thought they could save us. But the only ones who can really save us is ourselves.
Of course, I want it too. Who wouldn't want it? We all want to live in such a society.
Yes, absolutely. We are supporting, and we are dream about this society.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yes, I would definitely want it. I dream about it.
Do you support the creative format of society?
No doubt. I surely do.
Yes, definitely. I'm definitely on board, 100%.
Of course, I would like to live in such a creative society.
Sure, definitely. I think all reasonable people support it.
Of course there will be a new world, and I definitely support it. Not only with words, but also with deeds and actions.
Of course, I believe it's the only way for us to survive in the world that we have created.
Absolutely, yes. I want all people to start living in the creative society as soon as possible, because I believe that it's our chance to really live a happy and peaceful life.
I would, obviously, and more importantly for a person like me of my age, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have a society like that. So that's why I would be very supportive. That's why we're supposed to have an equal and creative society that spreads resources for all.
Of course, I support it. I'm a mother and I will soon become a grandmother. I surely support it. And who doesn't?
If such a format of society exists, any reasonable person would certainly support it and aspire for it, regardless of its name. Creative society, good society, happy society, or whatever.
Do you support the creative society?
Absolutely.
We also support it.
A creative form of society, we do support it.
Yeah, of course I do. Yes, definitely I support the creative format of society.
I love creative society. Creative society is in me. I am creative society.
I definitely support that, like definitely 100%. For many, many, many reasons. But, everybody will say, yeah, cool, we work less. No, it's not about working less, it's about achieving more.
Naturally. Well, yes, I think that's what many people want and actually what everyone wants, what everyone is somehow striving for.
That would be the greatest society. If we all really become united, there would be no evil.
Now we're at the stage of informing about the creative society. We need to start talking openly and loudly to everyone that we want to live in the creative society. We need to spread this information. Now you can tell everyone about the creative society, and in this way, we will form an electoral request to politicians. At the next election, we will vote only for politicians who support the creative society. And if there are no such people, then we will not vote for anyone. This is the only way we will change the format of society to the creative one, peacefully and quickly. There is nothing more valuable than human life. It cannot be returned or bought. Let's restore our right to life. And now, we want to present the song prepared for us by participants of the Creative Society from Africa. The song is called We Will Rise.
We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, creating society. We will rise in power of unity. We will rise. Every day you wake up, you want the news and ask yourself, why? If one day the hatred and all the fight comes to an end, if one day the killing and greed is over, if one day humanity's mind is sober, every time you wake up, you make the world we are living in. Nooks and guns await us as we are walking on the streets. We are sent to kill each other in wars. Do we want to? No one even asks us. We will rise. What we want is a peaceful life. It is 8 billion of us. We want to live, not just survive. The power is within us.
We would like to thank the very famous singer and very talented Dr. Phyllis Duque for his song, We Will Rise, as an expression of the African voice for the Creative Society technology. Technology, as we know, should always serve to improve our lives. But today, it's impossible to achieve this. Even though we live in a time of technological breakthroughs, we are limited by the consumer format. Only by joining together will we move to a level of technology that you could never even dream of. Free energy, life extension, smart and technological cities, nano robots, robotic assistants and various drones, artificial intelligence systems, and much, much more. There's simply not enough time to list all the technologies. So let's watch a video about the essential technologies available to everyone in the Creative Society.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. What is your wildest dream? What will you get when it comes true? A big, beautiful house? A super modern car? Lots of traveling. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family and friends? What do you personally dream of? What if dreams come true for every person on Earth and the Creative Society will come? What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the Creative Society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the Creative Society, it will be different. In addition to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month, you can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already been created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate and even prevent crimes. Intelligent systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can prevent traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, and an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Smart gadgets and artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tidied everything and ordered food delivery. Who has cooked the dinner then? Home robotic kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant surprises awaiting you. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object and a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge system makes it possible to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
When this technology is everywhere, what does that future look like?
What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste materials and turn them into useful products like fuels and building materials, or it can pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Finally, we will remember the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with the famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart toilet with the smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, the house will be completely autonomous. No more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? The supersonic train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology, and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle unsorted waste into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the creative society. Garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, that you won't grow old and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than your dreams. You'll have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implementation of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
In order to get to the creative society, just a few simple actions are required. Explore the idea, embrace it, and pass it on. Look at the logo. If we make it so popular that when you go into any supermarket, cafe, hairdressers, gym, cab, turning on any channel, go into any social network, you will see the logo, that would mean that the idea of creative society have spread. That is our first priority, to make sure that everyone knows about the idea as soon as possible. After that, we can move on to the second stage of building the creative society. It is simple and quick, without protests, rallies, and bloodshed. Let's look at just a few examples of how millions of people worldwide are already spreading the information about the creative society.
It is important that all 8 billion people learn about the Creative Society project and support it. How can this be achieved? Where to start? Tell your family, friends, neighbors, work colleagues, basically everyone you know about the Creative Society. Share the information about the Creative Society on social media. You can write comments to videos, write video blogs, write posts, and share them on social networks. Post banners on your personal websites and accounts. Make your social networks explode with information about the Creative Society, and every user of your network will spread the news to the whole world.
I work with a large group of volunteers, and we have an official Creative Society account.
I'm over 60. I'm a grandmother and a blogger. In my posts, I talk about the Creative Society.
Hello friends, my name is Gabo Korchak. I'm a chef. Informing is the first and most difficult stage in building the Creative Society. That's why I do my best to inform people about the Creative Society at every opportunity, whether it's meeting different people, guests, and so on. Because every person I talk to wants to live in peace, love, and prosperity.
We're clothed with a Creative Society logo, such as t-shirt or a baseball cap.
We use pullovers, t-shirts, and caps. We hand out cards with the logo and the web page.
You're always on trend when you wear the Creative Society logo.
The only thing we need is the Creative Society. The Creative Society.
Put the sign in your yard. Attach a sticker with a Creative Society logo to your car. Decorate your bicycle with the logo.
As you can see, I have a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo printed on it. Well, it's one of the ways. I also put a sticker on my car, which says the Creative Society and has a QR code which people can scan to access the project homepage.
I support Creative Society and I inform people every single day about Creative Society, as you can see on my car and even on the plate.
Greetings from the Netherlands. We are volunteers from Amsterdam, decided to spread the knowledge about the Creative Society by placing a sticker on our bike.
Indeed, there is actually more bikes than people in the Netherlands. So you can imagine how important it is to put this message about the Creative Society, the 8th Foundation, and the way to get even more information with the QR code.
Leave information about the Creative Society in coffee shops, doctor's offices, the local grocery shops, the hairdressers, anywhere, even on the wing of an airplane.
We are in Berlin today, shooting a film about the Creative Society in an Italian cafe. We told the chief and owner of this cafe about the project, and he became really interested.
Please support this idea of young people who are fighting for and promoting a better world for all of us.
Today I'm in the pediatric surgery department. My son has been treated here for more than 3 weeks. Such a small action as informing people can change the destiny of many.
Don't know where to get a model? It's already solved. Just go to the Creative Society website to the design section and choose the one you like. So let's do anything we can to build a Creative Society as soon as possible. Write poems, songs, make short videos, memes, and even jokes about. For example, the phrase, "If you do not support the Creative Society, don't touch me," can be printed on a toilet paper. If you are a business owner, put the Creative Society banner on your website or add the logo to your products. Show that you care about all people.
Since I have my own tailor shop, I inform people when I'm at work.
One of the fastest methods of conveying the information about the Creative Society is via media. Participate in talk shows, podcasts, news, or any other program about the Creative Society and its benefits.
It's the most important thing I can do in my life, and it's the most important thing I can do for all of humanity.
We were also invited as guests to the Storytime program on Radio Italy, where we talked about the Creative Society.
You can also put advertisements about the Creative Society in articles, newspapers, magazines, and on billboards. Place the Creative Society content on television, both local and global.
Great news! Soroka TV is now showing interviews and excerpts from various videos about the Creative Society project. The more creative content there is, the faster we will succeed in building the Creative Society.
The Creative Society project's logo should be everywhere, all over the world. It should be recognizable in every corner of the world.
It's a platform where every person can raise their voices and speak about what challenges them as individuals but also as a society. It's the voice of the people and it's the people to make the change that we want.
It's only together that we can change the world. It's you and me come together for a betterment. That's why I call upon everyone, friends, brothers, sisters, to come and be part of this great project for the betterment of our world.
Be creative and think of other ways to let the world know about the Creative Society. But don't forget that everything has to be within the framework of the law. The sooner people learn about the Creative Society, the sooner we will be living in it. If you want to have a decent life, tell everyone about the Creative Society.
We're all unite on one platform, on the Creative Society platform, and we talk about the fact that we need to change the system with it. From the one that's consumer-oriented with money and power is number one to the one where we deserve to live well.
I have a big flag, and when I ride my bike, I attach this flag and the small ones to show that this way I draw people's attention to the Creative Society.
The marathon is a great way for the city to learn about the amazing project, the Creative Society.
Creative Society is the most peaceful and the most appropriate society format in the entire history of humankind. Only in the Creative Society can we cope with the climate threats and the crisis of the entire humanity. The best investment in your future is an investment in the Creative Society. Every active volunteer of the Creative Society, those who are implementing the hardest and most difficult part, that of informing people, deserve to receive a Peace Prize from the Creative Society. Every participant of the Creative Society deserves to be recognized and remembered in the future by grateful descendants. In a transition to the Creative Society, anyone who devotes time and effort will be rewarded. Let's discuss bringing understanding to this. An award should be structured in such a way that it reflects the efforts of people who inform about the creative society. A volunteer peace prize can be broken down into 5 categories. First, those volunteers who currently inform a few people. Those are the people who put stickers, "I support the creative society," on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, who just work with a few people. Those people will receive $1 million. Second, those people who inform dozens of people, those who could be cafe owners, bloggers, those who travel, explain, talk, who are not shy to talk in buses or somewhere else, and massively inform dozens of people, they get $2 million. Third, those who inform hundreds of people get $3 million. Fourth, those who have the opportunity to communicate with people and notify thousands of people get $4 million. And fifth, those who are able to inform millions of people, bloggers with multi-million followers, people who speak on huge platforms, who participate in conferences, singers who can create concerts watched by millions of people, they'll get $5 million. We must recognize that such incentives will only be given away in a creative society, not now. Awards are determined based on how much personal responsibility a person assumes when making information about the creative society available to others. A new history will begin with the names of the volunteers who contribute their hearts and souls to the creative society. Building a creative society is true heroism. It is saving the lives of billions. It is saving all of humanity. Therefore, we should not only thank such people financially, but we should also write their names in our history. After all, they really deserve to have their names immortalized. There'll be a monumental building raised in honor of those heroes. The building will have 6 levels. Each person's name, every volunteer who informs millions and thousands, will be on the first floor. Furthermore, there'll be the same gradation from 1 to 5 million Peace Prize recipients. 2nd to 5th floor will be dedicated to the real philanthropists, those who supported the informational stage and made creative society possible. On the top of the building will be tributes and portraits of all politicians who were so courageous and the first to declare their support for the creative society. In addition to help us create voter demand for a creative society, these politicians will remain in the public memory for generations. A creative society logo will be installed on the top of the monument. The effort we are now investing into the building of the creative society is the greatest thing we can do. We are building the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children and the generations that will come after us. And we can only do this by uniting the whole world.
There are no perfect actions, steps, or movement. While waiting for the perfect moment, we are losing the most important, most valuable resource, time. On the subject of time, I have an example to show you. Tell me, what are the statistics on average life expectancy in your country? Let's say 80 years. Let's take 78 years, which is inactive life. So, 78 years. Look, this is our lifespan, 78 years. So the span of our life is roughly this long. You can take a piece of paper and draw a line for your 78 years. Look, some of us are 30, some are 40, some are 50, 60. I will cut off the time of my life that's already gone. There, it's gone. Look at that. We have very little left. Statistically, we spend a third of our lives in sleep. Look, I'm cutting off another third of the rest of my life. Look. Next, how much time do we spend on household? Chores, cooking, laundry, cleaning. A woman spends at least 2 hours daily. And if we add it up for several years, when we cut off a few more years that we spend at the stove doing household chores. That's how much quality life we have left. And if we subtract from that the time for work, often unloved, for the struggle to survive, too bad, but we have to cut off another slice. We only have a little bit left. And that's not even me taking away the time we waste on social media, on Instagram, envying, comparing, and procrastinating. Let's cut that off too. And look what we are left with. We have only 6 years and we don't act. When will we act? We have almost no time left. I didn't take into account the climate threat that's hanging all over all of us. It doesn't really matter how old you are now. The climate situation has leveled us all. We have 6 years old. We will sleep for 2 years and walk for 2 years. We are left with 2 years. Take time away from that for laundry, cooking, and you'll realize we don't have any time left at all to save our lives. And we are not talking about saving lives and continue living in the hellish conditions of the consumerist format again. We are talking about completely changing of our lives. The creative society is the future in which your life is society's most significant value. There you will forget what fear is. Live in safety. Stop selling yourself in slavery for money and be provided for and able to create, able to become a better version of yourself. All the advanced technologies will provide for and serve your life in a peaceful, beautiful society without wars and threats to life. So think about whether it's worth wasting time on any doubts and fears, or whether it's time to start acting right now. Ask yourself the question, what can I do that is useful? All fears must be put aside. You need to think more about the benefits of creative society for yourself and those you love. Take actions right now. Take action the best you can. There are many examples of what people all around the world are already doing today to build the creative society. But don't compare your beginning with someone else's middle. You have to be yourself. Be honest. Be open. Be a real person. Be someone who is pro-life, not pro-death. To be the one who is for creative society.
Friends, it is really high time we start acting right now. You know, all this time we've been actively trying to reach out to humanity, but we are faced with a huge inertia among people. And honestly, I never would have thought it would be so hard to save humankind. Why are people inert today? It's just because they don't know how much time is left, and that is why they don't rush anywhere. That is why it is so crucial to inform them about the progression of all catastrophic climatic processes and about the real way out of the climatic collapse by changing the format of society from the consumerist model to a creative one. Everyone on the planet needs to know about it. This is the only way. Otherwise, we simply will not have time to do anything. And that is why we're now appealing to all people who want to live, who want their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to live. We cannot stop the progression of climate cataclysms on our own, and we cannot reach out to everyone on our own either. There is no point in placing our hopes in politicians expecting that they will come to an agreement and do something about this. We people need to start talking about this, and you and I need to get this message out to all the mass media, to every person out of the 8 billion people living on Earth. This is the only opportunity we see right now. We have a chance to leave this planet as dead as Mars, but we still have chance to save our planet. And right now, as we speak, right now on our planet, magma is making its way to the surface through new faults that are being formed because of earthquakes. It is a fairly rapid process. This is a fact that we have been living for more than 10 years. And as of today, you also will have to live with it. Because now you too understand that this is really an apocalyptic doomsday bomb with a clock. And now you understand too that the only solution for us as a civilization is the creative society. And everyone has to learn about this. Each second of our inaction here diminishes our chances of survival. Today, it is up to each person to make a choice.
The time of choice is a very important time. It's the time of unification, of at least the majority of people, of those who set the vector towards the future of all humanity on this planet. This is important. That's precisely what the crossroads is. And it depends on everyone's decision where we will go as humanity. Our task isn't simple, friends. But we have no one to hope for. If good people come to us and help us, that's wonderful. But if not, you and us will proceed from our own conscience and capabilities. Believe me, a lot of people on this planet are competent, intelligent, honest, and decent people. That's whom we should rely on. As for all the rest, the opportunists, such spineless jellyfish who can only do harm, sting, or throw feces like a monkey in a zoo, why would we pay attention to them? We're actually talking about people. Therefore, friends, we have a lot of interesting work ahead. Busy days, I would say. Lots of meetings with good people, and that's already wonderful. So friends, let's just love each other. Love and take care of this world. And let's not shift our responsibility onto someone else. Let's grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, friends. Peace be with you.
Dear friends, our forum has come to an end. I want to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers and all the participants of this universal event of great importance. My heartfelt thanks to the volunteers of the Creative Society for the tremendous work each of you has done. It's only out of great humanness, love for people, and faith in our common cause that you act so selflessly and with such dedication. You are true heroes, and thanks to you, all of humankind still has a chance. Dear friends, this forum has lasted only 12 hours, but it feels like we lived a whole life. A life full of shocks and insights. And after all we've heard and seen, everyone will have to live with this information. But the main question of today's forum is, how long? 2036. I'm sure this date is still on your mind. And it may seem to many that it's the most important information in the whole forum. Because 2036 is the year of our end. However, it is not. It is the date of the destruction of our planet. But we, as humanity, will die much sooner. We simply won't live to see this date. So today, it is not that important. For us, it's much more important to have time to unite, to build the creative society. And as a result, to find a solution that will stop the destruction of our planet and save us from death. After all presented studies and facts, it should be obvious to everyone. The creative society is our only way out. Whether we want to admit it or not, building the creative society is a necessity. It is a lifeline to a sinking humankind. But it's up to us to take this last chance or not. It is a challenge to all of humankind. But how do we respond to it? Will we live out our last years with this information in our heads, which is impossible to forget? Or will we unite so that we can have thousands of years of prosperity ahead of us? The time for games is over, and it's high time for us to take our lives seriously. Today, the destiny of all humankind depends on the decision of each individual, whether to build the creative society or not. All of us will have to work hard in order to survive. The truth is, we won't be able to build the creative society without you. So please, think about these words very seriously. We are united in a common destiny. But what that destiny will be like depends on our choice. What's the point of the existence of humanity all these thousands of years if we just choose to die? The meaning of humanity's existence is life, and we must choose life. And that means choosing the creative society. Let's give each other and all of humankind a chance. Let's save our common home all together, in unity, no matter what. After all, our survival is indeed in unity